situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheese Boss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. Suddenly Walker's the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus...
Dreadmine as well. Poison fighting his demons. Bruno gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out for Bruce. On such low HP. Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Inreal. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's got one more. Does it? Inreal with the clutch.
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. If he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, as now on 0 seconds left, he's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the BLITZ.
Ticket, but they will again have the kite.
Pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but it does get finished off.
Only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. The offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
The point where the clock is 0 and all he has to do is shut down the plane. It's gonna be Jetcon going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds the second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Fens. They has to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1. A 1v1! Triple kill! Can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait. The C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Cade clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers. My bad. And we do head on to the next round. Shotgun. This is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on the Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's gonna go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Phantom Legion, and now it's all down to Dead in a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse for Phantom Legion. They're gonna make this work happen. Oh, and a great pick there to Rival. That was the star player shutdown. Dead has full HP, Valena only has 16, and the pre-fire comes through and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind, this is
dying.
They don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Temper, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. You can't even leave this prison, Valent. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. Playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the grand final.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. If they try to pick him off from control room, they're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. Do they know about the player that's still inside of security? Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds two. Third kill for Space. Make it a fourth. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves one map away from the...
Dami evening it back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. One Toxic Babe still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can done with that DMR. One player's down, but two fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now any and all gaps you could have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jeez,
it's Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted one top pro, wins that fight against Inreal, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoop, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoop. Was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away, potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and one coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blitz. I'm Cino, this is Irish, and what a beautiful day to be able to play some Rainbow Six Siege. You need to stay indoors. It is hot as hell outside, and that's coming from a Canadian. I like my igloos, and it's about 36 degrees Celsius. I don't have that for you in American Fahrenheit, but how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm very excited for this matchup because this is one that is I mean 100% a rematch from earlier on in group stage 2, but it's a game that was kind of an unexpected banger. Going into it, I very much expected Karn & Co to just slap around Invictus. I expected, honestly, most of the group stage 2 teams coming into that stage to just kind of have a pretty easy time against the other qualifying teams from stage 1. But in an unexpected fashion, Invictus took a 5-7 maximum regulation win against Karn & Co. to knock them down before they themselves got knocked down by Turtle Tactics earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, the action was never short, and honestly, I think you worded it perfectly. I didn't think that was what's going to happen between these two teams. I mean, you have Invictus to win here in Blitz, and just a month before that in the qualifiers of the finale, we saw Karn & Co. prevail against them on Cafe in overtime. So we've seen two teams here that have allowed themselves to go beyond those double-digit rounds and really challenge each other, and I feel like that is the core of Siege and the core of bringing a beautiful competition for us to be able to watch.
Funny enough that you should mention Core, actually, the winner of this matchup will go on to play the main Core team, not the Core Academy team that ended up making their way out of the other side of the bracket, stage B. But yeah, whoever wins this is going to play up against a pretty tough opponent, because that has, after the breakup of M80X and a few other roster shuffles, that Core Gaming roster now looks like Inrio, Focal, Franklin of M80X, Rival, not the Pro League rival, different rival, and then Spiff from the Astralis days. Very, very stacked lineup, so it's again another of these really, really tough matchups that just leads to another more difficult matchup later on down the road.
I mean, it just genuinely just packs so much action to that playoff area as well, and that makes all of the casters oh so excited to be able to watch it. Congratulations to honestly Core for being able to win the finale. Let's see if they can go for the 3P if we're talking about Franklin here on his solo. He's won T3, the Crucible, and now he won the finale. Let's see if he can claim Blitz as well. Taking a little bit of a shift here onto the current event, so we're going to be taking a look at the two teams that are going to be heading off today. With our first team lining up, it will be Invictus. Look at that jersey from Brian. I don't know what team that is. Oh, it's Costa Rica. Wonder what sport that is. Taking a look, Nesta's gorgeous dog, Palpatine, Logger, and Snack. Funny enough, these teams have players that know exactly what they want to do, but Snecky is the person on this team that shows the most promising entry, as he is looking at a 2 KD entry with a 60% coast, and he has been the one with the highest rating on his team. Moving on here to the other side of the coin, you're going to have Karn & Co. Look at Karn, man. So buff. And Deity alongside with Foresight, Vic Vans, and Aiden Tax, two notoriously known console players lining up with the rest of Karn & Co. And if they can coordinate correctly, then they can have a very, very well evened out lineup here.
Yeah, and for Karn & Co. specifically, again, we were kind of, or at least I was earlier on talking about how the breakup of M80X caused a lot of these other Tier 3 teams to get bolstered by very strong players from that team. Karn & Co. is very much a benefactor of that. Vic Vans and Aiden Tax did also play on that M80X roster, and both of them look like some of the strongest players on this team. Deity also for a really long time played with that NV core around JJ. So these are very strong players. And then obviously Karn the King. Although he has struggled a little bit more recently, this team is an incredibly strong team. But again, in that matchup that we previously saw, it actually ended up going Invictus's way. So even though you could say like, oh, this absolutely stacked roster with tier 2 talent, with the breakup of M80X just only making them stronger, it's a little bit of a they still don't look like they're 100% in form.
Yeah, honestly, it's honestly about who can honestly endure longer than the other as well, and especially in a best out of 3 situation. Once you move away from those best out of 1s that we've seen from the head-to-head between these two teams, you're going to have to talk about the entry, the coast, and the overall statistics that these teams can bring to the table. I mean, Aiden Tax, if I'm not mistaken, does lead this league as the star fragger with I think a 1.53 rating and a 1.4 KPR. He knows how to enter. He knows how to get a good amount of kills within a reasonable amount of time. And let's see if he can do that across the long run, because he's only done it on BO1. So let's see if he can take it to the best out of 3 and extend beyond that single match lineup. Talking about single match lineup, though, we are going to move throughout Clubhouse as our first venue here, as Invictus will start out on the attack, moving on next to Chalet, where Karn & Co. will also attack and defend on the OT, and the decider will be Consulate if we do need it.
And interestingly enough, that map of Clubhouse was the exact same map that we saw Invictus take against Karn & Co. There were some really interesting ideas that they had pulled out, like some set plays, Karn & Co. that is, set plays to take things like Lounge when they were attacking CC. So they definitely have some tricks up their sleeve, but also starting off a best of 3 into a map that you just recently lost against a team during a rematch. It's a little bit scary for Karn & Co. to start off the best of 3 on that map.
I do agree, especially on Cafe as well. It has been upgraded or remodeled with the destructible ingredients, new lighting as well, with the audio revamp system being that third new change. There is still the same metas here where you can rely on playing outside as the attackers, relying on the windows in the external play to be able to try and dissect or try to find a lucky kill outside before you have to force yourselves to enter upon the building. But having that attacking start, you need to be able to coordinate. You need to be able to lock in for the first 2 to 3 rounds, because if you come out that gate swinging, then you can show the other team, in this case Karn & Co., that you're here to play and you're not messing around. The bans also supposed to be a problem, considering there are 6 total bans now with the change of Siege X, meaning these maps are going to be a lot more dynamic and the metas are going to be consistently changing.
Also, a quick update for anyone who doesn't have, you know, multiple tabs open and stuff. G2, the team that picked up Stompin from that M80X team that it's Strompin from that M80X team that played alongside Aiden, Tax, and Vic Bands just recently absolutely slapped around Wild 7-2. That game just ended. So if that's anything to go off of, these players might power up.
I mean, I think it just
that's actually interesting. There's Bray instead of Aiden. Because of the way that the rosters are set up, I was thinking that maybe Aiden would be back into the roster, but Bray is still stepping in for Aiden on this Karn & Co. roster.
As a console,
Aiden isn't like a full-time player. It was Zach Killa. But that 5th spot in Karn & Co. is kind of rotated around a little bit.
Well, interesting. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Bray's a console player as well. I think they're producing weapons over there on M80X. A little bit of a weaponized team. A little bit unfortunate they broke up, but I mean, they won T3 and called it a day in the Crucible. But as it stands, I mean, Karn & Co. have now lost. The person who was dominating when he was subbed in, Aiden, he was a pleasure to watch. High KD, high effective coast, and he was always in the building with his team behind him to be able to try and prevail. His entry was also, I think he was breaking even as well. So losing him is a big asset to Karn & Co., but they need to be able to try and steal as many rounds off from Invictus as possible, especially when you're on your opponent's turf.
A full roam for Karn & Co. 2 of the players, Foresight, Hani.x set is Foresight, or that's what we're going to be calling him from now on. Foresight and Deity playing that 2nd floor. Bray and Vic Bands on the mid floor. Karn is the only player on his team that is actually playing in the basement where the bombs are set up. It is a classic SSG style back when Canadian is on at full roam, and it's going to net out benefits as the attack comes into the mid floor, but hold on, Invictus are just hitting sight off the drop.
You were also talking about how there was nobody on that site, and that's going to become a problem. DD will find one, Karn to double up and try to lean it and tip those skills back in their favor, but that plant is already long down, and the Vulcan's getting popped goes against them as well. That defensive utility is going to continue to be a pain to deal with. Nesta falling, so does Logger, and the team up between Foresight and Karn decides that first round. What a way to reel it on in. Honestly, seeing that site drop, seeing those Vulcans get popped and that diffuser going down, I thought it was only going to be a one-sided affair for Karn & Co., and that's exactly how it turned out, because Invictus just couldn't keep their bodies up and win those 1v1s.
And that's the benefit of having something like hatches open on a full 3-floor roam like that, is usually what the kind of basic intuition would tell you is, oh, the defensive team is going for a full 3rd floor roam. That's crazy. Why would they do that? They only have 1 player on site. We can just hit really quickly. But with those hatches open, and especially with those castles and everything else set up the way that it was, dropping back to site is actually shockingly easy for the defense. So all Karn really needed to do was stay alive there, And he ends up getting a really important pick in the basement as well, while the rest of Karn & Co. crunches on the take that Invictus were trying to go for. They went for something really quick. It looked like it was working out very early on, but Karn & Co. incredibly swift at the reaction, realizing, hey, they're going for a full hit, all dropping back. And suddenly, it's not that the roam is left out on an island, no one can drop back, or that everyone is kind of trying to take disconnected fights. Karn & Co. fell back, took their fights towards the mid-floor to try to slow down Invictus, but once that didn't really work in slowing them down, they just dropped back, played the fights on site, and Karn & Co. retaking in a really wonderful opening round.
I agree, and honestly, you also have to give credit where credit is due. Nesta, my Canadian king, flew into the area of main near that bar, got first blood, looking to build off and find the second, assisted his teammate to find the second kill, putting them with 2 bodies up ahead. But from there, they just couldn't capitalize and allowed themselves to get picked off one by one, and that's just not something you can afford as attackers, especially on your home turf. If these defenders can continue to steal rounds away from you, you're going to find ourselves in a very interesting halftime with some pretty interesting power dynamics as well.
Karn & Co. moving over towards the upstairs site. They're still based on an extension. They still have a lot of utilities spread across that second floor. And Invictus were trying to go for something similar, trying to play very quickly off the back of a shield. And it's going to work out for an opening pick, but Karn & Co. are still just digging their feet in.
I mean, CC and now Cash to fall as well. So much utility being tossed out here at that general area to clear out anybody trying to lurk or play or plant their feet, as you mentioned before. Frag, stunts, everything is being used to push these defenders back into the site so these attackers can formulate a beautiful execute. They have the external play established, and that wasn't too hard for them considering there's no castle on the board. As now they can take full control of construction, not get hit by that flame on the destructible ingredient that remains close on the site door, and they can be able to try to waltz on in here, try to take logistics, funnel in to this site. With below 90 seconds left on the clock, there's plenty of time here for Invictus to take their sweet old time, drone out, and use their utility to get a good execute down.
A little over a minute on the clock, and Invictus have done a really good job of clearing out this CC opposite side extension for Karn & Co. The problem now comes with either funneling through the entire hold of Karn & Co. or rotating a few of your members to open up a different mode of option. Now they do have that jacuzzi breach open. That's really good because even if they don't end up pushing through there, it's phantom pressure that causes at least one of the members of Karn & Co. to be watching. That doesn't shake the aim of Foresight and Karn as they get 2 picks and get man advantage in this pivotal last 30 seconds.
I mean, that's 2 bodies in a matter of 15 seconds. This is something they managed to do the previous round, but it was much more fast-paced last round. This time, it is about the clock, and right now, Karn & Co. managed to win their ones to be able to pull it back up ahead. They'll win the 3rd consecutive 1-to-1 while Bray goes down in the depths of logistics. These attackers are trying to flood site. Grimes will thread that needle, gets his finish as well. 2v2 as it's left at level. Palpatine will fall from Foresight, and now again, Invictus are going to fall at the last second. They had that string, they're on that thread, they're trying to pull to be able to find the access into sight, and it's just so late. You've lost too many bodies along the way, and that'll be 2-0 in the favor of Karn & Co.
Invictus did a really good job in the early part of that round, taking a lot of space towards Cash and CC, completely clearing out the extension while also getting opening pick, and in the meantime opening up Jacuzzi Breach as well. They did all of the checklist items. They pressured Karn & Co. They pushed them back to a very small portion of the map of just on site and a few other spots like Logi to play from. They knew where Karn was. They had Karn up against the wall, and then they stalled out. At about halfway through the round, they were just looking for freebies on highway and not really making any space. Now, it is really difficult to start taking that space in construction, especially when Karn & Co. have a cross from Logi and also from that con door. But there's so many tools in Invictus's pocket for them to be able to break up the cross. Just a single smoke or just opening up the hatch and pressuring in from Logi could have opened up the map from that side as well. Invictus did a good job in the early round, but once it got towards the mid round and they really started needing to work the execute and get a firm idea of where they wanted to push from, they just stalled out.
Yeah, also, that is starting to become a repetitive trend that we've been seeing. It's only 2 rounds in, but we saw in the first round as well, they come in like a powerhouse. They come in with their full force and the full intent of taking care of every single one of these defenders before they can even react. And they will stop after they get 2 kills. And that is always going to be that problem that you need to be able to take care of earlier in the game before it starts to become a problem in the long run. Because we are in a best out of 3 and it is going to be a long final stretch if you can't get rid of these problems earlier in this matchup. 2 rounds that go into the favor of Karn & Co. due to the beautiful resilience from their players to be able to win their ones and execute here. And now a double C4 to build off of the first pick. Deity nonchalantly goes to the construction wall and tosses down an electric wire to make matters worse here for Invictus, as they now only have can openers. Now none are left, as the Grim has used all of them, and you have put yourselves in such a horrible spot here, as it will be a 1v5.
That opening pick already would have been devastating, but it just continues to fall apart from there. Karn & Co are ripping Invictus to shreds on this defense. They're trying to do really good utility work very early on, and the thing that we praised Invictus for earlier of doing really good in the early round has just fallen to pieces. Invictus, even in the things that had been working for them previously, just fell apart that round. They start trying to go for some Mav holes to stop Deity from bandit tricking on the wall, but that just doesn't stop him at all. He takes off the Capital as well, an incredibly important operator, and doesn't even really give us a chance to talk about how devastating that would have been, because he doubles up with another 2 from a C4. Karn & Co, they're getting frisky now. They're getting a little bit crazy with it, and this is something that is really worrying. Once you start to feed a team like Karn & Co, and once you start to feed really any team, and they start getting a little bit less structured, swinging you a little bit more, getting a little bit more confident in themselves and playing a little bit less in structure, sometimes it doesn't work out in their favor, and sometimes, you know, teams need to rein it in because they're overheating, but a lot of times it just leads to a steamroll because Karn & Co then start swinging you. They start doing dumb stuff that you will not be able to expect, and not only are you just losing the rounds that you would have lost otherwise, but you're also getting annihilated by dry swings that you could never have predicted. This is worrying for Invictus.
I mean, also, shout out to Karn & Co. This is a completely different roster, or dare I say, a different roster with a different playstyle than what we saw when they versed Core in the finale. I mean, they're getting aggressive when it's needed. They're using their utility, and they're not choking at the last minute, which we saw a lot before they got 2-0 to get eliminated out of the finale. So the way they're playing now, it's a completely different change of pace. And Invictus have yet to catch up to it because, I mean, we're seeing so many different mistakes coming in from this attacking roster. They're on their home turf. Yes, some sites are going to be defender-sided, but it's going to be a problem when you continuously lose rounds off of 1vx's, off of the attackers building up the momentum and just not being able to follow through in the later stages of the round. But finally, a little bit of a repetition of the first and second round. It'll be first blood here, and they're already doing better than the previous, as they'll take care of Foresight first. But instantly, they'll find a second, as Nesta takes care of Deity, and we've seen this situation before.
I would argue that this is actually really unique. For Karn & Co, they went for a very, very similar full third floor roam, but instead of Invictus just pushing Karn & Co on site, they're trying to pick apart the roam. It worked out for 2 opening picks, were able to trade it back to just 1, and there's still Vic Bands on the mid floor looking for something onto Invictus. They continue to go for this third floor roam. They need to spot him out, and they have, with the drone at his feet, but it's still troubling. Vic Bands has dropped back to site now. With a minute and a half, Invictus, with a man advantage, have the entire map to work. This looks good for them. Can they continue to not let things get away from them and not let Karn & Co swing in their face, though?
I mean, we've seen them throw away the man advantage before. Luckily, they're still up 1 body. Bray managed to find that refract to take care of the Ying as well, which is going to be a little hurtful towards the execute. But as there is only a minute left on the clock here, if Invictus can just find either another pick or manage to flood one area of this map to isolate these defenders and pull them apart, distract them, then maybe we're going to see their first round on the board. We're on that 3-0 part of the game where if there isn't a response here from Invictus, we're going to be getting to a little bit of a troubled part of the water where they won't be able to find a response if this momentum continues to get built up, as now they look to address the site head on. Looking to funnel in, popping the Volcans, the destructible ingredients, they're all getting taken care of. But the question is, do you have what it takes to be able to win this round? Because that Volcan burns for 22nd, and assisted by the FNA, it is going to be a pain to waltz on into that site. They look to try and take care of business here, but right now they just can't find anything. Brave managed to find his second of the round, and he is really fighting. Access looking to be granted to Nesta here, but he's just not aware of the corner. It's Siege 101, man. Just look at the corners. Karn, the king. This team is his namesake, as he'll find 2 to deny anybody with the case, and now Vic Bands finds the third and last to continue and terrorize Invictus.
Invictus go for a completely different style of attack, and even though it looks like it's working in the early round, it still just falls to pieces when it comes to pushing site. Karn tucked in a corner, finding a 2-piece when his team needed him the most, and the rest of the team that was still alive doing absolute wonders. Vic Bands in that round did a fantastic job of just lurking and pressuring. Invictus, especially with those first 2 kills, could have just stormed through the map, and a lot of inexperienced players would have seen the rest of the roam crumble and think, oh, I'm forced to drop back to site. But Vic Bands sticks around, and instead of overstaying his welcome, he does a really good job of shooting drones, delaying Invictus for just a little bit of time to force them into that low time execute that we saw. They had an okay amount of time to kind of work vertical and work the map, but still with that constant pressure of Vic Bands walking up blue or walking up a different area, Invictus were always watching their back. And once it got down into that low time, they didn't have the opportunity to drone out or slow down or clear corners that ends up losing them the round. Yes, it's really good from Karn, but also everybody on that team is humming right now.
They're floating, is all I can say, because they've managed to grab a 4-0 lead. And the best case scenario for Invictus is they walk out of this halftime with a 4-2 disadvantage. That deficit's still going to be pretty difficult to come back from, especially when Karn and Co are beating you in terms of the time management, and the 1v1s, and the ability to be able to dissect one by one. We've seen a number of different executes, whether it's trying to clear the roamers and then play verticality, whether it's trying to rush the site, or just bluntly try to run in and see what happens. It just becomes difficult here for Karn and Co to be able to prevail. And I mean, a little bit interesting on that engagement between Logger and Bray. One man was wide swinging with the Candelas, and the other man just, stood in the middle of the stairs while he was activating his glasses. So it's a little bit of an interesting first pick here, but nevertheless, Invictus have been granted access up red here, and his deity forced to sprint by all the way back in his sight, and he is so lucky that nobody was fully paying attention to that window. In the meantime, Karn will fall into the hands of that AK-12, and Handy will find a refrag as Foresight takes care of Snecky, and now we find ourselves in a very identical situation yet again at the 90-second mark with a 4v3 in the favor of Invictus.
It's another good opening for Invictus. Another round where they've taken a lot of good space, gotten that man advantage, but still, if history is to repeat itself once again and Invictus find themselves with a ton of advantages in the midsection of the round and just stall out, how many times can this keep happening before Invictus decide to call a timeout and change something around? Karn & Co on site, especially after these last few rounds, can feel very comfortable. Usually in a man disadvantage, you see the defense swinging something aggressively, but they're just holding their ankles.
A little bit of a trade there, a little bit of nasty one-tap action. Just below a minute left, that Aruni DMR is definitely something you don't want to be on the receiving end of. We'll take care of Foresight. A little bit of a DBNO action here for Logger, as he will stay down unless Nesta can make a very risky revive here. 40 seconds in a 1v1 situation. 1v2 if you count the man that is down, and he will run all the way to the depths of logistics to try to pick up his teammate. A little bit of a rotate here from Vic Bands. Beautifully played in here, as there is no drones, I don't think, on him, as he looks to continue to reposition himself to cause a problem here for Invictus. Invictus, but finally we can say they've managed to put themselves on the board and they'll find their first, hopefully, out of many.
Invictus did a really good job in that round of hitting the go button before they absolutely needed to. Instead of that, like that basement attack that we saw, where they stalled out a little bit, they hit the go button, but there wasn't enough time to do things like clear a close corner in church. Instead, Invictus pushed towards site, and when things went badly for them, they came out of that scrape in an effective 1 versus 1, but because there was a player down and was in a very safe spot to res, and also Invictus had the time to go for the res, they can slow things down and give themselves a 30-second left 2 versus 1 against Karn & Co. So dealing with their problems and saying, hey, we need to speed up the mid round, and doing that as effectively is really, really good for Invictus. One thing that I do want to point out, though, is honestly, if they can salvage this half and get themselves a 2-4 half, swap onto defense, then we could see them fight their way back into this, because especially the last time that they played this map, Karn & Co had a lot of very similar problems of finding an opening pick, I mean, really well on the attack, but then just not translating that in the mid round to be able to take any space. So Invictus, if they can get another round on the board here on their attack, scrape by a passable half, and we could see them get back into this map very easily.
I mean, there's lots of things to expect here from either person or either roster, I'd like to say instead, as a 4-2 split is very, very easy to be able to combat. Easy is a hard word to be able to describe, but it's easier than a 5-1 split or a 6-0 split. And right now, Invictus have gotten that one on the board. I respect a team that is able to be able to change their playstyle and adapt to the other team mid-game. And right now, that's what we saw last round. They kind of reset in the midst of that round. They even, when they were pinched for time, went for that rest to be able to put themselves in a 2v1 where they very easily took care of Vic fans. But now, it's a matter of how you can rely on your team to be able to come back here. I mean, Invictus, you have so many underperformers right now. Sneki is currently 0-5. He was your entry man, he was your point man, and right now he'll make himself 0-6 as he'll fall to the SMG-11 in the hands of Karn. As now, this problem is going to continue to arise as Invictus are losing key players that are just not living up to the standard that we would just hope they would be at currently.
He's done some of his work early on. He's got up in that con wall, so he hasn't, I mean, gone down with both of those exothermics in pocket and really thrown an advantage for his team, but still, you really don't want to lose any players on your attack, and especially after we've seen Invictus have a good early round and throw it away in the mid round. Starting off any sort of attack with a disadvantage is very troubling for them, because we've seen them time after time throw away when they do open the round really well. Rotation has been called, and they're, instead of pushing directly, pushing in from this con side, but things still just continue to go from bad to worse.
Man. Oh my god, you just can't keep falling. You know where he is. How are you gonna let him wide swing you and take your head clean off your shoulders? Finally a refrag, but after what an instant refrag, as Nest will take care of Deity, but he's traded out by Karn as Logger takes care of Vic, but that is Mr. Avenge himself, as he'll take care of the first from the depths of construction, swing out onto the window, and get an easy refrag as now Karn & Co. advance with a 4-round advantage over Invictus on map 1.
Yeah, that was a pivotal round for Invictus. Again, the difference between a 5-1 and a 4-2, even though it's just 1 round difference, is astronomical. Because for Invictus, instead of being able to confidently play 2 sites and then, you know, maybe have something that goes wrong on one of those sites, or maybe one site that you just can't play in a 3-site rotation, Invictus need to be nearly perfect. They need to not only just win 2 sites both times that they play, but they also need to be passable on a 3rd site. And also, they need to face stuff a Karn & Co. who has just been running over them this game. The momentum is not on their favor. The advantage of, or the disadvantage of needing to play 3 sites is not in their favor, and it looks like the map is just slipping away from them.
Now, I wonder what the change of dynamic here will be, as now the sides will be switched. Invictus, as you mentioned, have to be near perfect, because if Garden Co. get that one round and move on to that match win, is going to be very demotivating here for Invictus to be able to try and come back from. You're on your home turf and you are getting dismantled consistently. And let's hope your defense is better than your attack, because Garden Co. are staring down the barrel of a very easy win if they can just pinch out 2 attacking rounds, which we have seen is very possible from them. A round that we didn't think they were going to win, which was that first one. They had the case against them. They had everything. The utility popped out against them, and they still managed to win every single 1v1, waltz on in, and take care by counter-diffusing. So, I mean, there are a bunch of stakes at hand here, and right now, it's only one team by the name of Invictus to show us if they're up for that task, or if we're going to be seeing map 2 very fast.
Sense and a Blackbeard floated and then swapped off for Karnako. It seems like there were a lot of ideas in the prep phase for them to say, hey, do we want to go for a rush here? Do we want to just finish the map basically right here and right now? But instead, they're going for something a little bit more typical, a little bit slower of a lineup, and a little bit of a lineup that gives you a lot of options, but also allows for the aggression. They still have the Ying on the board. They don't have a shield to be able to break through this roam, but it doesn't seem like they're going to need it.
Beautiful opening pick here from Hanya. Taking care of Snecky, and that is 0-7, 0 assists as well. I mean, why give him a gun at this point? He hasn't been able to do anything. Shut out almost instantly. Luckily, he's a Valkyrie, but honestly, what are the cams gonna do for you as your team is gonna drop like flies, as finally Palpatine will find a response to the bodies that drop everywhere. Make it 2 here as he looks to try to go nuclear. He might find the 3rd. He'll take Hattie down to about 75 or 65 HP here, but the question is, what is he gonna do in this horrible spot in construction? He is gonna go out fighting. What a turn of events as he's on a triple. Vic goes down, and now we find ourselves in a 1v2 situation with Vic Bands downed outside on the highway window. The shotgun delivers the final blow, and where did that come from? I mean, one man, one shotgun, and one UMP is enough to call that round Invictus. This is what a turn of events that was to close the deficit out to 3, and they'll head on to the basement.
Karnako with everything going in their favor. With cash crumbling, with opening pick, Snecky going down once again, and Palpatine just holds a close corner with what some people call the worst gun in the game and gets a 4-piece? That should never, ever happen for Karnako.
Nope. I mean, what do you even say to that at that point? You saw him swing off of that construction door and he took you down to in and around 70 HP. What did you think was going to happen when he had a Candela thrown right at his dome? Like, oh my god.
He even shot the first Candela as well. Like, he was just absolutely frying that round. Not even just getting kill after kill after kill, but he pushed into Karnako time after time. At least 2 of those kills were onto Karnako players who didn't have their gun up because they were expecting, oh, this guy is gonna respect the utility, respect the swing. If we toss a Candela in, it'll effectively be all we need to take that space. But instead, Palpatine just holds it down, and maybe in the process finds a win condition for Karnako. To do things that they don't expect, to push into their faces, and to disrespect the utility.
I mean, he's also getting that dog status midway through. I did not expect that to happen. I mean, casting a little bit hesitantly to see the fact that they're losing bodies every single place on every single area of the map, whether it's cash, CC, or in the site. They are losing so many bodies. As now, finally, it goes in their favor. They will down Bray. He's given a second chance at life as he will be rezzed because he's safe on the roof. Now, Logger left all by himself here to address this hallway with the assistance of Palpatine sitting in the depths of bedroom here near the couches. I feel like everybody here is at a Western standoff as they wait for one person to take that one aggressive step towards the site, as now it's all the way downstairs, but it'll all open up on that uppermost floor, as that'll be 2 kills. Your vigil for your Sens, who is very essential to your plant and your setup for an execute, as now Karn & Co. need to come knocking on the door of this defensive if they want to expect anything from a good plan or a good execute.
When they push Palpatine directly into Deity. They did a really good job there, Bray, specifically once he was rezzed, of pressuring Palpatine, make sure he's not able to do that exact same thing, force him to drop back, force him to respect the info of Karn & Co., and the cut was held perfect. Now that's an advantage for Karn. 1:15 to work this midsection of the map. It's not a ton of time, but it's definitely enough for them to be able to open up hatches, do a little bit of vert work, and start to make Invictus uncomfortable on site before they use all 4 of those Candelas. They didn't use any in the clear, to start pressuring and start working the execute.
Just below a minute left. 4 Candelas on the board here. 4 flashes. I mean, 2 frags. If this isn't Utility Central, I don't know what is. No Jaeger, no Wamai. This is going to be a hectic situation here for Invictus. They do have a C4 and the Toxic Babes in the hands of the smoke as well, so we can't say the play is horribly going to go wrong here, but it's about who gets this next kill. That will decide the round. You have one body, an advantage of Karn & Co. right here as they look to try to set up and execute. They're just going to full send it. Nest will fall as Deity will land those dealing damage bullets that will confirm 1 fatality. 2 left as 1 man sits close in dirt as that cross is being held from blue. That plant will go down successfully as Deity is making use of all 81 bullets in that LMG, and it'll be Karn to shoot Snecky in the behind as they will advance on to the match point.
The smoke missed, and Karn was able to stick plant there. Now that's not the pivotal mistake that Invictus made, because the entire round was just completely going away from them. Karn & Co. fixed the mistakes of the last round, made sure that Palpatine didn't have any space to be able to work any magic, pressured him off the roam, held the cut, got the advantage, and then just pushed onto site. That was a textbook round for Karn & Co. And again, the problem with being this pressured, ending a half 1-5, is that all Karn & Co. needs to do is win rounds like that, is to, you know, maybe have 1 or 2 go Invictus' way because of individual strength and individuals just swinging and winning every single gunfight. But if Karn & Co. can win the rounds that matter, or really just win 2 rounds, then the map is over. It doesn't matter at all for Invictus.
Question is, what can Invictus do? And I just don't mean on this map solely, because right now it's not a fully lost cause. I've seen comebacks happen with situations much worse than this, but I mean, if we're being realistic here, the utility, the teamwork from Invictus is very, 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 I don't know how to put this. I don't know. It's just not looking as good as Karn & Co. Yeah, the most respectful way possible. Not great. As it's 2-6 here on their own map, they're struggling to find the inkling that they can take to be able to advance on throughout this map. The question I do have is, what are they going to be able to do when they head on over to Chalet? Are they going to have a fresh mindset to try to bring it back and force the map 3, or are they going to try and accept defeat early on and just give up and allow an easy 2-0 sweep? Because we've seen teams come behind from one map on the opponent's turf. And hopefully that'll be a case that we will see right now, because Invictus, I've seen so much potential out of them in the earlier stages of Blitz. We're just not seeing it today. People who need to frag are just not doing their jobs. You have a man who's going 0-8, and he just can't find anything. But he's doing a little bit better. He's found an assist.
Also not great for Invictus, the fact that because they're at this massive of a disadvantage, if they find anything that works, if the clash really ends up working in their favor this round, they can just get banned out in the next. Karn & Co. have an opportunity to, if things start to go away from them, right the ship in a very impactful way by taking out any power operator that works for Invictus. Even still, it's just a hypothetical. They could lose it right here and right now as Deity finds that pick onto the pivotal player of Palpatine, and things look like it's just going to be a swift end for Karn & Co. It's still a 1.5 minutes to decide.
Can't say that. We saw what happened when we said that the last time. 3 bodies dropped against Invictus and they still managed to win that round. But when you're getting executed with a pistol from above, I think it's a safe assumption to say that. As the first death mark is going to be used here on Nesta. The attackers are doing the same thing they did before, taking their sweet old time to be able to execute by pushing out anybody that resides in oil rigs and building up the verticality on the Arsenal side. Just below a minute left. Case is going to be traded off here towards Karn. He's currently 10-3, has been doing beautiful in terms of being able to refrag, getting in the building, and getting his hands dirty. But as it stands, he can continue to grow this large margin of his KD. If he can get this plant down and get his weapon up before he gets traded out, we know how difficult it is to get into that site and get that plant down with all eyes on you. Vic Fans taking matters into his own hands, will gain access in the moto. It gets hit by the F-Naught as that plant will go down on the other side in Arsenal, as now it will get stuck. Honey will find a kill as well. Foresight's going nuclear. Deity will get his second, as now it's all opened up here for Karn & Co. They just have to reset and relax, but that is not going to be the case at hand, as they never let up the gas. And if I'm not mistaken, did Deity just find 3 with a pistol?
Yeah, he might have. Yeah, he had the Ying shotgun. So for those longer range gunfights, he was going with a pistol. But either way, this is a brutal start for Invictus. Like we talked about, it was their map pick. It was something that theoretically should have been very comfortable for them, not only just because Clubhouse is a very standard map, but also it's the map that you won against Karn & Co. So losing a map 7-2 after having that many things and that many checks on a list of, hey, this should be comfortable for you, is really, really unfortunate for Invictus. We thought that maybe early on they wouldn't stand up against Karn & Co, but it looks like it just took Karn a little bit to warm up, a little bit to find that 5th player that really works with their system. And now, if they continue the best of 3 like this and continue to look like this going through the rest of Blitz, they could be a tough team to stand up to. But there's still potentially another 2 maps on the board for Invictus should they win Chalet, which is up next.
I do hope that this team is going to look a little bit reformed on this next map. Yes, they are heading into enemy territory, but I hope that 5-minute break in between is able to reset their mindset, give them a fresh look at how they want to be able to approach a deficit. They're down a map now, they lost their own turf, and let's see if they'll be able to bring it back. But ladies and gentlemen, keep your hats on your heads. Grab a quick refresher, as our final thoughts of this game will be seen after the break, and we will be back swiftly.
2 defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps one. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is
Fixating bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had the Midas touch. Yeah, I think
About it, they already know where his position is. Left aim.
To directly duel this player inside of Control Hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure onto Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your full run of your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Zolaris swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion
should get the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have the fuser down, but they need the kills. Ryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Ryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Longer die for Ryonyx. Now in a 1v1
No way.
against Huzgetter. Inside a Teller's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Ryonyx. He needs to get this kill on the castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Ryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are both
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Ryonyx needs a kill. And he'll get it. Invictus come.
retake. They've got sight. Dini's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? gotta make a lot happen here. He's gotta get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you gotta watch out for. You got one above, you got one to the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings, that's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival, 14 HP. The defuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. No!
He has to try to commit to something here, but no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs.
Up sectors, what's going on here? Now, range is between 0% and 5%. Black.
V3 technically, but the Lamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes up. Never mind, and make it a 2v1. Now Lamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Isles, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Isles is an amazing player. He is going to swing out from the gloves, and oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
AD lands 2. It's a 5v1. That is up with these guys, and
Still, some relatively healthy attackers on the board. I'd say a Small Dog does eventually fall, and this amazing swing out from Slash completely flips the script. Another one for him, a triple straight to the head. Now, not the weapon you want for a 1v2 clutch. It will be the Lion switching to the sidearm 50 seconds, and it could be another frag on Slash's plate. A 4K for him.
Oh my god, Slash! I had dinner first, oh my... What a...
And what's crazy is Outlast Black, they're not even doing bad on entry. The last round, a huge Nitro Cell. Turbo! But this time on entry, it's just not working out. Turbo with a beautiful shot onto Huzgetter. Nexi falls down, and it's just Turbo again. He's running a clinic! He's running a clinic! The man is your doctor, and you're all just patient.
Revive Kira, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that Boss G. It's gonna be very dangerous, especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with a...
Taking a little bit of that damage, taking that early advantage, and what the...
What a flick. My god. And still more cards for the Lion. His teeth finally show. 50 seconds left on the clock, though. Ubler. Also, left limping, he might fall right here. A triple for the Lion, now only stealth. Left remaining. Has a pretty good idea where he could be peeked from, just waiting for the swing. Well-timed keep up from Oishi. Might reveal his position, but the flake on the flicker finally. Only one spot where he could realistically beat. And the frost map, the Lion strikes from the grave, my god.
Pick as well, although he ends up getting down.
I mean, what a first map to really show us what Invictus really wanted to bring to the table, which was nothing. But another map, a new day, and definitely, hopefully, a new expectation. I am the person who hopes for a competition. I never want to see a 2-0 sweep. When there's a best out of 5, I'm hoping it goes to all 5 maps. And hopefully Invictus have found their awakening to show us what they have for Chalet.
So what you're hoping for is a best of 5 with infinite overtime, and every map goes some crazy distance. That's what you're hoping for?
I mean, I learned it in the finale. I mean, the one thing that they taught me over there was to say, screw you, Stan, whenever I had the chance.
Anyways, looking forward into this match, looking a little bit forward into this match. I mean, if Clubhouse is anything to go on, this might be the exact type of match that you don't like. This might be a very quick match, because that was a 7-2 clobbering from Karn & Co. on Invictus's map pick, which doesn't give us a ton of confidence going into this map, especially as Karn's pick, but also coming from the one map that Invictus had previously been able to take on Karn & Co. That's a little troubling.
I mean, I hope that they can find or string together some form of execute that's correct. I mean, you now are starting on the defensive on your opponent's map. You've just lost 2 rounds to 7, and if there's anywhere to prove yourself, it's right here and right now, because there will not be a second chance against Karn & Co. Once they build up the momentum, it is like a freight train hitting you. You saw that last round, that match point, their foot was on the gas and they were not going to let up anytime soon. Deity had a primary shotgun in his hands, and he still executed everybody with his sidearm. They're looking to go nuclear. They've given themselves the basis and the ability to do so on the second map, and right now it's only the team by the name of Invictus to try and dismantle all of that.
Now, some little bits of hope for Invictus is that they've consistently shown that they're able to win maps like Border against Turtle Tactics earlier on in this group, and against Outlast Black earlier on in the previous group, as well as against Cincinnati Red. They actually did beat them specifically on Chalet, winning 7-2 against Cincinnati against University of Cincinnati. But this is a much different game. This is a much different level of team as well. So even though Invictus have shown that they are able to win attacking-sided small box-style maps, Border is different than Chalet, and University of Cincinnati is very different from Karn & Co.
You think?
I think there's a small tier gap between those two teams.
I agree.
Maybe hot take. Might be hot take.
I think it's a warm take. I mean, it's not too crazy to say. They do have the bar as their first site. Now, a couple of interesting things I want to mention. Mira's not banned, but she won't be brought. Also, Jaeger's not going to be seen as well, but ever since his new change, his little minute rework for Siege Exit, he can catch Capital's Flame Bolts. That is critical for being able to hold that library corner that is almost a guaranteed death if you don't have that Wamai or Jaeger. So, a little bit interesting here for Invictus in terms of lineup, and if they can't stop that freight train, as I mentioned before, then they're going to have some difficulties holding these mid-floor sites, because it's very verticality heavy. It's very essential that you can hold upstairs without falling in the first minute or two, and you need to be able to hold out these attackers and all of the utility that they possess.
A more traditional lineup of the Doc and the Warden, one to be able to swing off if Karn & Co. choose to bring in flashes or smokes or anything like that, and the other to be able to withstand the Capital bolts. But interestingly enough, Karn & Co. aren't going for a direct take. Instead of going for direct pressure towards Library and then pushing vertical down, Karn & Co. want to go for a full floor clear here, already working their way into this opposite side of the map. Foresight just running over to Trophy to meet up with the rest of his team, as it seems like the majority of Karn & Co. are just stacked up, not only just on this opposite side hold, but also holding down cuts if Invictus decide to push up into their faces.
Now, Malusi Nesta backing himself up into a very risky spot, and I mean, what else did you expect? Selma charge next to you, and across all the way from the depths of Piano, Karn will find first blood here, as he'll take care of the man that was occupying offices in the area around him, as now they'll also dissect without knowing that angle into 45. He was playing two things at once with the verticality established by that sidearm. Losing that man is oh so critical, especially with a minute left on the clock. It doesn't seem like a lot of time here, but it's plenty for Karn & Co. to be able to use their utility, ask themselves what is next, and try to string together what will look like an execute. Capitan, in the meantime, will find a refrag. Rance will find a C4 to refrag Bray instantly, as now Vic Bands also will fall, and Karn & Co. find themselves down a body. As now Snacky will go down, gets rezzed, and gets refragged again in about 5 seconds. Logger will be the man landing all by himself behind that bar. The case is left loose. There's just below a minute left, 35 seconds left on the clock, and it will send in the drones. Only smokes in the hands of the Capitao, and now a scan from the line can make Logger immobile for the rest of this round if he does get live pinged here. They need to be able to play as a team because they've managed to come back from behind. 2 very fast refrags from Invictus put them up by a body to make it a 2v3, but the consistent resilience from Karn & Co. is going to allow themselves to get it down to a 1v2, solo him in the stock, and take his head off with that 417.
Really good style of attack that Karn & Co. decided to choose onto. Nesta was in a position that otherwise could have really destroyed them, and something that we saw Palpatine play earlier on Clubhouse. The one round that they really looked strong in, and the one round that they ended up winning on their defensive half, although it was a very short half, was an individual play from Palpatine to disrespect the utility, disrespect the positions, and for Karnako, they were caught unaware because instead of going for this slow, constrict style onto Invictus, they were just working the map like typical, and they didn't really have the cuts or players with their gun up necessary to punish somebody getting up into their faces on that round. Not only did they just have a ton of default pressure over towards Solar, going for a very concerted push with 1 or 2 backstabs on the other side, but they also had Karn himself set up on that slant window to be able to hold the cut as well. Nesta was never able to do any Palpatine-style moment because Karn always had an answer for every single thing that Invictus tried to do in that round. If we can see more rounds like that, once again, it's looking very worrying for Invictus.
Still lots to do here, and the question is, do they have the ability to put themselves up ahead? I mean, I don't think we've been able to see Invictus lead this whole series, and we're already 2 maps in. Granted, we are in the early stages of Chalet, so anything is possible, but that's also what we said on Clubhouse. After they lost that first round, we thought anything was possible, and then nothing happened. We found ourselves at a 7-2 final score. If Invictus can just manage to starve out these rounds on defense, I cannot express how important it is to do so. Otherwise, moving on to the attacking in a deficit is going to be a horrifying shock to reality of what you're going to have to deal with, especially against Karn and Co. when they're on their own map. Now, as it stands, you'll have Invictus trying to play out very patiently on the second floor site. One man will occupy Mezzanine, and that'll be Palpatine himself. If you know there's a man who can hit a headshot, it is him. He was the one to find the sole defensive round that Invictus were able to win. But right now, I don't think he'll be able to find much joy as he will be granted by the stone wall of this Monty. First Blood takes care of Logger, as now they are getting to a situation where they need to find each and every one of these ones, and that's exactly what they'll do. Henny Foresight goes nuclear as he takes care of everybody if they're in sight. If they reside in Library or Mezzanine, they will be taken care of regardless, as the plant will go down uncontested. Just below 90 seconds left on the regulation clock, and now we move into the diffuser is planted clock. So much left to do, but honestly, do you think you're going to be given an inch of doubt to be able to try and find any 1v1? As if I'm not mistaken, that's a flawless round in a ace from the man himself, Foresight.
Invictus have so many tools to stop and slow down the Monty, but no one can stop Foresight. All that was necessary from that push was just a distraction onto the players of Invictus. Instead of playing directly behind a Monty and doing something predictably for the defense, that again, there were things like Legion Mines, there were things like Castles to be able to slow down the push, and then Banshees and Smokes once they got closer to sight, but it never even got there. All that Karn and Co needed was to just flash Karn himself as a distraction into the faces of Invictus, pull attention over towards Library side, while Foresight just waltzed in from Mez and destroyed everyone that round. He was set up perfectly to do so by the team, and the idea of a distraction with Amonte to be able to aid the entry of another player, if it was an idea or a strat, then that was a great call, but if it was just an individual play from Foresight, that's also incredibly commendable. Karn and Co look unstoppable.
I mean, Foresight had, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 Selma charges shot, but I mean, they were consistently getting denied there by Palpatine, but apparently you just can't stop that AK-12. I mean, 5 kills, you blink your eyes and the round's over, because that is just a problem for Karn and Co. I mean, you guys are being allowed so many easy rounds. I feel like they're getting set up for failure here. I mean, you are having a breeze in the park here, just playing how you want to, taking your sweet old time. You've won one map 7-2, and you look to continue to grow the difference here on Chalet. What do you think is going to happen when they move on to the playoffs, and they're playing a team that is going to look to continuously take care of the bodies, look to take rounds off, and actually try and take care of the 1v1s, because right now Invictus does not look like that team. Still, so many rounds to come back, and I'm going to continue to say that because they need to give us a new look. They need to show us a reformed version of their team. They need to win a round before that round difference gets out of hand.
Gone 6 going astray, something that even the defense was a little bit puzzled about. Lager himself retreats from the shield, looks back, sees that it's still there, and retakes the position. For Karn & Co., instead of being able to just push through Invictus are actually holding their ground really well. It's a minute and a half into the round, and Foresight opens it up once again onto Lager. That shield doesn't matter. The positions don't matter. All that matters is Foresight frying Invictus.
Foresight alive, you will die? I don't know, because he wins every single 1v1. Deity with the mechanics, quick peek, deletes Nesta. What's new, Scooby-Doo? As Foresight finds 1, 2, and 3. Who is this man? As he looks to find the 4th, he'll take him down to 1, but Vic Banz will finish the job from the depths of 45. As now, again, a one-sided affair, and this is looking worse than Clubhouse, as one man by the name of Foresight has found 8 kills in 2 rounds.
An absolutely incredible performance that we're seeing from him and from his team, and this is so needed for Karn & Co. Like we talked about going into this matchup, should they win this, they're going to be playing against a very, very difficult opponent. Core coming off of a win in the finale and looking like an incredibly strong team. It's not a double elim bracket like we see from these groups. If you lose, you're out, and you're getting immediately seeded into one of the toughest teams in Tier 3 right now. So, Karn & Co. blitzing through this game and looking as strong as they are individually and as a team really bodes well for them later on, because we talked about, hey, this could be a tough matchup, and they're going into an even tougher matchup. Well, if they can look this strong, it goes to show that maybe they could even themselves pull off an upset against Core later on down the line.
I mean, main question here, do you think Core is of T2 caliber?
Yeah. I mean, they've been in Tier 2 at least every single season that they've been a team, they've been in Element.
I think I'm referring more to the fact that there is the new changes now. I'm unaware if Franklin has played at that highest level yet. I know he's played Challenger Series. I don't know if he's been able to try and find a win in Element, if I'm not mistaken. I may just be chatting here, but I think
I think he's brand new to...
Yeah, exactly.
Or like relatively new to PC.
Because he's managed to find 2 wins in Tier 3, and if he can win Blitz, he's on that 3rd. He's looking to continue to build up his accolades. And right now, Invictus is going to be the team that sends Karn & Co. onto the rest of the playoffs, while they are going to need to do a lot of VOD review to learn what they did wrong and why they couldn't stop that freight train by the name of KNC.
They will very much need to slow down this roll. Not necessarily in this round, though, as it gets off to a relatively slow start, but Palpatine wants to press the issue. Finds himself pressured a little bit too much and falls back. Karn & Co., although it starts a little bit slower, they're still making the exact same progress, taking top floor, pressuring Invictus, and getting Palpatine so low before he's forced to drop back.
First blood I thought was in order, but Palpatine will be given a second chance at life. Let's see what he can make of it. Just 90 seconds on the clock. And this is one of the most hated sites to be defending, because once you lose any form of roam, once you lose the hatches as well, it'll become a problem. Right now, you'll have ranks on the top of Kitchen right now. He'll have the hatch to be able to retreat into the site. He will be taking his sweet old time because he knows how important it is to delay the time of the attackers, all while keeping his life preserved. As now, we are still yet to see a kill on the board. We'll be at a 10-man count as we approach that 1-minute mark. And right now, Invictus are making good time. This is, if they can manage to keep all 10 boards on the roster, I may say this is the best round we've seen out of them so far in terms of keeping their utility, their bodies, and the cohesive unit of like a net on this site. They're just running down the clock. They have the walls denied. They're taking their sweet old time here. And the most that Karn & Co. has is they've opened up both hatches. They've established verticality, but after what? An execute is in hand. And right now, you've seen Ram take the floor off of your head. What are you going to expect to happen You think everybody's just going to watch around and allow you to sit on the depths of wine? As the plant goes down, verticality from Snecky takes care of the Kate as well, as now Karn, Bray, and Karn again takes care of business. I mean, I think we saw almost every single kill go down here from verticality. I think it's the first one we saw hop in on site. You guys are seeing the Rams, you're seeing the Boogie drones take care of almost anything that you can call shelter. You can only sit in blue here, uncontested, and for some reason, you guys sat under those floors and didn't look up. That's 4 kills from verticality, and Card & Co. claim that 4-0 lead.
Yeah, this might end up being significantly worse than Clubhouse. We saw Karn & Co. just really slap around Invictus, getting a 5-1 half, losing to an individual play from Palpatine, and then quickly mopping up the rest of Invictus after that. They 7-2. I mean, it's been multiple flawless rounds. You've seen an ace from Foresight. We've seen Karn get a ton of kills himself as well, where a lot of times, even when Karn & Co. are playing really well, he's not the standout player. He's not towards the top of that leaderboard, and he doesn't really need to be. But in this game, again, when everything is just humming for this team and everything seems to be going well, what can you even do as Invictus?
I really hope we're not going to see a 6-0 half here. I thought we were going to see something better, and this has actually managed to get worse than Clubhouse. 4-0 is actually the scoreline, and it's Karn who's been going nuclear alongside with Foresight. I mean, Karn has been kind of that person you're not seeing get triple, quad kills, but you are seeing him get a pick or two almost every single round as he takes his time to drone. He sends in the shock drones as well to just get rid of all that utility, and then he waltzes in the building to take care of business. Palpatine taking care of Bray here is now a little bit of Bullet Ballerina outside of the window will take care of a little bit of health here in the hands of Vic Vans as Foresight is addressing sight head on. He's in sight, and now he's trapped Palpatine in a horrible spot as they know exactly where he is. They can try to thread that needle, but Palpatine's not going down without a fight. Probably the only person we've seen from Invictus that has that flame in his eyes that tries to keep them on the board. But after what? A refrag from Deity, 2 kills from Deity as he's now opened up the site, looking to find that third. Ryan shuts out Vic Band, who tries to wrap around to 45 and take care of business, but now these 2 defenders are left in fireplace and in and around the areas of main as Deity looks to stick that plant. Audio heard out here as now they are going to bait him out successfully, and that goo mine being in his foot is definitely going to be a problem. Removes it. A little bit of action here with the shield. How do you lose that? Below 10 HP. Deity wins it! No way.
He can't get away with it.
90 seconds left on the clock. He can't get away with it. He just can't. There's so much time left on the clock. He has the health. He'll land the flash, and that is Ryanks sprinting away at full speed because he's low, and you just cannot allow yourself to allow that melee to connect. Thank God! He'll allow himself to find the kill with that pistol as Invictus get themselves on the board. Somebody get me a Xanax right now. I'm gonna freak out.
It was a nightmare of a round for both teams. Invictus making a good shot call of saying, hey, let's just meet them where they are. Spawn Peak, try to get something going here, and it does work out for them. Karn & Co. doing something very similar, saying, hey, let's just rush off the back of that. They're going for Spawn Peaks. They're going for disconnected plays throughout the entirety of the map. They take sight, and the round is a complete mess from there. A Blitz is running around sight. Foresight is pressuring your players on site by popping Goyo canisters and running around using the defensive head holes to hold the same cutoffs onto the defensive players. It's just an absolute mess and a clown fiesta that is just exemplified by missing a knife because the Blitz is tucked up against the wall with a shield on his back, taking out the goo mine. That's crazy. That was an episode of Looney Tunes.
I mean, honestly, credit where credit is due, though. I've never seen a shield flip that fast. I mean, he must have moved his mouse across his whole desk to get that up as fast as he did. But you can't do it. A 2v1 situation, there's a goo mine in the Blitz. An easy knife would have sufficed. But you tried to get technical and just spray at the shield, and I mean, what did you think was going to happen? And a 1v1 was definitely not what you wanted in that situation. Very lucky to walk off with a round here. But not as lucky as the man who had the heroics of winning that 1v1 just got taken care of. It'll be Foresight to open it up here. We're 30 seconds in, and they'll lose their frost.
Yeah, not a great start for Invictus. Instead of the last round of it sort of semi-working out for them to go for spawn peaks, getting one, getting traded, but still having the pressure on Karn & Co. and having things sort of go their way early on from there. Instead, Invictus just feed the beast that is Foresight. 10-2 right now, and he's just continuing to heat up. Lose opening pick, and another kill going to Foresight.
I mean, the man is an absolute legend at this point, but it'll be Lager to find 2 to deny. Nesta finishing off what he started, as well as now we'll find ourselves in a 3v2 situation, and Invictus managed to reel it back in. You fell 2 bodies to the hands of a Foresight, one directly on site and the other one on a spawn peak. As now the attackers trail by a body, they look to try and get themselves up at level. But right now the question is, can they do it? As Lager gives us that stern no. He'll take care of Karn, who looks to address Solar all by himself, and the case is now left loose on that Solar side, outside of the window if I'm not mistaken. And plenty of time here for Bray to be able to clutch, but if they have learned anything from last round, it's to not allow the attacker to isolate his ones. We saw previously a 1v1 that shouldn't have been a 1v1, and now it looks like we're having a sleepover in the bathroom.
All 3 stacked up really well with each other. You talked about, hey, the most devastating thing that could happen is giving a Karn & Co. player a 50-50 one-on-one
Oh
gunfight.
my god!
The worst
No,
thing would
no,
be a
no,
double
no, no.
wallbang kill to put it into a 1 versus 1.
It has just gotten so realistic here for a 5-1 split. There's no way in hell that is what the outcome of this round is going to be. Lager is now at low HP, but luckily for him, so is Bray. A little bit of ring around the rosy, he clutches it. No, I'm done. How do you allow that to happen? You allowed yourselves to walk out of it on a fluke last round, but 3 wall bangs to end it off. I don't wanna talk about it. 5-1 is the scoreline, and Invictus trail by 4.
He hears him swinging rotate and just peppers a few shots through the wall. A 1v3, and he doesn't see a single of those 3 players after he takes that gunfight against the Legion top Solar. He does not see a single player for the rest of the round, and he gets a 1 versus 3.
I mean,
in another situation again where we see Karn & Co. get themselves a 5-1 half as well, it's going to be impossible for Invictus, not only just because of that 5-1 half, but because of the round that we just saw them lose.
I'm speechless. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm speechless. That's not Rainbow Six Siege. That's get together with your buddies and hope for the best, because I mean, I don't know what they expected to happen. All 4 walls in bathroom are soft, whether it's leading into closet or leading into the connector. All of the walls are soft, and you're 3-man sleepovering it on the floor. Everyone's prone. What do you expect to happen? 1 comm from a drone that sits in piano was enough to let him know, because once 1 man prone, he knew to just light up the floor. I don't even think he knew there were 3 people sitting in bathroom. But when he got that nice surprise of 2 kills on the feed, a 1v1 becomes so much more realistic, and the round clutch is just something that was a formality at that point.
Yeah, Karn & Co. in a very, very familiar scenario of looking down the barrel of a really, really nice half from them. 5-1 makes it really difficult for Invictus, and instead of like the previous map where it means that Invictus on their defense had to win a 3rd offsite, for Karn & Co., they're in a very different position where on this defense, all they need to do is actually just be comfortable on 1 site. If they win one of those rotations, that site gets locked out for 2 rounds, they win it again, they could win this map only having to successfully defend a single site.
I mean, especially on your home turf as well, I really just think these last 2 rounds are going to be a formality. I mean, Invictus have lost the momentum they had from winning 1 round. They had that very lucky fact that that blitz went down, and somehow we find ourselves in a 5-1 situation where Karn & Co. have just tossed a 3v1 yet again. As it stands, though, KNC, they're looking to occupy bar, and they're bringing that Jaeger. They're bringing the Warden. We were speaking about how so many operators were missing from the Invictus roster when they were on the defensive, but now it looks like Karnov taking that message, and that's kind of what happens when you bring everybody that's needed. The Grim gives an easy ping on that shield, and now they're allowed to build up an attack here. So much utility, and there's nobody residing in library, but there, if there was, we would have seen a very easy clear because they have everything that's needed to be able to string together a successful execute.
Everything on the back of finding that opening and being able to use this defensive shield to their advantage. Logger's just playing off the back of it, pressuring Karn, and now with the amount of info utility pushing him back as well, he needs to retreat, as well as another pick being found by Invictus. They have the top floor, they have the pressure onto site with this vertical, but what they don't have is a complete stranglehold as Karn gets one back onto Logger.
That'll be Seki to find his double. Instantly traded up by Foresight. He's looking to go nuclear in the site, but just can't do it. One man can't carry it all on his shoulders as he goes down with 12 kills in hand. A 1v3 situation. I mean, this is the third round in a row we've seen a 1vx. The question is, can the man who hasn't been seen a lot during this series manage to do it? He has that verticality, he has the element of surprise, and he's also granted the access to just drop in with the assistance of his F-Nods, occupying any quick hop-ins from Mudroom or Blue. Now the question is, what is he going to be able to do with that? As one man rotates above onto Library, that's easy verticality. Monty remains to give the comms in stockroom, and there'll be a person occupying right next to the diffuser. Big man, so we'll take care of the Monty. Beautiful footwork here to take care of that unextended shield. You have to wonder what the hell that guy was doing. The clock, Curiously running down, and if he can't stick it right here, we find ourselves going to 5-2 as Palpatine ends it out, and finally, a strung together attack has been seen.
So we're definitely not going to see a worse map than Clubhouse coming out of this chalet.
Thank God.
But even still, for Karn & Co., because they've built a mountain for themselves, they have so many opportunities to get to that map point, get to that match point, and then just barely drag it over the line. Again, they only really need to win one site, so if bar doesn't work, and it seems like it wasn't going to, they have the freedom to be able to search the entire map to see if there's a solution to the problems that Invictus are bringing on the attack. They've swapped over towards Kitchen, and maybe looking to see if that yields a few more positives than we saw out of bar. Because the problem was, the extension just kind of fell apart for Karn & Co. Invictus made very quick work of the opposite side, got opening pick onto Karn & Co., and then pressured them off of the shields that Karn & Co. themselves had attempted to use very early on. So on this attack, if they're looking to go for an extension, like it looks like they are over towards Library, they need to hold on to it significantly better to be able to stop Invictus from taking the entire map.
Now, I don't know if it's just me. That bathroom round is really haunting me right now. I just can't believe that's what we just witnessed.
It's understandable.
That is going to be in my nightmares tonight, if I can sleep in this heat. But, I mean, Invictus, it looks better than Clubhouse, but I mean, that wasn't really a large margin to begin with, so you still have time to clean it out, but you still trail by 3. And the question is, can you build together the attacks? Because that last attack onto the bar was looking pretty decent. You managed to build up somewhat verticality. You lost a opening pick, but you managed to get things done here. You managed to get that case down, regardless if you lost that first pick or not. And the question is, can you replicate it for a second time around? Because you have managed to struggle to find the inkling of hope that you guys have been gifted that last round. As Vic Vans is going to look to take any hope you have left. He'll take care of Logger, and that's losing your ace, a very essential player, especially for this upstairs area. Monty remains on the board, and he was essential to walking in to this bar site previously. But now we're on a different site, and let's see if he can pose that same value.
Opening for Karn & Co., and they drop off relatively quickly off of that extension. Instead of digging their feet in and really looking to delay Invictus on their site hold, they expect with this man disadvantage, that's going to be the delay enough that they need. Invictus now slowing down a little bit as they get closer to site. Being a little bit more worried, but swinging directly into Vic Van's face with util in their hands. Could have been the death knell for them, but kills are coming elsewhere. Karn & Co. are cleaning up, and it doesn't matter that Invictus had a good round last round. It just all continues to fall apart.
boys. It is just a Foresight showcase as a flawless round. 2 from Vic Bands, 2 from Foresight, and 1 from Deity. I mean, the man goes nuclear. If I'm not mistaken, he's looking down the barrel, I think, of 15 kills. He might be able to get up to 16 by the end of the game, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was even larger than that because he just doesn't lose his ones. The only time we see Foresight getting taken care of is when there are more than 3 players aiming at him. When he went down in kitchen previously, there was a man watching him from the hatch, on site, and the other one giving the comms to tell him where to shoot. That's the only time they managed to take him out, successfully. As he now looks to continue and terrorize this Invictus roster. He has 14 kills next to his name and only 4 deaths. And now they're on that match point.
Yeah, getting close to a 20 bomb in a maybe even just 10 rounds, less than 10 round game would be incredible. Now, obviously, even if the ace is here, then he'd be at 19. He wouldn't be able to get exactly 20, but he's getting really close to that mark. And he's just absolutely ripping through them individually. It's not, I mean, I can't even really say that this is worse than Clubhouse because it's most likely going to end up being the exact same score, but individually just getting ripped to shreds by one player and the rest of his team being right there with him as well.
Yeah, it does pose a question of how is Invictus going to, how are they going to look as a team after this loss? Because if they lose 7-2, which is very likely and is very possible, how are you going to go about your next matchups? Yes, Card & Co. is a good team, but what we were seeing from you guys before in the upper bracket was an actual competitive game. Granted, it was just a best out of 1. Invictus won 7-5. We haven't seen them get above 5 rounds in combination of both of these 2 maps. That's a problem. You need to be able to talk as a team to see what went wrong and what mentalities they struggled with this game, because if not, we're looking down the barrel of a very, very demotivated team. Not to mention, we're even looking down the fact that KNC lost a man in terms of substitutes. Aiden has been prolific for them in terms of finding the kills and getting in the building. And even with his absence, he is seen in memory. Apparently, he's a reincarnation in the hands of Foresight, as he's the one that's stealing the damage in his honor. We're seeing him with 14 kills. It's a little bit of Aiden and Foresight mania as they're going nuclear against every team that tries to challenge them.
Another slow attack for Invictus, but it ends up working out for them. Opening pick onto Bray. That's a good one. It doesn't necessarily take out a lot of utility like the smoke canisters or like being able to swap around the Fenrir mines. So it could have been a little bit better, but Invictus will take anything that they can get. They're looking down the barrel of match point for another 4 rounds if everything goes their way. And it looks like things really aren't, I mean, it traded out, so things aren't completely getting away from them, but still losing the ace, losing the only hard breach on your side. Yes, you've gotten open the breaches that you need to, and actually, hold on. They're in sight and looking to get plant down.
I mean, these yokais are going to pose to be a problem. Smoke also has 3 of the canisters, but he's on the roam. Now, this is the most realistic site for Invictus to be able to win here. They have these attackers all grouped up to try to get a plant down, and they have Card & Co. divided. They can divide and conquer one by one as they take Vic Fans very low, and I'm pretty sure they've shot 1 of his yokais as well. But a double roam between Foresight and Deity will land 1 kill. You've now taken care of that piano control. Palpatine will find a refrag, but the question is after what? As now, Foresight is still left at very high HP. The plant will go down. He'll take care of the man that's watching your piano. That plant is looking to go down. It can't be denied, but the man outside can be, as now he's looking down the barrel of 17 kills to clutch it, and a little bit of ring around the rosy here between him and this Monty. No way we see 3 clutches today. There's just no way, right? I say that with question marks. What the hell was that tech? Looks up at the ceiling, brings it on down. The doom of that P9 denies a Foresight clutch. Thank God, as we are seeing Invictus spring into action as they've closed the deficit out to 3.
That actually is tech for shields.
Is it? I've never seen
yeah,
it before.
it breaks crosshair placement and means that if you're just pre-firing at head level when the shield ADSs, you can stay alive for long enough to flick your mouse back down and get to a position where you're actually taking an even gunfight. Even still, and even though it ends up working out for Invictus, yeah, that was not almost losing to Foresight in that situation is, I mean, not unforgivable because they end up winning the round, but still, it getting that close, being in a man advantage situation, pushing through Mez and pushing through that side of the map as effectively as they did, opening up wall, getting the Monty into a position where you can plant, and also with plenty of time to be able to shoot the yokais and not have it come down to a time issue, and still having the round be a tough, intense 1v1 with a Monty with only a pistol versus the top frag of Karn & Co. that we've been glazing this entire time because he's been frying. It should never have gotten that close for Invictus. One more round to close up the gap just a tiny bit, but for Karn & Co., every single one of these rounds, even the ones that they're losing, has just been so close. They've either been absolutely slapping Invictus down or a really, really tough loss that you could very easily see going their way. And in a situation like this, where they only need one more round, they only need a situation where they just barely scrape it over the line, it still, even after that round, looks a little impossible for Invictus.
Now, almost losing a 1v3 to UMP is, it's disgraceful. But, we saw Palpine do it on map 1. Why not see a little bit of that action? I mean, they've done better now by winning that third round, or their third attacking round, or I don't know, one defensive, one attacking, and now that last one makes it 3 in total. There we go. Now they have more rounds than they could find on Clubhouse. As it stands, they found 5 rounds in combination of both maps. And they've made it much more realistic to be able to make a comeback. Calling that timeout as well, very commendable because it's usually teams that call the timeouts to be able to win that next round that follows. The question is, though, are they going to be able to stop the consistent aggression that comes from Foresight and Karn? Because they will swing when they find themselves in a deficit, and that is just to get themselves back on the board or at level. So there are a lot of differences they need to address and a lot of play styles they need to adapt to, and by calling that timeout, I'm very, very optimistic that they address that.
Rest of Invictus just sitting outside of the map looking for the aggression of Karn & Co. But a push comes in. A little bit of pressure towards this bottom fireplace position to displace the utility that Karn had on that wall. It doesn't quite work out in their favor. They're not able to work anyone below, and with Karn holding that, it's going to be difficult for them to do so. So at this point, they're kind of just stalling out. They've done a little bit of util work again to open up the Ash from below, to give them the ability to pressure and take down that Kaid Claw, but they still have to work themselves in the positions to do so.
First man to take damage on the board will be your Hibana. The site is going to be one of the harder ones to be able to attack. You do lose that first body. Caster's Curse hits. Deity will go down first, and you've now lost your Hibana. Logger gets a refrag right back onto Deity, and that is a double bonus. You've put yourselves back up at level, and you've also taken care of those toxic babes that always come back to haunt you in the late stages of a round. Bray takes care of Palpatine as it now springs into action here for Karn & Co. as they're making it much more realistic to be able to end the game right here, right now. Still, the Electric Claws remain intact. That's timing for you, Vic Bands. But somehow you'll down one, won't be able to finish, and somehow we find ourselves at level. Karn will take care and finish Vic Bands' business for him, but we'll find ourselves up here at level as piano access is granted Karn, left in the depths here of offices as they look to approach it. He'll manage to make it a 1v1. No! There's no way! Are you serious? Hold the cross!
Old man still
Put
got
the
it.
diffuser back. No, no way. He still got it. No. I don't care. He has it, yes? But also, what the hell are we watching? Hold the cross. It's Siege fundamentals. Please, I beg you. I'll pay you. Just get the diffuser down.
a truly unfortunate ending for Invictus, but rather emblematic of the rounds that we had seen from them. And a relatively okay start, getting themselves in alright positions, putting down a few pieces of utility to be able to open up below wall, get themselves maybe in a position where they would be able to do anything, not really doing anything, forcing a position through piano and getting enough kills to make it seem like they could win the round, putting themselves in a 2 versus 1, and then promptly losing that 2 versus 1. 7-2, 7-3. It never looked like it was going anywhere else than a 2-0 Karn & Co victory.
That last round did give me hope. I'm not gonna lie to you. It gave me hope. I am so sad to see them get sent away, but honestly, that last round was showing us why. You have to be able to communicate. You had time on the clock. It's not like you had a millisecond left. You have to be able to coordinate, play as a team, to be able to string together the execute that puts you up at that 4-6 area, because a 2-round deficit is so much more realistic to be able to close it out. I mean, wow. Irish, you have any final thoughts for me?
No. Karn looks strong going up next into a very difficult matchup. This playoff bracket stage is going to be so fun.
I agree. I hope it's more competitive than what we've seen here today. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Irish here to my left. I have been Cino. Next up for you is going to be the Unks versus Cincinnati, if I'm not mistaken. I hope you guys enjoyed me crashing out in Irish's lovely casting. Have a great rest of your night. You'll have 2 other lovely casters to bring you the next matchup, and we will be back after a break.
Diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with Diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter Diffuse! Oh! But he's able to get them both in 1 mag!
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shox. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there! But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, the slightest angle could be there for space. The run out. They know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
A little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his 2nd of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. And if they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and Cheese just walks out of...
Stop this plant from going down. It doesn't look like going to plant. It's fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alexplay gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. No, Mike W gets 1, gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh! Much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the bean off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down. Packer's going to be hiding in the rat spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that, the Hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top.
Now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go
to win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's going to get the first pick he needs off of it. He's going to get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive, and he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship. deny JJ another trophy and win Blitz Season 2. 3-2.
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86 Pistons at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. Are going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is going to be TPNO. There's not going to be a dog to be able to res him. However, don't count J-Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 across. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J-Hitman with the ace.
Heisen has been dealt with, that's the bakery player now dead, and a flank down to white stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea where Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise. How did they let that happen?
Knowing that they can kind of be an unsung and unseen hero to get these kills. They have a Vinden play here. He goes just around, not far enough though. This player will still sit there as Logger gets the second frag now for the roster of Invictus. Highest, a real chance to play into this, and Duck is just inches away from Snecky's visual as well. Oh! Nesta from just around the Vinden corner.
That it could be the X factor here, and while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open, looking for an execute. Players on hatches, player trying to go through boilers. They could go for a plant on the wine wall, a 3v3, and once again one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one, there goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third Scoob. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally going to be clear there from Jocks on the ram, and here comes the Amaru. It's going to be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all chat immediately. Oh
my god, the 2 players, the man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2, he almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is 1 more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying match point to Fluffy Aimer.
Lumine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted, but man, oh man, Shrey's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines of sight of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're Space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous
players down, but they do manage to at least find 1 on the Lunar. It's gonna have to toast who found 1, who finds 2. He could make this happen. One of them is down, both are down. Actually, if you look so down, he can just find the planter. What happened?
These defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just 1:30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on a quarter attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
You just don't check the angle they just died from.
And Zonky's the one to win 1, win 2, and are we gonna see a flawless round? No, JJ's there to avoid.
Awesome chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. Get down 3v3 deity drop. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're gonna have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window, and they're gonna get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator. JJ, the captain. It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Recoverable based on what both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheese Boss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. Suddenly Logger's the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus...
Dreadmine as well. Poison fighting his demons. Gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out through Bruce. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Inreal. He finds one. He's going to go for this last pick. He's going to find him, and he does it! Inreal with the clutch!
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. He's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Ticket, but they will again have the title.
Pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but he does get finished off.
Only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area. The offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
To the point where the clock is 0 and all he has to do is shut down the plant. Gonna be Jetcon going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds a second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Fens. They has to stick to plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill, can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait, the C4 is gonna come up from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Cade clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the Prey Fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. Doctor, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Schleim. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's gonna go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Phantom Legion, and now it's all down to Dead in a 1v2. 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse for Phantom Legion. They're gonna make this work happen. Oh, and a great pick there to Rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead has full HP, Boleno only at 16, and the pre-fire comes through and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse from Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind, this is
dying.
They don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Temper, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. And you can't even leave this prison, Valiant. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
Might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. Playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Makers. And Ariel Welcome to the grand final.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the...
Dami even to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 Toxic Babe still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time, the little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now, any and all gaps you could have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jeez.
It's Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted 1 top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoob. But as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoob. He was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away. Potentially have an opening. It's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and 1 coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
Hitting bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to the asphyxiating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have it back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had a Midas touch.
I think about it. They already know where his position is. Left game.
To directly duel this player inside of Control Hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can, and he's gonna do it. Only has to kill knows it! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch!
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure until Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you've given up where your full run of your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Zolaris swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion.
She get the kill.
Oh, the
3v3,
timing!
make a 3v2 post plant. They have Diffuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Walker dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1
No way.
against Hudsgetter. Inside of Teller's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. He needs to get this goal on the castle, looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs to kill. And he'll get it. Invictus come.
The gut sent Didi's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's gotta make a lot happen here. He's gotta get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still two players you got to watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings. That's one. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. No!
Oh, Mystique has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of one Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can as he gets the first one he hits.
Up sectors, what's going on here? Now, range is between 0% and 5%. Black.
V3, technically, but the Lamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind, they're making a 2v1. That Lamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ios, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ios is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the closet. Oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
ED lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys?
Still, some relatively healthy attackers on the board. I'd say a Small Dog does eventually fall, and this amazing swing out from Slash completely flips the script. Another one for him, a triple straight to the head. Now, not the weapon you want for a 1v2 clutch. It will be the Lion switching to the side on 50 seconds, and it could be another frag on Slash's plate. A 4K for him.
Oh my god, Slash! Buy them dinner first, oh my... What a...
And what's crazy is Outlast Black, they're not even doing bad on entry. The last round, a huge Nitro Cell.
Turbo.
But this time on entry, it's just not working out. Turbo with a beautiful shot onto Hudsgetter. Dexy falls down, and it's just Turbo again. He's running a clinic! He's running a clinic! The man is your doctor, and you're all just patient.
Gonna revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that Boss G. It's gonna be very dangerous, especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with the...
Taking a little bit of that damage, taking that early advantage, and what the... Okay.
What a flick. My god. And still more cards for the Lion. His teeth finally show. 50 seconds left on the clock, though. Lovely. Also, left limping. He might fall right here. A triple for the Lion. Now only stealth. Left remaining. Has a pretty good idea where he could be peeked from, just waiting for the swing. Well-timed Kiva from Oishi. Might reveal his position, but the flick on the flicker finally. One spot where he could realistically beat. And the Frostmat, the Lion strikes from the grave, my god.
Pick as well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, one player on Overwatch, one on the counter diffuse, but he's able to get them both in one mag.
Won't flash though. Chance for more. Goes again, and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shock. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a third from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if the slightest angle could be there for space, the run out, they know they can't go further. Oh! No chance for it!
A little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his second of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. And if they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and Cheese just walks out of...
Stop this plant from going down. It doesn't look like they're going to. Plant is fully down from the attackers, but it's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex Player gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Look, Mike W gets one, gets two! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a third! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the bean off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down. Packer's going to be hiding the Rat's bomb, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that, the Hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little top.
Now they're going to drop down into Fireplace and hopefully go
to win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's gonna get the first pick he needs off of it. He's gonna get two. If he can get a third here, that's massive. And he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86 Pistons at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. They're going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is going to be TPing over. There's not going to be a dog to be able to res him. However, don't count J Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 approach. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J Hitman with the ace.
Heisen has been dealt with. That's the bakery player now dead. And a flank down to White Stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find one kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his second though. What are 1HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of bakery, and they have no idea where Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise. How did they let that happen?
Knowing that they can kind of be an unsung and unseen hero, get these kills. They have a Vinden play here. He goes just around, not far enough though. Player will still sit there as Logger gets the second frag now for the roster of Invictus. Highest, a real chance to play into this, and Duck is just inches away from Stecky's visual as well. Why don't you, Nesta, from just around the Vinden corner.
Is that it could be the X factor here, and while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open, looking for an execute. Players on hatches, player trying to go through boilers. They could go for a plant on the wine wall, a 3v3, and once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one, there goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third scoop. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Juves have given themselves an advantageous half.
Window and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be clear there from Jox on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all chat immediately. I mean,
my God, 2 players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have, and it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the third. All he has to get is one more gunfight, and he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3, denying match point to Fluffy Amers.
Umine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted. But man, oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is. But you're trying to get in if you're space. The timing's just not right. You win both. 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone in the entry in for Team Brick. What a monstrous
player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's going to have to Toaster. He found one, he finds two. He could make this happen. One of them is down. Both are down. Actually, if you're Sophie, that maybe you could just find the planter. What happened?
So these defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just a minute 30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the border attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my
You just don't check the angle they just died from.
And Donkey's the one to win 1, win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Some chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. It's out 3v3 deity drop. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're gonna have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop in through the window, and you're gonna get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator. JJ, the captain. It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Recoverable based on what both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheese Boss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. Suddenly Walker's the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus.
Red mine as well. Poison fighting his demons, but gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. It's immediately refragged. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out for Blues. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Enrio. He finds one. He's got to go for this last pick. He's got to find him. He does it! Enrio with the clutch!
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. If he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And Lycus Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Cricket, but they will again have the kite.
Pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but he does get finished off.
Only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now the sides are kind of switched. Epic now controls the outer area. The offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
To the point where the clock is 0, and all he has to do is shut down the plant. It's gonna be Jetcon going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds a second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage.
What?
The smoke kills Finn.
Well, welcome back to Blitz Season 3. We're deep within the, I believe it's the GSL part of the bracket, and actually we have the last match of this portion of the tournament, which is both a promotion match and an elimination match, which gives it a kind of whole new era of dimensionality and interest for us viewers, and a whole lot more scary factor for the actual players inside of the lobby. Joining me to cover this is going to be Mr. Goose. So we have the Unks versus Cincinnati.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rematch. Last time both of these teams faced each other in the very first round of this GSL stage, it was a 7-5 victory for the Unks on Cafe, and this is a grudge match. These players have been trash-talking each other from 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to hope they have jobs, but the way they've been talking to each other, it does not seem so. But going on to the map ban phase, we're going to kind of do a little bit of a quicker pre-show here today. I am really excited to see this best of 3. I think this has the potential to go all 3 maps. Both of these teams, the Unks, even with their struggles, I think were a favorite for this phase. Cincinnati were one of my favorite qualifier teams. We get Lair, a map that Unks absolutely loved previously, playing it this stage round against Core ACAT, losing it 7-8 though. Bank is also another map that both teams are familiar with. And then we get the rematch on Cafe if it is necessary.
I think Cafe would be interesting to see here. I mean, obviously, right, because, you know, it's like I said, both qualifier and elimination, so you do kind of want both teams to really put their all into it and really test each other. But it was also, like you said, when they met in the beginning of this bracket, which I also casted, by the way, it was on Cafe. And so what more fitting place to decide who lives and who dies than the map that started it all? But of course, before then, we have to go back to Lair, which I think in the past, like, week alone, I've casted that more than I have in the entirety of the time it's been in the pool.
Yeah.
Luckily, Goose is doing color this time, though, so I just get to yell really loudly and add gravitas to the situation, and Goose can pull out the nerd emoji.
Yeah, this is a really interesting map because Cincinnati doesn't necessarily have a historic past on it, which can be a dual-ended sword. It can be a good thing for Cincinnati, potentially hiding a couple of things from the Unks, or a bad thing if they just simply aren't really prepared for it, per se. But I am really excited for this specific match. But again, I said that last time that the Unks had played this map in this league. It was a 7-8 versus Core ACAD. But that team is absolutely nasty, even throughout all the struggles that the Unks have. It's just one round away from that going to a third map, from them winning it, especially on a map like Lair that a lot of teams, especially in this T3 scene, are still relatively getting settled in. Obviously, majority of teams are very familiar with it. But again, I think this is a map that really tests Cincinnati. But again, we're going into this arc. This could be a map that they are well read up on.
And I would assume that if they kind of let it go in the ban phase. So, kind of speaking as someone who's actually currently competing in Project Luna, typically with banning, the kind of priorities for maps, and if you're going to leave something up in a best of 3 when it can be chosen, usually that's an indication of, you know, we are okay with the possibility of this existing on the board, right? So you'd assume that Cincinnati are going to have that comfortability, but there's also the dimension that this was played about 24 hours ago by the Unks, and there's a full 15 rounds of VOD available for them. So if someone from Cincinnati really wanted to, there's a lot of good footage on this map to really figure out what the nuts and bolts of Unk strategy is, which I don't think exists for Cincinnati, which kind of gives them a little bit of an edge.
And again, you know, I think throughout the past couple of months, especially the period after that Challenger Series event, the Unks have been struggling. They didn't make playoffs for the finale going into this match, going from the lower bracket, losing 0-2 to Core ACAD, even with all of the potential in the gun department. It's still a loss that really has haunted this Unks team that, keep in mind, was top 4 in all of CS. And with the opening kill, it is Duck Tolliver getting rid of Bless very early on. That allows me to talk about my point of how Cincinnati has taken the most entry gunfights out of any team in this GSL Phase 2 so far. That being a total of 88 gunfights, only being +2 on that, so you can, you know, kind of take away from that what you want. But compared to what the Unks have done so far in their games, only taking half of that. So this is something that you're going to need to continue to look at, and it's going to be a factor that Cincinnati are going to force the Unks to play against.
It's also just a devastating pick because if you watched the game yesterday, Bless really was the standout for the Unks in the fragging department. He was the only one who was consistently able to show up at every stage of the game on both attack and defense, and Cincinnati getting rid of him with no recourse this early on is absolutely massive for this defense.
Matt a little bit confused here. Is just waiting for the rest of the Unks to get a little bit more control over by this armory position.
but you got RNO just kind of wedged in between this hallway. Ions doesn't really have enough information. Doesn't even look like they're fully aware of his position. That drone doesn't even go far enough, but the shotgun from the Mossberg will alert Ions, but eventually Cheeseboss quick to respond.
Gets that pick back, and that buck off the board is huge. He's gonna tag on for a second as well. Kicks Ions right out of the server, throws the diffuser on the ground as well. But Hectic,
What?
he's putting in some work as well. Capital Bolt gets one, along with his gun, and there's 40 seconds left now for these two to make this work. But Hectic might not have the health for it. Bees are gonna go out, smokes are gonna go out as well, just to cut off some lines of sight. As Zolaris has to get in here, deep into the site. Hectic is gonna get a trade off. So 1 versus 1 now. C4 goes out, denies the plants, and Highest clutches out the 1v1, brings Cincinnati their first round, and he looks to set some of that pace that Cincinnati's gonna need.
Highest already talking in the chat. That's something that you're probably going to see a lot today in this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
A very strong start for Cincinnati. I think that's a round where the Unks didn't really have a lot of control on the other side of the map over by main entry point. You did have, I believe it was Hectic on that window over by bathroom trying to have that cut. He did get 2 kills off of it. That was pressure that was so late into the round. You already had Ions completely isolated over by the entry point by Armory that it wasn't really as effective when you got it that early on in the round. Going back to that entry point that I talked about, not only did Cincinnati get that opening pick that wasn't traded into a minute after Bless died, but you killed Bless, which, keep in mind, currently the highest rated player and the most effective early round gunner for the Unks. And if they continue to shut him down, that's going to be a problem that the Unks are going to have to figure out a way around.
But on a site like this as well, where look at this roam setup that is being deployed by Cincinnati. They have like a web on the top floor, which is gonna feed into that smoke and that echo, who both get exponentially more powerful as the time continues to tick down. And if you don't have that spearhead available, it can be very difficult to get yourself in with anywhere near enough time to deal with either of those obstacles. We'll see if that confidence from that last round is going to continue over for Cincinnati. As so far, it's looking like it is, as Zolaris has been contested instead of this doorway. He's going to try to drone himself in here, just see kind of what he can find, and maybe if there's a gap up on this upper floor.
I mean, this is the Cincinnati system. This is what they're known for, is just meeting attacking teams at those entry points, making this early round absolute hell for entry players, or just even an entire attacking team to get any space whatsoever. RNO playing his position very well, reading the signs that it was time to get out of dodge. Missed 2 players converging on his position. And Cincinnati, even without an entry kill so far in this early half round, especially with all this pressure and map control they have on the second floor, are wasting so much time for the Unks.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we might have... No, he's actually gonna get out pretty much scot-free here. Arno can either lurk here or just fall down the stairs as Cheeseboss actually gets that opener. And that's Ions, who's also a very impactful fragger for the Unks. That's gonna inspire Cheeseboss to get a little bit adventurous, see if he can tag on for a second. He's just inches away from Zolaris, teasing this fight, which could be deadly if he wins it.
He is going to be able to shut it down. You're able to trade that player, but Cheeseboss was playing for his life. He was playing for at least a trade. He was expecting to die there, and still 2 minutes off the board. Still have Highest behind this shield on the second floor. The Unks, not only have they not cleared this roam, they haven't even started to set up that execute. Nonetheless, get any info on the site and the positions on it.
We're going to see Highest in a very awkward position here, and it's going to be taken advantage of by Hectic. 40 seconds left, but at least the Unks have a man advantage going into those last 40 seconds. Want to get in here, get that lab wall open, but Pup and RNO doing massive damage, and they're continuing to enable Duck to sit back and play on his cams. 20 seconds left. Smoke canisters going out. Your only entrance into the site is going to be this vaultable hole that But they're watching. They're ready for you. Can you win the fight? No! The Frostback claims you instead. There's only 5 seconds left. Running in, checking every corner. Getting deep with the diffuser is Bless. He has to stick it now. There's no time. Arno and Duck have a 2 versus 1, and they're gonna win it out. Phenomenal play from that Vigil. And that's gonna give Cincinnati a 2nd round in a row.
I was starting to build my point that Cincinnati is a phenomenal team that early to mid round, but once it comes back to falling down to that site, once you go into that later half, the minute 30 down to a minute phase of the round, that is where they struggled. And to be fair, they did struggle quite a bit. But again, going back to what I talked about on how much time Cincinnati wasted on that second floor, just getting the time off the clock, even getting a pick with it, even though it was traded, you'd wasted 2 minutes, almost 2.5 minutes. And then once it came down to the execution on the bomb site, not only did they not have info on the frost mats, but they didn't even have enough time to safely get that plant down. You even saw that Matt literally had to full sprint to try to even get to a relatively safe position to get the case on the ground. And at that point, Arno's going crazy. The crossfire wasn't fully set up on the planner, and the round was over. And if the Youngs continue to play these rounds out with really no safe control whatsoever, Cincinnati, they're going to run away with this first half.
5 seconds to insertion.
I mean, what a statement to be made here by Cincinnati thus far. Really, I think showing that they are putting in the effort to belong with the big dogs in T3, I guess you could say. It has been a debate I've seen a couple times, whether a lot of these college teams are good by the normal standards that we tend to measure teams. So we've seen a little bit of that recently with, obviously, Cincinnati making it very far into Blitz thus far. But also, Akron, I believe it was, qualifying for Challenger Series, was also very, very impressive. And if Cincinnati can take the win here, that would be one hell of a statement. And, well, they've already started writing out what they would like it to be. Well, Ion's bringing that blitz might turn the tides a little bit, as that is a phenomenal operator for both space taking and pace setting.
Yeah, I mean, the Youngs really just have to focus in on this early round, especially with how isolated Cincinnati have been playing on these roams, on these extensions. Arno going to be that first player. The only thing preventing him from losing his life is highest down below, which is trying to take a gunfight, feeling pressure from that Twitch, but also his smoke babes. 2 isolated players that if the Youngs can just identify, these are 2 free early picks.
The smoke grenades being played very well by RNO, although he's going to try to walk down those green stairs. But there's still a lot of vertical control the defense is just going to hold on to. And highest in this position can absolutely be potent, especially with the defense still holding on upstairs. But Arno's going to feel the pressure, and he's going to drop off, so his smoke canisters are available on site. It's only about, well, less than 90 for the Unks to fully mount this attack and get onto that bomb site.
I mean, without clearing this vertical, Duck holding that cross, it looks like the Unks are going to potentially eye a position to just run in. They are eventually able to finish him off. Bless follows up with yet another. Now it's just highest all alone on that top floor, but he is able to get one onto Hectic, and this is going to start to slow down the pace of the Unks. With only 50 seconds left, they have to be very careful and with little to no information to really work off of.
This is great control of the site, both from above and from the adjacent areas, that is really being leaned into here by Cincinnati. They're still playing aggressive. Pup manages to even the odds. And now the Unks have to mount an attack onto this top floor before they can even think about going onto the site. And that's going to divide their numbers far more than is ideal. Cheese Boss downs the diffuser, and he's met up with his teammate Highest. There's going to be one that gets onto the site. He manages to get the first pick that he might need, but he has to run through the smoke to get the diffuser. Ions is downed 1, but Solaris gets downed, and now it's just a 1v1 with the Blitz and Cheese Boss. Can Cheese Boss clutch it out? No, Ion's too powerful on that Blitz, and it's a hell of a close round. The great fight from Cincinnati. But in the end, the Unks managed to say just calm enough to find order amongst the chaos.
I'm gonna throw it out. We're gonna see a blitz ban right here, Cincinnati. I don't think that's really too hard to predict. But again, I mean, that is yet another round where the Unks just wasted their own time. At a minute in the round, just left on the board. Yeah, I know. With just a minute left, with just a minute left on the board, the Youngs still did not have control of the vertical. When they went for the execution, they still did not have full control of the vertical. Pup still playing upstairs. They had to rotate Ions all the way to the top floor. They didn't have any information on the head holes in the bomb site. Lost 2 players, including the player with the case. They had no drone, no info whatsoever on the bomb site, and it simply came down to a 1v1, and Ion's lucky enough that he had that blitz shield in front of him, but only 9 seconds. The Unks really showing that they are struggling on this attack first half here on Lair.
Yeah, I mean, what Cincinnati's been throwing at them really just has been very, very good. I have liked it a lot, and I think especially that early round aggression that they've been throwing out is just really something that's necessary against a team like the Unks. Is they have a couple players who in the last game had very, very slow starts, but they've managed to Cincinnati have subdued them along with people like BLITZ and Ions, who were very, very good when the Youngs played yesterday. Which is, I mean, you're seeing the scoreline right now. Every round really has been a fight, but a fight that has shown that Cincinnati are really here to brawl, and that they really want to make sure that they stay inside of Blitz Season 3.
Youngs spanning out that Warden. Sure, Blitz is off the board. Don't necessarily think that they're going to continue to play the Blitz. They knew that was going to get banned out. But with that Warden off of the board, they're bringing both a Sens, Glaz, and a Ying. A lot of execution utility that also can cut off a lot of lines of sights, especially on that bomb when they try to go for that hit on the bomb site. And then you also have the Raru on Ion. So much ability to cut off lines of sight, disconnect this entire defense. And this is a perfect read if the Youngs can execute it well.
I also want to see if the bodies managed to stay up for the Unks this time, as the last time they attacked this site, they lost BLITZ very early on, and that created a ton of freedom for the defense. Looks like they're going to try to go for something here, over towards painting, using that Raura. Or they're at least teasing that idea. She did throw out a smoke grenade, but Ions isn't looking to play off of it just yet. As with just under 90 seconds left, the execute has to start being prepared. It looks like they might be trying to set that up, actually. Just getting all the pieces into place, all the ducks in a row, so they can run into the site, kill everyone. But look at that, yet again, Ion's killed off as the opener, as the Raura highest gets another one. Matt manages to tag on for another. But the defense, they're fighting back hard. They're winning those fights, too. Now we see Big Matt crawling his way up mezzanine. He's got the shotgun in hand that makes these long-range fights a living hell. As BLITZ is going to disconnect himself from his teammates, see if he can find an alternate area to enter the map. As Matt's just going to get himself the hell out of dodge. Look to coordinate with BLITZ, who's run all the way into the site. But the diffuser is still firmly in the control of the defenders, as is that man count. As RNO with that shotgun tags on for the last kill. As even with that phenomenal read that the Youngs had, Cincinnati's was better.
Struggle bus for the Youngs. Yeah, highest really is his ego and confidence is definitely really high right now. I hope that they can continue that. The Youngs, on the other hand, they're rock bottom right now, and I don't want to throw it out there, but it is a possibility that this is just attacking Lair, which consistently, especially for T2, T3 teams, has been really difficult. But at the same time, all 4 rounds, the Youngs have not really made a move on the bomb site, or at least positions close to the bomb site, until 2 minutes in the round. Exact same story in the last round, and even with all that execution utility, when you're gearing up, when you're prepping and trying to find gaps, and you don't try to really put any pressure or clear those gaps, and you're like, okay, well, we got a minute left, we still got to hit. Cincinnati knows exactly what they're doing. Had plenty of time to read into it, and because the Youngs are moving so slow so far on this attack, it gives Cincinnati the ability to easily and consistently read what they're going to do before they hit that go button.
When you give a team like Cincinnati that read, well, they're going to say, how do I peak the most important piece of utility they have? So far, it's been working. You see, Ions go for one of his patent-pending lurks here in towards Garage. And these were very, very effective yesterday against Core Academy, as he is very adept at kind of wiggling his way into the most precarious position that he possibly can. And it doesn't really look like there's much of an inkling that Cincinnati has that he might be over in this position, and he's just gonna wait here. He's found his gap. I was just gonna listen, take advantage of that new Siege X sound, and see if he can find anything off of it.
But Arno, he's ready. And this is the problem, is you can't bring out these one-trick pony plays like an Ion's Lurk, because Cincinnati, they're aggressive. They're going to always be at those entry points. There's not going to be an easy way into the bomb site. And the Youngs, for some reason, just don't really read into it. And just like that, just as a profit, Arno is able to shut down Ions with no drone in front of him, just hoping that there was a clear path. But the Unks have not realized whatsoever that the Cincinnati team is not going to give them any clear path whatsoever. You still have 2 players on the roam to deal with.
And, well, one of them is looking to make the attackers' lives a living hell. That's going to be Duck, and he can just get out at any point in time that he wants because of Skopos' ability. And that enables so much aggression and so perfect positioning for him. As we still see Highest fighting on these stairs, gets a kill with the secondary shotgun. And that's just going to deny space to the Unks and continue to make this situation ever more dire.
You need a huge play here to flashbangs now out of the pocket of Zoloris, and you're able to get Highest off the board, but there's still so much work to do. Only 50 seconds and no info to work off of.
Not to mention the fact that one of your players is so low HP, those smoke canisters are nukes. And Zolaris gonna die out. Big Bats now on 1 HP, trying to peek into the site.
Saw him.
His position's known. Both attackers on 1 HP now. It's Cheese Boss and Duck Tolliver. Tag on for the final 2. And no matter what the Ungs do, there are no openings. There is no salt that has not been rubbed in their wounds.
I mean, this Cincinnati roster is just so phenomenal to start off this first map. I really have to give them their props. Going back to phase 2 and the first GSL stage for Blitz, shout out Navical, they really did struggle. I mean, there was a point in time where I thought Cincinnati may have gone out in that phase, but once they made phase 2 even, or phase 3 rather, even with their loss to the Unks the first time around in a best of 1, they still showed a lot of improvement. And here today, they are perfectly playing to the play style that favors them. And that's something that not a lot of T3 and T2 teams understand. And that is really what has given them the leg up, because this is a play style aggressively trying to play for every early gunfight, not letting any early and easy entry points into the bomb site, not allowing for any lurks to happen, is something that the Unks are not really prepared for. And on top of that, Cincinnati being able to shut down pretty much the highest rated player in the entirety, Bless 1 in 5. And, you know, I do kind of agree. Bless is not really showing up right now.
You could say he's not blessed.
I knew you were going to say that. A mile away. It's easier to read than an Unks attack, man.
All right, man. We've only seen 5 of them. Maybe the 6th is the. You know what they say? 6 times the charm.
Zoloris.
Well, last time, the 3rd time was the charm, and this is the 3rd time again. But see if that works out. His Highest yet again. Playing very aggressive very early on, though. He's in a bit of a precarious position this time. But look, he's just gonna worm his way out there and just live.
Wow.
Still playing in a forward position, yes, but he's taking care of a drone and he's made the Ungs scared and still managed to be alive.
And he gets the opening pick too. I mean, all today, Highest has been really talking that big talk. In my tweet, I wondered what team was going to be able to stand behind all that talk. And so far, not only has it been Highest, but it's been all of Cincinnati. 2 picks, completely untraded. Hell, The Youngs can barely get into the damn map. They don't have control. They're still trying to find their way. They have no information whatsoever. And we're just halfway into the round.
Yeah, it really is a very awkward position to be in here. And honestly, after watching the game yesterday, I mean, there were a lot of issues that the Ungs had on their attacks, but they still felt solid. There were still ideas that I liked a lot, but that hasn't translated to this game day at all so far. As we see players like Highest are able to get away with absolute highway robbery with absolutely no repercussions. He might pull again here. C4 goes out. He gets Solaris. Hectic tags on for the kill, the refrag. But still, the damage has been done. And there's another player lurking around the corner, ready to take Hectic head on. He's going to down the diffuser in the process. There's another one looking for Bless as he doubles his kill count by getting that kill onto Pup. It's a 1 versus 3 now. And the defenders are just locking themselves in the site. He's downed on the stairs. Can pick himself back up here. He has 1 adrenal surge left, but what's going to happen if he does? Nothing, because he doesn't end up getting himself back up, as that's going to be the Ungs down 5-2 on their own map pick.
I have to give so much props to the Cincinnati team of just having that confidence, sometimes even a little bit too much confidence, to just play right in the faces of the Youngs. Throughout that entire first half, Cincinnati understood every single time, I'm going to win this opening kill. The Youngs don't have sufficient information on me. They don't even have really good of an understanding that we were playing aggressive. I can continue to force, but a lot of times we're isolated 1v1s and get away with it because these Unks players were just not even prepared or even expecting a gunfight so early in the round in such aggressive positions. And it is such a phenomenal way. I've seen a lot of teams, especially a lot of collegiate teams, play into this aggressive play style, but they haven't been able to really fully play into it and read into their positions well enough for it to be effective. But that's something that Cincinnati has perfectly unlocked and something that will probably continue leading on to their attack.
I'm very interested to see how this half goes, right? Because obviously, Cincinnati's been doing so well, but attack on layer is hard. It is genuinely very, very difficult, which was part of the issue that the Youngs was having, is they're already kind of having to roleplay Sisyphus a little bit. But now we get to see if Cincinnati are able to get that rock over the hill, get things over that finish line in a way that the Unks were never really properly able to do.
Now, the question is, can Cincinnati attack layer? Again, I really went back because I can't even really say that this map is new. It's getting close to a year this map's been in the competitive pool, but it is just simply a really hard map to attack. And so far, the play style for Cincinnati, in theory, should make this relatively easier for them compared to the Unks. And again, this is a map that the Unks have played quite consistently, going all the way back to Challenger Series. So them going down 1-5, even with this being such a polarizing map, is something that, you know, if you are the Unks fan, if you're friends with any of these players, you should be relatively scared of. And especially with all of this utility on Cincinnati, it gives me an idea that they're going to be hitting that go button really fast. And with Ions the very first person to meet it, Les takes the words out of my mouth and gets the opening kill.
Ion's going to go for a C4 here. That doesn't net anything, but it does mean She's Boss is going to be walking around with significantly less HP than is ideal. We see him still inside of Ops, trying to get over towards Mezzanine. Is now the Unks are in a position that we haven't really seen them in before. It's going to force Cincinnati to be the ones that really try to make things happen, get the ball rolling, or I guess get the Sens gadget rolling in this case. So they're going to try to get that blitz up rocket stairs as well. Cheese Boss, he's moved all the way past Ions. He's not going to get a pick, or no, he is going to get a pick off it along with the blitz, but a C4 kills both of them. Hectic has a phenomenal kill there. There is some recourse. Highest gets it down onto Zolaris. But they have yet to confirm it, and he's well within his own ranks. He could reasonably be recovered here. Now they just need to get anywhere near the site, find anybody that overextends just a little bit. That is almost Ions, but he manages to get the last two instead.
Okay.
As it's a complete role reversal from what we saw the previous half, as the Ungs dominate and take this first round.
That, Cincinnati, you're not going to be able to get away with. That is a round where they had no setup. I mean, hell, maybe they had that can opener on the wall. They tried to hit that position over by Bathroom and bottom rocket stairs, but no pressure down from the vertical, no pressure on the breach, no one going Armory side. And by the time that they had already made their way onto that L doorway, or not doorway, but wall where they had the can opener on, the Youngs fully knew what the plan was. Just trying to flood and use all their utility to push and take that position over by the hallway by top rocket. And the Youngs, all they had to do was sit back, hold their angles, and let the map do a little bit work for them. And that's the problem, is Cincinnati, sure, you can play aggressive, but you're not just playing up against the Unks. You're playing against this labyrinth of a map that the Unks well know how to play around. And for now, Cincinnati, they've not found a way to effectively get information or effectively get map control. But it is a question of when, because they will eventually find that answer out.
Yeah, I mean, a phenomenon that I've seen happen quite a bit, I think especially on maps like Lair, is you will see a team kind of go down a round or two, and then they'll kind of have their opponents read. They'll figure out what the game plan is and kind of what the weaknesses of it are. And obviously, if you're a Cincinnati fan, you kind of want that plan to be figured out now rather than later. So you're going to start off by sending in that Monty over towards the top floor. They want to clear out this roam. They kind of need to clear out this roam, but I think given the amount of roam clear they have and the flank watch they have, they want to go about it a little bit more methodically than when we saw the Unks try to roam clear.
Yeah, Cincinnati understanding they had a little bit of difficulties getting map control, and the answer is going to be the Monty, but doesn't matter if Hectic has a C4 below. Ice is going to slow it down a little bit, but Bless in a very good position here, but he can't get the shots. Highest shuts him down, and just like that, an advantage swaps over to Cincinnati. You get both of the roamers on the top floor, and this now forces the Unks to fall back down to the bomb site without a man advantage.
Gonna take advantage of that gadget, track down where Engage is playing. He's currently on those back stairs, and he's just gonna opt to get out of dodge. There is a player on the window, so he is sort of trapped here, which makes his position very odd, but the shot onto Duck is absolutely beautiful. And that lets him get back into the site. Highest, gonna try to contest here, but Cheese Boss is actually the one who wins that fight. And now, the rest of Cincinnati have to try to get back into the site, but there is a player lurking up above that could be very dangerous if they can't find his position. Engage going to be the first point of contact here physically on the site itself. Sitting in this back hallway, but Hectic on the flank. He gets one. Engage gets one as well. But Highest, he almost has that 4K that's needed to win this round. Doesn't have any more tracks though. Just going to be a raw gunfight that he has to take and win. He has this diffuser. He wants to try to tease something. Engage is just going to play back. Hold his own ground, wait for that noise, let the clock run itself down. His Highest has to maneuver around, peek any angle that might exist. Fake that plant, or even just stick it. Force his opponent to walk into him, but that's going to give Engage's position away. Now Highest moves farther into the bomb site, and Engage moves accordingly, and Highest, what a beautiful shot, wins the fight, takes that map point, and gives a 6-4 lead to Cincinnati on their opponent's map pick.
Yet again, another round that just falls down to the Unks not really being fully capable of reading in to the positioning from Cincinnati, and then also not being able to shut down Highest. He has been the star player for this first map, and probably will continue on throughout the entirety of Lair. When you don't have map control, when you don't really have a whole lot of info, a little bit of an AK on the hip of Highest is all you really do need. And this is something that we've been talking about. Highest has been a player that has really been able to shine somewhat. He has struggled a little bit so far here in Blitz, but entry capability has not been a problem for him. It's been that late round. His ability to close it, and that round right there is starting to rewrite a little bit of his history. The Unks going back to the exact same bomb site, understanding that it was a really close round that just fell down to a 1v1. There was quite a bit of mistakes that they think they can fix here. There's a lot of work if the Unks want to try and get themselves back into this first map.
I mean, it's not an impossible climb if they are on that defense, but that round, especially for Highest, is going to inspire so much confidence in the play of Cincinnati. And that is a thing that really is worth its weight in gold, or I would say worth its weight in platinum, if you are familiar with Dungeons & Dragons, but we are not all nerds who got shoved in lockers in middle school, so I might go over a few people's heads, but that's okay. We're going to see the Unks. They're going to try to be aggressive in a couple of areas around the map, try to occupy some space, but there are full pings for this Deimos to take advantage of, and a hell of a gunner behind it.
Look at how much info Cincinnati has. You have that Brava, IQ, and Highest, who can just use that info on his own. You don't really need to use it for the rest of the team. That IQ in the Brava is going to be more of the info that helps out the rest of the team. Yet again, you're going to be running RNO on this Monty. And this is something that Cincinnati has been doing relatively a lot more consistently better than the Unks did on their attack, is just gathering info, making sure that before they hit a point of the map, whether it's an extension like they're doing right now over by weapon maintenance, or if it's the bomb site itself, that they have the info needed to go into positions without being completely blind. And that's why they're not losing these gunfights completely unsuspecting.
A little bit of trouble with that super shorty there, but that's okay. Gonna get the Monty through regardless. Because now Bless is gonna look to make his position known. Working down the stairs. So if you can catch someone off guard, that could be absolutely huge. But knowing Cincinnati, well, they got Highest on the case. Who else but Highest? That's going to allow for a ton of room for his team, as they're going to start poking the site now with a full minute left. And all the defenders are on that site, so there is a lot to fortify it. But there's a Deimos and IQ to gather information, a Brava to steal things, and a Monty to enable that push in and enable a more aggressive plant spot, which could be huge.
Cincinnati taking a little bit of a breather here to gather more information before they go for that hit. Not a lot of vertical being set up. This does allow for the Unks to play relatively safely going into this execution phase of the round, but there is left for Cincinnati to play with.
It's Hectic gonna try to get aggressive, but he just ends up being the one who comes out worse for wear. Highest wants to try to walk in that back doorway, take a fight or two, and he's dealt so much damage to these last remaining players. 20 seconds left.
No.
Solaris gets DC'd. What awkward timing. Smoke off the angle. There is a C4, two beautiful C4s for the Unks, and that leaves RNO in a 1 versus 3. Gonna try to get that bomb down, but they're all going to collapse on his position. And he's gonna get killed off in the end. A phenomenal run clear from Cincinnati. But when there's not enough time left, doesn't mean much.
Yeah, really good round for the Unks to not really play into that aggressive early round that Cincinnati continues to force. And because they didn't play into that, because they gave Cincinnati quite a bit of respect on that early half of the round, they fell back. And Cincinnati at that point, because they weren't really getting any gunfights, a little bit confused and started to waste their own time. And in the point of the round where they started to waste time, they didn't set up any vertical, they didn't try to open up any of the hatches. And then once they hit the bomb site, not only did they have just 30 seconds to try to get that bomb down, but you didn't have any control. You had Highest trying his best over by Trench, but when he didn't have any success there, didn't have any vertical to stop that nade or anybody swinging onto the planter, that being Monty, the round was over. And if the Unks can realize that this is going to continue to be a favorable habit for them, that they can just sit back and let Cincinnati waste their own time and put a lot of that pressure and utility on the bomb site to deny them easy access, then we could potentially see them make an argument for overtime. All right.
I do actually So Highest was laughing about a null chat, but I do actually think that forcing the Deimos ban is interesting, because I'd argue there are a couple different options that really would have been maybe not more viable in terms of bans, but certainly a lot of things that might have just alleviated areas that may have been more beneficial in the long run. But they're gotta target ban a specific guy there who is, I mean, he's gonna play IQ here, which is also a hell of a gun to deal with when the guy behind it is as hot a hand as Highest is right now. Although, they have brought out the mirror, there have been some adaptations to how this site is set up, so see if any of that's enough.
Yeah, I don't exactly think that you can really play into it this site, but the Unks have continuously forced the effort on these isolated roams, so that could be another factor. But again, going into this bomb site, you're not going to see immediate effect, but that third flex ban isn't a ban for one bomb site. It's for the entirety of the rest of this regulation half. And sure, you're not going to be able to see a lot of those isolated roams, but it also alleviates a little bit of pressure down below. Good thing for the Unks is Highest never playing below, never playing that pressure from bottom or top. He's going to be right in your face trying to take your head off, and so far doing the exact same thing over by main entrance, even droning himself in. This is one of the other good things about Highest, is not only is he a very effective player in the kill and entry department, but he also is very self-sufficient. Hectic off of the board, but you're also able to take a lot of those Capital bolts, and there goes Cheese Boss, the king himself, and your only hard break utility. Why is there only a Maverick?
Yeah, especially since, I mean, Therm and Hib are both on the board, not to mention that there are Dark Breach canisters that exist.
Maybe Duck had
ton of damage.
Sorry.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Might just
Arno too. Yeah. But I mean, like, what is your win factor here? Try to push Arno through the doorway right there. You got two people over by bathroom. You're gonna have to hope that you can maybe push one out and hope they dry swing you. You got the smoke babes. You can just waste time. They really were banking on forcing that pressure onto that R6 room breach, but now you don't have that. You don't have any pressure below, and Pup is over by spawn. Not exactly sure what the idea here is, and I don't think Cincinnati really has a good one at all.
I mean, there's only 50 seconds left, and they're gonna try to push Pup up these stairs, missile stairs. See if he can get a potential backstab, but he's gonna telegraph his position quite thoroughly. Gonna try to work off that Monty. He needs to read into this Legion's position, but even that might not be enough. His Bless certainly goes unread. Zolair's gonna tag on for another as well. And that leaves Pup sitting on missile stairs, 1 versus 3, does not even get the 1. So it's going to be Ion splitting that up. So it looks like a game plan has been developed for these Unks defenses, and they've taken the first of 2 rounds of the 4 they need.
Really love the Unks read into exactly what I said, understanding that Cincinnati's really going to be forcing these early round gunfights. Because if you go back in that round, the only early round pressure you had was on that breach that the Mav was trying to get open, and then Highest quite literally just dry swinging and droning himself in. I talked about he's very self-sufficient, but for an entry position where you don't really have any other map control, you don't have any other map pressure around the map, that's not the answer. You were just simply wasting your time, and especially with that crossfire that was being set up by that little, L hallway, there was no way in hell that Highest was going to get any control there whatsoever. Young's perfectly reading and understanding that if they just play a lot more passive, play closer to the bomb site, and let the labyrinth of this map work for itself rather than trying to really force the effort and work it right in that position, that Cincinnati is going to struggle.
5 seconds left.
On to the tertiary site we go. And this was where we saw the, I believe, only attacking round that the Unks took happen was on this exact bomb site. Which does bode well for Cincinnati here if they're able to kind of read into things similarly to how the Unks did. Find those gaps, or I just wasn't really finding gaps for the, or well, was finding gaps for the Unks, but like very late round kind of gaps in a situation where, I know I certainly thought it was cooked. I don't know about you, Goose.
No, it was cooked. Yeah, that was cooked harder than barbecue chicken on a Sunday barbecue. They get the wall open though, but that's fine. I mean, the Unks, they're going to give that up. The main focus of this round of this control is on the top floor. 4 defenders on this top floor holding this vertical. In Cincinnati, it really does look like they're just going to hit that go button to hope that this vertical isn't as effective as they think and try and force that bomb down. But I really just don't think that's the answer. And yet again, another round where I don't necessarily want to say that Cincinnati is being lazy, but they're not trying their hardest to clear these off-site positions that are absolutely needed.
There's going to be a lot of effort put into getting into the actual site itself. Go fast, go loud. Ying sends the works. It's going to work so far. A plant is going to be attempted.
Really?
A plant is going to be successful, actually, as the response from the Unks is lackluster. Highest even gets the opening kill. Ions gets a refrag. He gets a second one as well. But Pup has the re on that. He's outside of this wall. A crucial position. But Solaris gets another. There's no good way to get back onto this defuse. But sure, Pup is going to try. But Solaris has the cross. Now, it's all left up to Highest, but he is not enough. As everything happens so damn fast. But the Unks, yet again, in that late round calamity, find just the little bits they need to latch onto and pull themselves ashore.
Cincinnati's bag is wearing thin. Past 3 rounds, the Unks been playing passive, and that's not a mistake. That is on purpose. That is a play style that they are trying their best to play into. Cincinnati, their answer, instead of trying to bring more utility to clear these extensions that the Unks are setting up, is let's just hit the site and hope they can't get the vertical. And sure, it worked. But then you got Ions, and he did bring out that switch and shut it down 3 players. And then because you had that case in that little bunk bed position, sure, it is good to safely get it down without that vertical being able to get an eye on you. But once you kill everybody holding that and you get a defender on it, it works both ways, and the attack wasn't able to shut down Ions without swinging deep into the bomb site, forcing themselves to walk into the crossfires that the Unks had set up in that post play. Perfectly played there by the defense, and yet another example of Cincinnati trying to take the easy way out, and the Unks, they're not going to let them.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Got one more round before overtime happens, and I mean, this is the site where map 1 was secured by Cincinnati, and so there's definitely gaps here that could be attempted if they can just clean up that mid to late round a little bit. We have kind of been harping on Cincinnati's attacks a little bit, kind of like we did the Unks actually, but there are some shining moments of genius. There absolutely are. There are a lot of really good things about them. But a lot of that has also kind of come, I think, as a result of a lot of individual heroics, which, now that that's kind of been matched and rebuffed by the Unks a little bit, isn't nearly as consistently viable.
Yeah, yet again, going for the exact same take, more than likely going for the exact same plant, and that's the problem. Is that Cincinnati, this early round, is phenomenal. But once you go into that late round, that is where they really struggle and where the Unks really shine. Matt has to be very careful of this crossfire that he's put himself in yet again. This is the 3rd time they played this bomb site that Engage has put himself in a very precarious and unfavorable position over just by those pit stairs. But he's going to read into it, fall back very early when he has the chance and the opportunity to, and Bless looking to potentially get a C4 from below. Oh!
At Monty perfectly. 90 seconds left. Opening kills the Monty yet again. And that surrenders the diffuser right on the hatch, which is a position the defense can absolutely babysit. Using either that pulse or just straight up their guns. Highest is going to get some recourse. And Pup is looking to push back those back stairs. Just kind of contest this lab area. That's what he can find.
Yeah, losing Ions is going to be a huge miss for the Unks. I mean, that is your late round shutdown player. Cincinnati, again, really trying to force the exact same plant here inside of Armory. But with that pressure over by Pit, you haven't been able to open up this connector. There isn't really an easy opportunity for Cincinnati to place this case down.
No, far from it. They're going to try to compensate a little bit with that Grim just so they can isolate people a little bit and prevent them from moving into ideal positions. But that smoke from Solaris is going to be supremely powerful here, as the rest of the attack look like they want to try to drop down into the site. Pup has a huge kill, and there's almost one from Highest, but Hectic gets the better of that gunfight, as Matt gets another one as well. Cheese Boss still being holed up by this smoke canister, so he wants to try to walk in and help his teammates. Pup is deep behind enemy lines in a dangerous position. Cheese Boss gonna join him, but Solaris has that kill. The lock gets run down, and it's overtime for map 1.
I mean, I'm sorry. I really do love that Cincinnati, even though they went for the same plant on box inside of lab in that basement bomb site, all 3 rounds they played the bomb site. I like that they had that hatch open. They applied a little bit pressure over by pit, but again, you don't have any control over by cargo. You don't have anybody playing the vertical on the other bomb site, and the only thing you could really see from that hatch is the crossfire that you didn't even win on pit. And again, it goes back to my idea that Cincinnati's bag translating onto the attack, which, keep in mind, they have to win at least once if they want to win overtime here, has really worn thin. Not only has it worn thin, but the Unks, they know it has. They know that they don't really have a lot of opportunities. They're not really creating a lot of win factors, and they're continuously going to the same default plants, same default takes, and they're reading into it perfectly.
Goose.
10 seconds left.
Have you ever
What is my
heard the
name?
definition of insanity?
I don't think I know.
You do the same thing over and over again.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Which I can't deliver to the speech how Voss did, because he had a little bit more flowery language at his disposal than I do on the non-buckle lead sports broadcast. But you kind of get the point, and it's kind of what you were trying to illustrate. There's a lot of the same game plan coming out for Cincinnati, which was a good plan the first couple times, but now the Ungs know what you're doing. They know exactly where the attack's going to come from, and so they just kind of play for that. Although now, it does look like we're seeing a little bit of a switch up here. We have some different operators coming out from Cincinnati that we didn't have before, which is hopefully what we need. We'll see if it's enough.
I absolutely love it. You have the Flores to apply pressure onto that bottom rocket position. You have Buck down below trying to set up that vertical to make the positions on site a little bit less safe to consistently play. And then you have a Monty pushing on that armory position. You have 3 different points of the attack, applying pressure very early on in the round. And that's something that the Unks haven't necessarily had to deal with, but that also opens up quite a bit of opportunities for Cincinnati to try and take at different points of the map.
Ion's going to be the one to get into a kerfuffle first, and well, he kills Duck, which is a lot of pressure relieved from that vertical control. There's only about 90 seconds left. No recourse thus far for that kill, as they're still trying to push in towards R6 room, but Tachanka has so much time waste potential. He still has 14 canisters, and he's managed to hold off this Monty for so long.
He still got it in the pocket. You also have the smoke babes that sure they've been wasted. But you wasted 2 minutes. Arno's going to be able to take a little bit of space inside of Armory. But aside from that, you're not going to really be able to get much else. You're not going to have any pressure on the back side of the map. Only thing you really have working for you is the vertical down below. But with these crossfires from the Unks, it's going to be really difficult to try to force in Arno to get this plant down.
Less than 50 seconds left now, and I mean, he knows that he's got them trapped in a corner with that Shumika launcher, and he's just going to play into that as much as he can. He's not overexposing himself. He's waiting for Cincinnati to make the move here. So there's a lot of effort put into trying to find something, some sort of gap for Cincinnati. There's nothing left to do. Hectic's in such a good position on the smoke. He's eventually refragged. Arno tags on for 2. And he has the diffuser in sight, but he's in a 1 versus 3 now with 14 seconds left. Tries to fight the Warden, but Bless ends up getting that final kill as the first round of overtime goes the way of the Unks.
I was giving so many props to Cincinnati. They had so many setup. They had pressure on Rocket Stairs. They had the Buck going down below. Wasn't prepared for the switch on Ion's gun. And then you even had the Monty. But Cincinnati, they didn't fully play into that Rocket position, never fully being able to take any back pressure. You also had that Tajaka that completely wasted time for RNO to try and take space with that Monty. And sure, he did get it in a minute, but you'd wasted enough time. You've done your job. That Monty really wasn't as effective because you'd wasted so much time. And the Buck down below, well, you got shot in the head by an SMG-11. Every single point in that early round that Cincinnati had been able to set up, 2 of those were shut down by the Unks. The last one, Cincinnati just completely gave up and never really fully put any pressure or thought into it. And it made, yet again, another easy defensive round for the Unks.
Now, for the first time since round 6, we see Cincinnati back on defense, which so far has been the overwhelming victor in every one of these rounds. Aside from 2, each team did manage to secure 1 attacking round, and that's a trend that Cincinnati would like to keep up, is keeping up that defense dominance, as even though this is their opponent's map pick, they've put in so much legwork early on, and I'm sure all of them would absolutely hate if that went to waste at the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Unks have really shown up on that, you know, defensive half, but now they got to do exactly what Cincinnati, nor they could do on their very first half, is just simply win an attacking round. If they can win it right here, that's the match over, or the map over, rather. And right now, they have a lot of utility that can be perfectly countering everything that Cincinnati's doing here in this round. But again, it just comes down to the execution. That is what they struggled with on their first attacking half. And more importantly, just the info gathering. They didn't have a lot of info in that mid to late round. You already see a lot more focus on the drone and info with IQ on the board. So again, if they're able to gather enough info, they can get an early round pick and then use that to build up pressure without slowing themselves down first. That's great. And this drone clearing the way for Ions is a perfect opportunity. But a minute off the board, you have to start to take some pressure. Just this map control that's being given up to you on the first floor isn't necessarily going to do a whole lot.
Ice might be the first point of contention here. Pack has to deal with, and what better man for the job? Bless yet again, dying on that glass early on, but Ions has the refrag. Just gonna give some sort of recourse to his team going into these final minute 20 seconds. Trying to get that utility off so the wall can be opened up. Aid the rest of his team in creating some space so they can look to get into the site.
Yeah, Hectic knows that they're probably going to try to shoot him off, especially now that they know that that wall is open. But the window and fall back, all that pressure now off the board. A minute, Younks, they have to start to hit that go button. You can see that Dolores is trying to take space, and Hectic's eventually going to be able to keep this wall open.
Seconds left, still worried about Pop on that bridge. He's going to try to peek out again, but he just wants to waste Hectic's time, as he needs to get in and plant on these masks, but he is actually going to kill Zolaris. And now, RNO in such an aggressive position. Ions gets a refrag. That's 3v3. 30 seconds left. Hectic knows he's in a precarious position, but he manages to take out one C4. But every second he stands there is another second his team doesn't have to act, as they've wasted so much time in utility, and these players just aren't moving. Hectic is downed. Arno's at such a good spot. He jumps up for one. He jumps up for the trade on the seconds. As yet again, the defense, even if it comes down to the wire, has been so clutch in these rounds.
Maximum overtime for our very first match, and yet again, the exact problem that I've been talking about. It round in, round out for the Youngs. They have a really good early round. They're able to set up an attack, but when it comes down, more importantly, when it comes down to effectively getting info, that's where they fall short. That's exactly what they did in the last round. They didn't have enough effective info on anybody on the site. They didn't know RNO was behind that desk in the middle, and if they were able to kill him, that's the entirety of that pressure. You can just get that plant down, and there's nothing that Cincinnati can do about it. Because you just missed that one small, tiny detail, the entire round unraveled and fallen apart. Luckily enough, though, the Unks do have a timeout to talk things over, but it works both ways.
I mean, both of these teams are going to be able to sit back and just discuss anything that they might deem important. I'm not sure if Cincinnati has a coach, but if I recall, Dirty is currently coaching the Unks. And he is generally pretty solid in my opinion, so he is going to have some time to rally the troops, just give them everything they might need. Going into this last round, right that ship, and just bring this comeback over the finish line. Make all that effort worth it in the end.
Oh, no. No. No! Not the rehost! We'll give it some time. I think maybe Duck can come back. Duck game crash. Never mind. It's chalked. Yep. There goes Cheese Boss. Yep. They're going to force it. Well, we have a little bit of time to talk until our producer tells us that the players can't get into the lobby and the servers are down, so we're going to have to throw to a break. But until then, we'll talk a little bit. We'll yap a little bit. Taking that timeout, I don't think it's necessarily a strategic timeout for the Unks. I think they're just trying to talk about the main overarching problems of continuing to play back, understanding that Cincinnati, they're just trying to force those gunfights. A lot of the times are isolated, so if the Unks can continue to set up those crossfires, have enough information on those positions, and not waltz their way into a Cincinnati roamer player, then they're going to be able to shut this map out. But if they can't, and they give Cincinnati just enough space early enough in the round, whether it's an opening pick or map control, then you might see Cincinnati take their bonus map pick.
Well, that would be honestly actually just kind of the exact thing that happened to the Unks yesterday, where they lost their own map pick to Core Academy. We are being told to kind of throw to a break, so it looks like this will be a little bit longer of a pause than we had anticipated. So if you want to get up, refill your water, grab some popcorn, go ahead, but don't go anywhere too far, because we're going to be back with the final round of the Unks versus Cincinnati on Lair.
They has to stick to plan. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch
deal with them. They're gonna let you get the diffuser down, and he's gonna get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1! A 1v1! Triple kill, can it be the quad to win? All you gotta do is wait, the C4 is gonna come out from hell. It's a 1v0, and the Cade clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the pre-fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. Doctor, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Slime. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one to Sentier. The Ying's gonna go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Phantom Legion, and now it's all down to Dead in a 1v2, 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse from Phantom Legion. They're gonna make this work happen. Oh, what a great pick there to Rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead has full HP, Balena only has 16, and the pre-fire comes through, and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind, this is
dying.
They don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Temper, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them, as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. And you can't even leave this prison, Valent. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake, and goodbye Makers. Playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake, and goodbye Makers. And Ariel, welcome to the grand final.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man counts. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. They know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the...
Dami able to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 Toxic Babe still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. But you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The little HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 fall to a C4. Yes, now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now, any and all gaps you can have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jeez.
It's Toaster dead, and that's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted 1 top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend off him against both Scary and Scoob, but as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoob. Was completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away and potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and 1 coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is...
Fixating bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger. Not even getting to these fixating bolts themselves yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. These fixating bolts goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said he had the Midas touch. Hey, I think
about it. They already know where his position is.
To directly duel this player inside of control hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on to Kiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ. Inside of the bomb site. Gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses! And he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch!
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure onto Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP. But now you've given up where the full burn of your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Zolaris swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked out through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion
should get the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. They have the fuser down, but they need the kills. Ryonix now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Ryonix can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Ryonix now in a 1v1
no way.
against Huzgetter. Inside of Taylor's shotgun. It's going to be preferable here for Ryonix. He needs to get this going to Castle. Looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Ryonix now holding behind the shower stall. They are both
This is
just running in
insane.
circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Ryonix needs to kill him. He'll get it. Invictus come.
retake. They've got Snake. DD's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's gotta make a lot happen here. He's got to get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. He's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you got to watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The diffuse begins. Does he get the sound key? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. Doesn't see him. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. Oh! Oh, the Sneak
has to try to commit to something here. But no matter where he goes, there's no real good option here for any sort of gunfight. He gets rid of 1 Kiva barrier, but that's just wasting time, and Core are more than willing to let him waste it, as he's just maneuvering around trying to find any little gap that he can, and he gets the first one he needs.
Up sectors, what's going on here? Now, range is between 0% and 5%. Black.
V3 technically, but the Wamai is going to be down. He's not out just yet, but it doesn't matter. A 2v3 comes out. Never mind, and making it 2v1, that Wamai does get finished off. It is going to be Mr. Ions, who I've seen play a bunch of times. Ions is an amazing player. He's going to swing out from the clutch, and oh my god! Let him know, Ions. Holy crap.
BD lands 2. It's a 5v1. What is up with these guys?
Still, some relatively healthy attackers on the board. I'd say a Small Dog does eventually fall, and this amazing swing out from Slash completely flips the script. Another one for him.
my God.
A triple straight to the head. Now, not the weapon you want for a 1v2 clutch. It will be the Lion switching to the sidearm 50 seconds, and it could be another frag on Slash's plate. A 4K for him.
Oh my god, Slash! I had dinner first, oh my... What a...
And what's crazy is Outlast Black, they're not even doing bad on entry. The last round, a huge Nitro Cell.
Turbo.
But this time on entry, it's just not working out. Turbo with a beautiful shot onto Huzgetter. Dexy falls down, and it's just Turbo again. He's running a clinic! He's running a clinic! The man is your doctor, and you're all just patient.
Revive Kiru, bring things back to a 1 versus 2 with that Boss G. It's gonna be very dangerous, especially with that shot on the Kiru. It's all left up to Emilio in this 1 versus 1. He has the angle, but he's the better shot. Emilio closing things out, denying the clutch with a...
Taking a little bit of that damage, taking that early advantage, and what the...
What a flick. My god. And still more in the cards for the Lion. His teeth finally show. 50 seconds left on the clock, though. Bubbler. Also, left limping. He might fall right here. A triple for the Lion. Now only stealth. Remaining. Has a pretty good idea where he could be peeked from. Just waiting for the swing. Well-timed queue up from Oishi. Might reveal his position, but the flick on the flicker finally. Only one spot where he could realistically beat. And the Frostmat, line struck from the grave, my god.
Pick as well, although he ends up getting down, the diffuser has still gone down. Like JJ, or Kira rather, he's in a 1 versus 2 now. Even with diffuser down, 1 player on Overwatch, 1 on the counter diffuse! Oh! But he's able to get them both in 1 mag!
Full flash though. Chance for more. Goes again and they still get that kill. Trady, what? May not matter though. Connection from Shox. Playing from Pantry, 2 out of their name. The TSW. The run out from the other side. No way they get a 3rd from there. But Swifted just has to wait. Not sure what to angle this. Headshot's good. Just have to hide. 18 seconds. Swifted's calling GG. Knows they have this control, but oh, if the slightest angle could be there for space, the run out, they know they can't go further. Oh, no chance for it.
A little bit of shaky recoil control from Echo is going to starve him of a kill that would have been much needed. But there you go. That's the crosshair placement. That'll get him his 2nd of the round. A 1v3 situation where Cincinnati have finally found themselves in an area where they can be able to reel it back in. And if they can get that case and get it on the ground, it may be as easy as that. But the fact that you're letting Turbo go nuclear is going to become a problem. Very achievable for either side here. You can't come to a conclusion when there's 10 seconds left on the clock. The plant is looking to go down, and you're in a 1v1 situation. Oh, LFS, don't you do it. The plant is getting stuck. It will go down, and she's just walked out of...
Stop this plant from going down. It doesn't look like they're going to. Plant is fully down from the attackers, but there's going to be a refrag at least. Hitman gets Fenzo before Alex Player gets Rival, and now he's trying to take down this Blitz. Look, Mike W gets 1, gets 2! Beautiful Blitz play, and gets a 3rd! A triple kill from Mike W onto the shield, and now all this stuff is going to be Cotter on the Legion, and he gets the 4K on the round. Wonderful shield play. Spirits would be proud.
Oh, much time as he can. He and Packer know they just have to sit still and force Cassia to make this move here. There are only 50 seconds left for him to do it. And no matter where he goes, there is the potential for that pick. He's going to get the pick on the Beano off of the drop. He only has to get this pick on the Packer or get the bomb down. The Packer's going to be hiding in the round spot, but Cassia wins it. He gets the prediction and ends up clutching out the round for his team as he secures the 2-1 quarter.
Castle to push him off of Solar, but in doing that, the Hollow gives you a bigger advantage, and it gives him the advantage in the back. We're getting a little tough.
Now they're going to drop down and just fireplace and hopefully go
to win this round. Now we're going to see Twist make his way up the long haul, and he's going to get the first pick he needs off of it. He's going to get 2. If he can get a 3rd here, that's massive, and he almost does. It's all up to Emilio, but no, he can't do it. Core deny the back-to-back championship, deny JJ another trophy, and win Blitz Season 2, 3-2.
That's going to be a 3v3. Beautifully done. 40 seconds. And hold on. 86 Pistons at a disadvantage for nearly the entire round. Are going to now push themselves in a man advantage. Not only that, but Ash is going to be TBNO. There's not going to be a dog to be able to res him. However, don't count J Hitman out just yet. Making it a 1v1 of Bronco. Don't make it an ace. The C4 narrowly misses J Pistol. Put in a situation where he's probably got his heart in his chest. J Hitman wins the ace.
Heisen has been dealt with. That's the Bakery player now dead. And a flank down to White Stairs catches Inrio. Poison does well to find 1 kill, but he's now in a 1v4 against 4 others. He does well to isolate his 2nd though. What are 1 HP doing? They've lost the fuser in the middle of Bakery, and they have no idea what Poison is. They have no more eye track scanners, and Aerial Rise just have all the information working for them. A nice shot from Poison, and a team kill from Escape wins the round and the game for Aerial Rise. How did they let that happen?
Knowing that they can kind of be an unsung and unseen hero, get these kills. They have a Vinden play here. He goes just around, not far enough though. This player will still sit there as Logger gets the 2nd frag now for the roster of Invictus. Highest, a real chance to play into this, and Duck is just inches away from Stecky's visual as well. Why don't you, Nesta, from just around the Vinden corner.
Because that, it could be the X factor here. And while the Goyo canisters start going, opening up the boiler wall is going to be the next step. Laundry wall not open. Looking for an execute. Players on hatches. Player trying to go through boilers. They could go for a plant. on the wine wall, a 3v3. And once again, one player standing up on top of the table, and the shot from behind. There goes one, there goes the second, but the plant is going down. It goes down, and he finds a third scoop. All three, the 1v3, and suddenly Space Shoes have given themselves an advantageous half.
Window, and no way we're contesting from mid-red. Finding a second kill. Finally gonna be cleared there from Josh on the ram, and here comes the Amaro. It's gonna be met by Poison, but he gets the kill. All of a sudden it's a 3 versus 3. He just clipped it. The all-chat immediately.
Oh my god, the two players. The man count's been reversed. 15 seconds left is all that we have. And it's all left up to Twist. He gets 2. He almost gets the 3rd. All he has to get is one more gunfight. And he's gonna get it. Twist with the 1 versus 3. Denying that point to Fluffy Aimer.
Umine will be stepped in there for Shocks, just trying to be assistant there towards Swifted. Minute has been burned though, and no one's been dusted, but man, oh man, Shrady's getting close. They're walking into the loving lines aside of everybody, and there it is, but you're trying to get in if you're Space. The timing's just not right. You win both! 3! Space! Knocking and humbling everyone on the entry in.
And just like that, cancel it just like that, because that would be a lie. The rehost was honestly longer than this round is going to be. If you're just joining us, well, I'm being joined by Goose tonight as we're on the final round of map 1 of Cincinnati versus the Unks on map 1.
Insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
Alright, so, Goose says you can't hear Goose, so Goose might not be in the mainstream, unfortunately, so you're gonna get me for a little bit.
Now?
Okay, no, Goose is
good. I'm back. I'm back.
Let them out on the pond.
I like this play from Ions. He's letting it hang right now, but the entirety of Cincinnati, or at least Arno, is already taking position inside a warehouse. You can quickly rotate back down to it like that. Cincinnati's fully aware of his position on that first floor. Dolores can simply fall back, saying that he doesn't really want to play into that. So far, Cincinnati changing up. I like that. But you also have a little bit of a change up from the Unks themselves that I'm not really sure if Cincinnati's going to be completely ready for.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you kind of have to assume by this point that, like, Cincinnati are going to cook something up that's new, right? They're going to go for a different way of taking space, different space, just something to change things up a little bit. And it looks like the Unks have some sort of an idea that this may be the case, especially with the Monsters kind of knocking on their front door. Duck is going to open things up for us by getting that first pick. Now we're going to see Zolaris push up aggressively, but Amonte's going to end up poking him in the face as there's just under 90 seconds left. And there's already been a huge amount of space taken by Cincinnati, along with so many bodies not put on the floor. Ions is going to get one back, but he's trapped in a corner over by Toxin. Wary of anyone coming in from a different angle, but Big Bad BTP evens up the odds. That's going to create some breathing room that the Youngs can utilize. Just sit back. Wait for this plant to go down. It's Jonka. Continue keeping pressure. That plant is going to keep pressure as well. It's going to force everyone on the Youngs to move forward. Fight into that Monty. Fight into Duck. A triple kill for him. As now they just have to kill Ions. The wait is worth it. Cincinnati. The beautiful game plan. Running right in with that Monty. Denying space on that site. And Duck himself, the man of the hour. 3K to win that round. As they take their opponent's map pick. 8-7.
The Youngs had no idea what Cincinnati were doing that round. They had a full extension upstairs, expecting Cincinnati to go for a full map clear on that vertical above. And then once Cincinnati had taken space inside of Warehouse. Eventually, he had Ions rotate back down, but you could see Ions was shooting a lot of his fire inside of Trench, expecting still for a back push, even though that all the warning signs were it was a very front forward push, and then they didn't even know that Duck had made his way so deep in to that position over inside of Labs because of that really good play with the Flores drone, letting it self-navigate itself to take that space. So really good switch up. Even if it did take every round possible on that map, they were able to finish it and take their opponent's map pick, as now we go on to Bank.
So unless I'm mistaken, we're going to throw things to another break just to get stuff ready behind the scenes. So hopefully, won't be as cooked as the last one, but as a wise man once said, production is a circus. And I learned that more and more each day. So we're going to go through to a break. I'm going to go get my clown nose to join in the buffoonery. We'll be right back.
For Team Brick, what a monstrous
player down, but they do manage to at least find one on the Lunar. It's gonna make the Toaster who found one, who finds two. He could make this happen. One of them is down, both are down. Actually, if you look so down, maybe he can just find the planters. What happened?
So these defenders slowly being forced off their post, but with just 1:30, Outlast Black still got to do some work. This is a deceptively small amount of time here on the border attack, and even less so when you give up 2 on the flank. There goes Snecky, doesn't even need the smokes. 2 delay, and it's a triple.
Oh my god!
Just don't check the angle they just died from.
And Zonky's the one to win 2. And are we gonna see a flawless round? No. JJ's there to avoid.
Awesome chaos from above. Look at it. The wood floor is just getting carved open right now. Come out, wherever you are, says Enrio and Snake. Poison's just kind of watching, and he might be able to stop in there. Get down 3v3, deity drop. Look at the timer, folks. 20 seconds remain, so they're going to have to also get in towards site if they can't find these kills. Whoa, hop into the window, and you're going to get shut down, Poison. See you later, Alligator, JJ, the captain! It's 5-1, it's halftime, and JJ, the man of the hour.
Recoverable based on what both attackers are currently situated. But now they're going to move in, make sure that they lock it down. Cheese Boss dies cross map. It's just the Maestro to defend against 3. Invictus trying to move quickly, but now they've backed off for a moment. There are pings. Maestro might have 3 kills. They'll line them all up. Palpatine falls first. Knows about the one's yellow. Suddenly Lauder's the last man in there, but he gets stopped. Several seconds left. Arno almost has the clutch, but Invictus.
Treadmine as well. Poison fighting his demons, but gets that pick. Diffuser is dropped. That's immediately refragged. Only 10 seconds left. Smokes continue to fly out through Ruse. On such low HP, Giddy gets another one as well. All of them to Inreal. He finds one. He's trying to go for this last pick. He's got to find him, and he does it! Inreal with the clutch!
Multiple long-range engagements that are going to have to come out. Smith, he's going to swing forward first. Has an idea that there's a player here, but he's not ready for the swing by Geek, and now it's all left up to the Jackal in a 1v3 whose hopes and dreams are literally being blown away, but maybe not just yet. Despite the fact that Z-Man was on 1 HP, he finds 2 monstrous frags, and now it's all left up to Shrady. With 10 seconds to go, Z-Man is going to have to attempt this plant or get aggressive. It looks as though he's going to choose the aggression. He might have waited too long, is now on 0 seconds left. He's going to have to commit to this plant. Is he going to be able to pop up in time? He is, but Shrady has the intel and Shrady has the diffuser. And like his Empire have booked their ticket to the Blitz.
Hat-trick it, but they will again have the kite.
Pick, and we might see Thermite go down to a Legion, but he does get finished off.
Only 2 players remaining for Phantom Legion. They've got a Lion Scan. They're freezing them in place. Here comes Epic with the swing. He still has some presence over to this side of the map. Might be able to cause some damage. There's one. He's gonna swing. He's feeling the heat, and now decides to kind of switch. Epic now controls the outer area. And the offense is now inside. He's just gonna completely go back into their spawn. What's going on?
The point where the clock is here, and all he has to do is shut down the plant. It's gonna be Jetcon going for it. Bill is going to be down. Poison finds one. He finds a second one. Poison can do this. This is possible. The damage. What? The smoke kills Spence. But he has to stick the plant. All of a sudden, Poison can just walk over and shoot him. What a clutch.
Deal with them. They're going to let you get the diffuser down. And he's going to get out safely. Oh my days, it's a 2v1. A 1v1. Triple kill. Can it be the quad to win? All you got to do is wait. The C4 is going to come out from hell. It's a 1v0. And the Case clutches it to end out the round. It was almost there for Rai. He just had to land the free fire, but the C4 forces him out the position. 4-1 to Fluffy Aimers, my bad. And we do head on to the next round. Shockman, this is a nightmare. This is a disaster.
But it's starting to dwindle. Sentier finds one onto Schleim. That's a big pick to even things out. Can they even pick up the fuser safely? They don't know. It's in the way of the breach, and that's going to make things difficult. They have a ping on this Azami, though. He just needs to find the right pick, but that's such a thin angle. Azami's going to drop off and rotate away, and that's a good move. That's a quad for Duke. Finding one of the Sentier. The Ying's going to go out, but it doesn't matter because Duke swings the other direction, finds Rival, and picks up the ace on the round.
Phantom Legion, and now it's all down to Dead in a 1v2, 38 seconds on the clock. Phantom Legion do have the time to work with, but they have to get the diffuser down or hunt down this last player remaining. The drone work is coming through. They now know his position. Here comes the collapse from Phantom Legion. They're gonna make this work happen. Oh, and a great pick there to Rival. That was the start player shutdown. Dead has full HP, Valena only has 16, and the pre-fire comes through, and Hush clutch it up. It's a collapse for Phantom Legion, but you still have to keep in mind, this is
dying. They don't know where he is anymore. They've lost complete track of him. The Monty is going to spot him, however, but he's Oryx. He can just down the Monty, and now he's going to try to get away, but no! The glass overextends. Rival, you're so good! As now everything falls apart. Map in match point. Secured for Fluffy Aimers.
Map 3 very much on the horizon. Temper, despite their best efforts, despite the climb, might be a little bit too much for them as now they sit in a 2 versus 5. Eyes on storage, but completely banged out of the round. And you can't even leave this prison, Valent. It's going to be F5 to shut you back down.
Might be playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's gonna be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill, but it's instantly traded out from Snake. And goodbye, Maker. Playing towards default plant, and does he have the support? It looks like he does. Snake forcing Giddy. He's getting pushed down, pushed back, and he's going to be traded out. Flurry of kills. It starts to slow down a little bit, but they just can't slow down. 5 seconds remaining. The plant going down. It's one remaining defender to keep themselves in this series. Packer getting the kill.
Oh, we're live. Hi, guys. So, normally producer counts down from 10, but he decided this time to count down from
0.
Nothing. So
it's fun. We got a pre-show. We got a game on our hands. First game, 8-7. It took almost 2 hours to finish that first game because of a lot of issues, but we made our way on to map 2 of Bank, which is Cincinnati's map pick as they took
we're not live?
The Unks.
Hold on.
Game.
We're not
Are
even
we live?
No.
We're not live? We're live. Okay.
What? Okay.
We're talking to each other. We don't know.
It's been
a long night. It has been a very long night. And so far, I asked a question, whether or not each team was going to be able to prove their talk. Only one team can. So far, it has been Cincinnati. So far, it has been highest. But Ions and Co., they've been down in the dumps. They have to win this map of Bank, which they don't really have previous history on in Blitz. At least this is a map they've played consistently. But this is a map that Cincinnati has played and won, beating Sesh 7-5 on in their last lower bracket game.
I mean, it will be interesting to see this, I think. This is a map that I don't have... I mean, you did more preparation than I did, so you probably have a little bit more info here, but I haven't really seen either of these teams on this map, I don't think. So it will be kind of interesting for me to kind of figure out in real time kind of what is going to work for both of these teams, how they're going to look to take things. But a question I will leave you with, Goose, is kind of after seeing Lair, what is your anticipation just kind of going into this for how things are going to work?
It's the entry game. It falls down to 2 points. The entry game, if the Unks can meet that aggressive early round that Cincinnati is forcing, and then coming down to the late game. That's something that Cincinnati really did struggle with. But at the same time, that's how they shut out the last map. was that execution onto the bomb site, perfectly adapting. The Unks, on the other hand, not reading into the push whatsoever, being so slow as a sloth, and understanding what the idea of that Cincinnati execute was on that last round over on Lair. So both teams kind of figuring each other out, but it just came down to Cincinnati being just a small tad bit better in that last round. Again, if it was infinite overtime, much different story. But going on to this for the Unks, it's simply just being able to meet Cincinnati in that aggressive positions early on in the round. And if Cincinnati can continuously fix themselves in the execution phase, which on a map like Bank, as they're starting on attack, is going to be very important.
Going down to CCTV and lockers for the first site, as we see two hard breachers get taken off of the board by the Unks, which
protect your bombs
is not uncommon, but I'd argue on Bank is going to be particularly punishing because they chose Hibana and Ace. And if you know this map really, in a lot of ways, relies on the ability to open walls from a great distance. Think of positions like Kanto, if you're playing top floor. Or even just it being useful to get the hatches here or one window. There are so many different areas that the range hard breaches are very, very important, and those are just going to be completely off the board, which means you're going to need things like Thermite and Maverick,
10 seconds left
and the
before
secondary hard breach gadgets, what I call can openers, and that's going to be relied on a lot more, which is going to be much more finicky when it comes to actually making things work.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So far, both teams just playing this map really default. I mean, both teams playing into the strong suits of Bank. You have the Unks with a lot of time denial utility with BLITZ and Ions. And on Cincinnati, you have a lot of utility simply aimed at trying to clear, my god, Cincinnati. As fast as Sonic in this early round have already cleared out this extension, forced not only Zolers to fall back, but hell, he couldn't even reinforce the damn hatch. Ion's still upstairs, setting up, and Cincinnati hitting it early, but it's Ions from above to punish them, almost getting the turnaround on the Pup. Isn't able to just finish above Cheese Boss. Very quick behind his tail. He's going to be able to finish this in relatively an even trade, but again, just so fast. Cincinnati, again, I talked about how that opening round has really been their strong suit, and they're going to continue to force the Unks to play against it.
Trying to get this player outside a garage now, and Duck knows where he is, but that's still quite a difficult shot to land, as there is great cover that is being employed by Engage here, as Duck's going to crawl around, see if he can find a better angle. He's trying to go for the feet of Engage here, but not really working out for either side. It just kind of ends up with Duck being really, really down in the dumps HP-wise.
Man, he could just not hit a shot there. And now you can see Cincinnati's been just kind of, you know, forced to play at a snail's pace because, well, they don't really have any map control. You can see that RNO's starting to do a little bit of work, being paired with Cheese Boss, more than likely going to go for this default planning side of A. You got Pup on the hatch, very default for both teams. You still got 3 babes in the pocket of Hectic, the C4 in the pocket of Zoloris and Matt, so a lot of denial there for the Unks, but with a minute on the board, if Cincinnati can really play with this time consistently, this util shouldn't be a problem.
Just under a minute left to go here, and the execute kind of has to come out now, but those Goyo canisters, even from the grave, are going to give Ions a ton of impact on this round. It's now in the ban equality that we find ourselves in, especially with the HP on Duck and RNO. It's going to favor the defense massively here, as the attack going to send Cheese Boss way in. RNO is going to fall to a Goyo canister. Heck, he gets 3 kills to shut down that push. And that's just going to leave Duck on a sliver of HP sitting outside of CCTV, poking his head in, seeing if anyone will expose themselves. But the Unks, especially after losing their own map, play it cool, play it quiet but hectic. 4K on the round, as he single-handedly shuts down that late execute and gives Unks their opening round.
The funniest part about that round for me is I talked about how both teams were playing it not necessarily default, even though it was a default round. There wasn't anything really too surprising. You had your 2 C4s, you had your smokes. you have the shield, and you try to force a plant, not in default, actually behind the bomb chassis. But throughout all of that, it wasn't the C4s, it wasn't the smoke, it was just Hectic raw swinging, and then you had essentially a 3-man crossfire, and he's able to find his way around all 3 of those players. A phenomenal play by Hectic, but a phenomenal blindside by Cincinnati. You just cannot let that happen, especially that consistently. If they continue to make those mistakes, round in and round out, especially on this first half, then the Yonks are going to be able to get themselves a comfy little lead, but it's just the first round. There's still a lot more to be played.
And up to the top floor we go.
10 seconds to insertion.
You'll see a lot of spatial denial operators just kind of being brought out by the Unks, as this is a site where roaming is a little bit more difficult,
Attackers are moving out to locate
especially if
bomb.
any sort of retake is required. And that's going to inspire the Unks to just play in and around this site, use things like that castle and that Aruni to lock off some lines of sight and deny some kill. Things like that Aruni and see how much time they can waste in Cincinnati.
I really like this Callie. I think this is one of Callie's only useful sites consistently, where you can lock her down, or lock down those long line of sights. No pressure down below, so there's gonna be a little bit of free positioning from Duck, but already 2 Valkyrie Black Eye cameras off the board, and surely Duck is gonna be able and ready for this gunfight. The drop off! Even if Ions is gun up, it doesn't matter in Duck. Even with such low HP, he is able to punish that aggressive play. And yet again, another example in another round for the Yonks where they just have no idea where these Cincinnati attackers are playing. That's a 3rd Valcam.
And Heis is going to tag on for another one as well, killing off Bless, yet again keeping that pivotal man down and denying any further utility that Wamaya might have accrued throughout the rest of this round. That's going to give Cheese Boss some space to go in and get this wall open. But Pop is going to get killed off elsewhere on the map. Big Matt's going to do that. So it looks like the plan here is going to be to get Thermite in behind this Blackbeard. Get that bomb down. Maybe shoot it in the back a little bit, just to even up the odds a little bit. There's about 90 seconds left to make this play that Cincinnati have to work with.
You got 1:20. You got both RNO and Cheeseboss right outside the bomb site, but they don't have information on the positions from the Yonks. I don't know where these players are playing. Duck's going to rotate around to this window to try to set up a crossfire, but that castle barricade is going to prevent him from doing that, at least for now.
Flash is going in. Nades potentially going in. Crossfires being established. So they want to get Arno in on this Blackbeard. He does successfully get in, but he isn't able to contest the diffuser as much as he would like, but the rest of his team is. His Cheese Boss is all that's left standing, and he has 45 seconds left to make this work. But the Unks have done such a good job of getting that aggression shut down, completely denying the execute, and then just sitting back. They're letting him run down his own clock as he searches frantically for any angle that has a head he can pop. Anyone who overexposes themselves, he gets the first that he needs. He's looking for the seconds. Bulletproof camera, giving away his position. Only 15 seconds left to make this work. No access to the diffuser. He's gonna grab it, plant behind that desk. But the other 2 players are gonna move in like sharks, hearing that noise, sensing blood in the water. It goes down. It's in a 1 versus 2 now. Time's on his side. But there are so many angles that either Hectic or Engage can play, and they're both gonna take different ones, and Engage gets a quad kill on that round. As the Unks, they look so much better on Bank to start things off.
Defaulted back to exactly the start of Lair. Cincinnati absolutely shutting down that early half of the round. The Yonks not having any idea of the positioning from those attackers, because Cincinnati takes so much space really early on, plays really aggressive. If you give them free map control, Cincinnati is going to grab it quicker than a baby grabbing can. And the Yonks still 2 maps in, have not read into it. But then you go to the execution phase, and Cincinnati, they just don't really know how to execute. They don't have enough info on the positioning, so they can't get a safe plant. The crossfire that was being set up wasn't able to catch Ions. It wasn't even Ions who killed the planer. It was the player swinging onto the meeting head holes. It just all falls apart at different points of the round, and it's just going to take either Yunks being better in that early round, shutting down those aggressive players, or Cincinnati finally understanding how to safely get that bomb down, or at least safely execute when they have an advantage. Really just going to come down to one of those two factors.
10 seconds to insertion.
Now the mid floor, which is
5 seconds to go.
not the first site where vertical play is really going to come into effect, but I think where it's probably the most prominent on this map, or at least the traditional vertical play that you kind of think of, with it being down into the site from above. As we did see Duck go for some last round, but the effect that had ended up being pretty negligent when all was said and done. This Pop looks like he wants to try to get himself in on the top floor here, or maybe even just contest the site directly from one of the windows. Which thrown up top inside of lobby. So I want to kind of figure out exactly where everyone from the Ungs are positioning themselves. I want to make sure they cross their T's and dot their I's here, as those early rounds, as good as they have often been, it falls apart after that point, or the Ungs start clawing back those early rounds. It could be catastrophic.
Phenomenal entry pick by Arnaud, and here's Highest hitting that go button. Could potentially double that early lead, but he's not fully suspecting Bless to play that close up, and now it's just Arnaud on the top floor. You do trade, but if you're looking at that, sure, Matt has had relatively a good map so far, but you lose all that information and pressure from Highest and Dokkaebi. Duck also down on the ground. You're going to be able to rotate Arnaud, but again, Cincinnati not being able to buffer the trend, and yet again, they just don't know that Bliss is there.
Look away from my screen for like 5 seconds, I think, to try to troll a production member. And everyone's dead again.
Yeah.
It's been a consistent thing for Cincinnati. And keep in mind, this is Cincinnati's map pick. They chose to go to Bank. There was their opponent's map pick. And so even though, like, yeah, you know, it is defense, right? So you could argue there's an advantage. You still expect Cincinnati to have a phenomenal understanding of the map and its inner workings that just hasn't really been demonstrated in these first few rounds. It's Gia's boss and Pup. Just gonna try to find any space that might exist. Any angles that might be, well, not covered or have subpar coverage. See if they can get a fight back, but Pop is gonna get killed off by Ions. 1 versus 4, and yet again, a phenomenal shutout of that execute comes out of the Unks as they're up 3-0.
Going all the way back to the first map, I talked about one of the problems on Cincinnati's attacks in that early round is, sure, they are able to move so fast around the map. They're able to get so much map control. The way they get it is playing very spread out and isolated. In times where you're able to pick off those isolated roamers and the Unks aren't suspecting those isolated, not roamers, but lurk players, and you're able to cover a lot of bases, get a lot of map control, good, it works perfectly. But when the Unks start to lock in and they read into your isolated positions, all 3 early round players on Cincinnati, the Blackbeard, the player over in lobby, and then the player helping the Blackbeard on top floor, all were completely isolated in the Unks. Whether or not they fully knew, they played into it perfectly, isolating each and individual player, forcing 1vx's onto them. And if that continues to be the trend, and I don't necessarily think Cincinnati is going to change up that playstyle a whole lot, then the Unks are going to continue to stack up rounds here, and this is where it starts to get a little bit scary for Cincinnati.
I mean, look at what the Unks banned out as well. They banned out that Blackbeard, which, I mean, I'm going to say it's a crucial piece of what we've been seeing so far from Cincinnati, which obviously hasn't been working throughout the whole round, but it's been a lot of what they've used to clear out space early on in these rounds and get that good early round going, and now that's not even in their toolbox anymore, which kind of just shows an active attempt from the Ungs to really figure out what is the win con that Cincinnati want to go for, and how can we best disrupt them? Which is something that we haven't seen nearly enough from Cincinnati on their attacks. And when we saw on Lair, they kept trying to attack the basement the same way each time. And when they switched that up in OT, they won convincingly.
Duck Tolliver, the main guy, your IGL, your team captain, the guy who is the glue to the wood that is Cincinnati. He's done a lot. He hasn't really had that much of, an effective entry or kill department game. He had, a good round over on Lair, but this is really where he's thrived, is opening up points of the map, getting rid of utilities, especially on that bomb site, and allowing for Cincinnati to just easily open up these opportunities. And so far, they've been able to do that, getting already 2 hatches open. One of those hatches being inside of Elevator. That's already been done. Bless feeling a lot of pressure. More than likely, he's going to fall back, but he's trying to play his time. Waste as much for Cincinnati as possible and potentially get a pick with it.
Just debated a little bit, but ultimately he does think it better to fall back to the site, as does Zalaris after killing off Duck Tolliver. Because now that good early round that we've talked about for Cincinnati is starting to fall apart. 90 seconds, more than that actually, have elapsed so far in this round. And there has been good space taken by Cincinnati, but you've lost one of your players and a good bit of utility in trying to do this. And all of the Youngs have just fallen back to the site, Bless included, who's going to kill off Highest, who looks like he might have tried to fall into the site, completely unaided. That Monty now, gonna fall back in as well, and yet another kill goes down on the hatch! What are you guys doing? Clown cars don't work for your attacks, as we're gonna see Cheese Boss fall down, the first player on his team to get a second kill. As the rest of the Unks, they just look to collapse around him. He gets another one on 2 ions, but Hectic cleans it up. And that is 4-0, going the favor of the Unks.
What are we doing? Cincinnati, I've seen them play a lot better than this. I mean, I talked about over on Lair on how their bag on the attack was not necessarily deep, especially going for those executions. Dropping 4 players down Vault Hatch, give me a break. Come on. Especially when you have that open, there's no pressure around the map. There's nobody inside of open, nobody inside of servers, and then on top of that, you take 30 to 45 seconds to actually drop the hatch. I mean, you might as well just tell the Younks, oh yeah, we're gonna go push hatch. And I sound mad, I sound frustrated, because I am frustrated. I've seen Cincinnati play a lot better than this. I've seen their execution game be a lot better than this, but they're just trying to take the easy way out. They're trying to get a fast one on the Younks, but we're on the second map. 4 rounds deep, now 5. You're not going to be able to do that.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Now, the Youngs aren't a team that's going to let you pull a fast one on them. Quite the opposite, actually. They've just kind of been using that as gaps that they can hit in this attack. Speaking of gap hitting, look at this lineup that's being brought out by Cincinnati. There's a lot of aggression in this lineup with each and every operator, and a lot to hold on to that space that's taken once it's in the possession of Cincinnati as well, which tells me this is probably gonna be something that is pretty damn fast.
Yeah, trying to take away the ability to fail in that early round by trying to make that early round as quick as possible. With, so in theory, you should have less errors. But again, if you just make one small mistake, you don't have a whole lot of time to necessarily fix it. Using this blitz as the spearhead, essentially, but there's going to be a lot to clear before you're able to actually get that blitz into a safe and effective position. Ooh, that's right.
They're trying to contest from stock, but they're aware of that aggression right now, at the very least. So you're going to force him to move back a little bit, as there's a lot of pressure on the windows as well as on top square. We got from Cincinnati. But there needs to be another point of entry. Someone has to get in stock, or someone has to get in lobby. Just something. So the Unks have to turn around and look away. But the Blitz is going to run right in. It's going to be 2 kills going in the way of the attack. Blitz is going to get that diffuser on the ground, but he ends up getting killed before he can do it. They can't even hold the plant down. And now Highest and Cheese Boss left in a 2 versus 3. far from an impossible situation. But if the previous rounds are anything to go by, a highly improbable situation, things are going to slow down a little bit here, as both of these players are just going to start fishing for kills and hoping that someone overstays their welcome just enough that they can find something.
Yeah, 2v3 is really possible, but with shields and crossfires being set up, it's going to be difficult to clear and not a whole lot of utility. 2 nades in the pocket of Cheese Boss. No ash canisters or breaches for Highest. You're not going to be able to clear that. And Bless is able to shut down Highest, just Cheese Boss in the 1v3.
45 seconds, sitting alone outside of top square. Not even a grenade to his name now, as he is going to get the kill onto Bless. That's the first of the 3 he needs. But the defense knows where the diffuser is, and they know that there's no good access to it that Cheese Boss could possess. He's going to slowly maneuver around, picking up that Osa shield. That come in handy later. But Hectic from inside of Long Desk yet again, playing discipline, shutting down that final kill. As any potential room that it looks like Cincinnati find just ends up being a rebuff push that the Unks execute so well.
I understand that you have the King Cheese Boss on your team. Cincinnati, that doesn't mean you got to cheese it every single round. I mean, I saw the Blitz push in, and I was like, are we serious? is that what we're doing? I mean, that's 2 rounds in a row where they just try to rush site with no buildup. No, I mean, you had 1 player on the windows on CO. Sure, you can't get open Kento because you don't have a Ace or a Habana. But you don't have a Ying, you don't have that Grim, you don't have any utility to displace any of these defenders. You're just hoping that these raw swings are going to work, that you can potentially catch off a player on the Unks making a little bit too of an aggressive swing. And they are making them, but they're winning those gunfights. This is your map pick, and I expect a lot more out of a team going into their map pick. And so far, I mean, it has been just absolutely lackluster, to say it in nice terms.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I think honestly that is kind of the best word for it. I mean, like obviously nothing's worked. It's been a little bit disappointing, but I have seen things in these attacks that I like a lot.
Oh, for sure.
Like ideas that have been good, but just they're not executed well. And honestly, I would make the argument that executes in Siege are a lot like a joke or a story. You kind of have to get, no matter how well it's thought out, if you fumble it on the delivery during the execution, everything gonna fall completely apart. And that's really what we're seeing come back and bite Cincinnati on these attacks. Their record is currently what, like 2-7-ish? No.
Yeah.
Like
it's bad.
It's something crazy right now. And again, this is their own map pick. They wanted to come to bang, and this is what the attacks are looking like.
You have pressure on this top floor. You're going to be able to eventually clear out. If you can drone the player in CO, I really am hoping that Cincinnati... Okay, they do have info on that player, so they know that there's a player still up here. They even have a red ping. They know that Engage is up here. He doesn't necessarily need to swing, especially with just nobody even really necessarily close to him. He's going to fall back over to Elevator, give himself that opportunity to fall back to the rest of his team. But, I mean, they're just going to try to force that plant into break room, which they were trying to do the round before when they attacked this bomb site. Obviously, they didn't get the opportunity to, so it's not necessarily something that the Unks know they're going to do. But with a minute, just the Unks are not giving them any opportunities to get an entry to any way. You took in so much time just to clear this plane on the top floor, and you still don't know that he's vacated.
And look at the operators lineup from Cincinnati. There is nothing to do proper vertical play here. And Engage has gone completely undetected on this top floor. They don't know that he's still up here with them. There might be a little bit of an inkling, especially now that he is sprinting around, but he's still just wasting this time. Is he going to read into this player inside of Trump with only 40 seconds left? There's still so many steps that have to be done by Cincinnati, and they don't even read into Engage. He's going to get that kill, and he's going to continue to press forwards into the ranks of Cincinnati because he knows they have nothing to work with. The wall isn't even open. They're not even going to get it open because they're out of utility to do it. They just have to walk in the doorway and hope.
Oh,
Dunks are going to be bad with their gunfights, but the flanks, they've kept things evened up, but Pup has been the hero of this game so far. Arno has to plant, but he's on a sliver of HP. There's almost no time left in this round. Engage and Ions have to retake, but Pup yet again. It's been the hero they need, the hero they deserve. That's finally, after 5 rounds of nothing, something on the board for Cincinnati.
They get to fall back to their defense. Really misplay. Oh God, no! Please. Actually, Engage last time he left, he did rejoin. I have faith. I have faith. Arno right there with me, dog. Ions, please don't. Our guys can join back. Oh, we have it figured out. Shout out Engage. But again, that round falling apart for the Younks came down to Engage upstairs not falling back or not going on that flank quick enough. Ions just shutting himself out. I don't know what he was doing that round. Just trying to maybe play spoiler over by Marble. Rotated over and came back too late. But it's a 5-1. I mean, I don't even think if you're Younks, you're that mad that you didn't get a 6-0. And especially Bank is like T2, T3 doesn't favor the attack as much as it does in T1, especially in regional leagues. But it is still a map where you should not fall down 5-1 on that attack. It's not a Sky. It's not a Con. That was just Cincinnati not having a lot of great ideas in the execution. In the early round, the setup, they had really great ideas like you spoke about. But when it came down to actually executing those ideas, the Younks were already there ready to shut it down.
Yeah. Hey, this old dog's got some new tricks. You know that most of the Unks, like the players in this team, are like younger than I am, or like the same age.
Yeah. Ions is like 20.
Like
he turns 21
only like
this year.
24. That's not Unk.
Oh no, that's Unk. Yeah, no, that's Unk. Once you pass 22, it's over.
Oh my god.
It's chalked. I'm sorry.
This guy hates me.
I'll probably turn 23 and be like, nah, I still got it young. In esports, 24, you're getting there. You're almost done, unless you're like hot and cold or Canadian. I don't even know what you can say about Canadian. He's really trying his best, but I mean,
Stoppin was born in 2007, give or take.
Wow.
I cannot wait for Canadian to play Stompin in a LAN, so we have the oldest man in the game versus the youngest man in the game.
Happy might shoot you. Somehow mentioning Stompin, yeah, he's not gonna like that one.
I've lived in Florida for like 13 years now. Nothing can hurt me anymore.
That's true. It's true.
Go talk to the invasive snake species that lives next door.
By attackers.
Highest not having a good game. I think I really hate using this point that having effective entries not show up in a match or a map can be a downfall of a team. But when you had a map like Lair where a lot of the opportunities created, especially on that attack, even though they didn't win more than one of them in regulation, were based off of huge plays by Highest. Even the same thing for defense. This time around, well, Highest is quiet as a mouse. And there's not really a whole lot that Cincinnati has done, clearly as they're down 4 rounds. And if that continues on to this defensive half, especially if you're going to continue to force him these aggressive positions on an operator like Goyo, then there hasn't really been anything that Cincinnati's propped up to make up for that loss.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's a good point to make, right? Just because, like, it was individual heroics a lot of last map. It was really kind of the impact that we visually saw from Highest. But there's also just the fact that, like, when he is in those early aggressive positions, if he is not hitting his shots, he's getting clowned on. That creates a lot of early round tension that is very difficult to deal with for the defenders. And Ion, speaking of, gonna try to threaten to lurk. over towards Marble side. And anyone who's inside of open area, if they don't catch this, is potentially within that firing line, as there's also pressure on other areas of the site to mask his position.
Yeah, glass gun versus a vector ACOG. Yeah, no, man. A highest, not the best of opportunities. He's trapped here. I mean, as soon as he moves with just how low he is on HP, unless Engage just completely whiffs this opportunity, that's an entry pick. That's an opening pick for the Youngs. And they're stalled here. They can't really move. They even called a player to support him, and just wasting so much time for Cincinnati. Here comes Ions, potentially an opportunity.
He's gotten the first 2 kills, and he gets 3 kills off of that lurk. Ions, you're so good. He's gonna go for another one, but gets shut down by Pup, who's been the only consistent beacon of hope for Cincinnati. Wants to try to fight Garage, but Blez ends up fighting him from CCTV. As now Cheese Boss has everything to do. The Sharks are circling, they're closing in. Zolaris finishes it off. And that is 6-1 map points for the Unks.
Yeah, I'm there with you. Again, it's kind of a thing where I talked about how highest on the map, I made a joke about how his ego is high, he had a lot of confidence. And that's great. I mean, he had a phenomenal map. He was essentially the key to why they won Lair. I think that is, fair enough to say. But in this map, you still have that confidence, right? I mean, hell, you're bringing a Vector ACOG to a fight against a Glaz, which probably one of the only positions on Bank where you can take a really long position or long gunfight aside from the windows, but you're not winning them. And Highest hasn't said to himself yet, or any other players, maybe RNO also has been a very consistent entry player who also has been shut down this game. They're not saying to themselves that I need to play more passive. I need to change up how I'm playing. They continue to just hit their head against that brick wall, hoping that it will eventually break down, but it's not going to break down. And the Younks understand that, and they're taking advantage of it.
This is... If the Unks close the side here, this will be, I think, one of, the craziest, differences in map length I think I've seen in a while. Going from that, 8-7, every round is fought for tooth and nail, to then, 7-1. With both teams also trading each other's map picks, which is already interesting. Which would then, but honestly though, that would kind of just give us that storyline I was talking about earlier of these teams meeting in their first map on Cafe in the best of one.
Yeah,
then having to get out on Cafe again to decide who gets eliminated.
Yeah, that'd be great. You can see this this lineup. Yeah, they're trying to hit that go button. They try to hit that side. They try to get this map over. They're trying to send us to Cafe. I mean, it's 10:25. It's gonna be 11 by the time we finish the next map. I mean, you got a Ying, you got Ions on the Amaru. You almost never see that. But even with all this utility, they're not going for a useless rush with their setup. They have Hectic all the way to Spyro and Pup. What are you swinging? Hectic 9-1 shuts that gunfight down, and that's the opening kill for the Unks.
So Pup doesn't have a ton of utility, but he has been the shiny beacon for his team this whole game. Now Hectic is going to use that to take so much space. Zolaris as well. Everyone's tagging on. Hectic gets another one and cracks double digits. Another player dies inside of Long Desk, and Highest can't clutch it out as the Unks take their opponent's map pick 7-1 in a complete reversal of what we saw map 1.
Oof. That is my reaction.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, that 8-7 on Lair for the now that we're going to map 2 really does feel like just Cincinnati getting the best out of themselves on that map. And to be fair, even with Lair being a consistent map being picked by the Unks, it also has been a consistent map they've struggled on. I mean, I think they maybe out of the 5+ times played it, maybe 2 have won it in regulation. Almost all the other ones they either lost or won it in max overtime. And now going on to Big, now going to Cafe. That's sure. They did previously win it, but at the same time, this is a map that they played up against again. Cincinnati beating sorry, I'm blanking. Beating, who was it? I guess, it's Team Sesh, 7-5 on it. But again, this ain't Team Sesh. This is a top 4 Element team that, even with the struggles, still made top 4 in Element. Or not Element, but Challenger Series. I mean, it's looking rough.
It's I mean, like you said, a bit of an oof, although that might be the understatement of the week. Is we are going to send things over to another break. Just going to get things rolling, make sure things are set up behind the scenes. So we'll be right back, and we hope you'll be here to join us.
But it's instantly traded out from Snake, and goodbye Makers and Ariel. Welcome to the grand final.
Control, but he can just walk up behind any of them, getting us the first pick and the second pick that he needs to reverse the man count. And now his team, they sit in the advantage. They sit in the majority, and Didi and Emilio, they have to go for this big rotate because the wall's not open. C4 sits in the hands of Rival. They try to pick him off from control room. They're gonna try to isolate him now, but that low HP comes back to bite Didi as Rival almost single-handedly Supermans this round.
Decent spot. They do some damage to Shrady as well. But they know about the player that's still inside of security. Seems as though they do, and they're not going to take the fight with him. Space finds the kill. Space finds 2. Third kill for Space. Make it a 4th. Space closes out Border 7-4, and Lycus Empire put themselves 1 map away from the
Dami able to get back up, so it's a 1 versus 2. Dami trying to find the bomb down with the time that he has. Poison, the only one on the second floor, potentially able to give him the 1v1 that he needs so desperately, and he finds it. We find ourselves in 1 versus 1. 1 Toxic Babe still available for the smoke of Aerial Arise, but the time is not in his favor. A couple claymores. Dami with the verticality finds some feet, but isn't able to find the kill just yet. That you need to be wondering, where are you going to go? You have so little time. The low HPs, and Dami secures it with the AK-12.
Him, as Twist is also just trying to get what little vert he can done with that DMR. 1 player's down, but 2 fall to a C4. As now we see Twist left all alone in a 1 versus 2, effectively a 1 versus 3 if they can get Kiru up. And now any and all gaps you could have to get into the site are, well, they're going to be difficult. Jeez.
It's Toaster Den. That's a powerful player. While the scoreboard might not show it anymore, Toaster was top fragging, and Toaster was doing it big. Now a big play has to come from Scoop, who spotted 1 top pro, wins that fight against Inrio, gets a double, might be looking for a triple, and he gets Rival. Are you kidding me? There's 15 seconds left. Twist has to get the plant down. He has to get himself inside, making this effectively a 2 versus 1. Kendall has to defend up against both Scary and Scoob. But as that plant goes down, it seems like the dream is coming to an end. It has to be an ace and a clutch for Scoob, who's completely locked off by that air jab, not able to get it, but manages to scoot away and potentially have an opening. He's vaulted now inside of Pro. Has one all the way back admin to deal with, and 1 coffin as well. Not sure if he's going to be able to do this one. Has plenty of angles against him. There's so little he can do at this point. Gets air jab, naded, and finished off.
Defenders going upstairs because they know how important it is to get the vert. Jackal slumps 1. Can he slump the second? No, he can't. It's a 2v2. This is where you hold on to your cups, your coffees, your teas. It's a 1v1 situation. 14 seconds left on the clock. What a shot. Hectic left in that 1v1 situation. There's pings on him. All you have to do is
fixating bolts are something that could really easily force them out of this position, and he's going to leave at the first sign of danger, not even getting to these fixating bolts himself yet, which now can be used instead to cinch down on the objective and close the site off. Gold good for 2 now as he finds a crossfire on the head of Rival, and the Clash is still holding strong as well. The asphyxiating bolt goes out, but it's going to have no impact as Gold is good for 4. He wants the 50. He's going to go down instead, but his teammates should have his back. Gold with the Midas touch on this round. It should be easy for them.
Yeah, you said you had the Midas touch.
I think about it. They already know where his position is. Let the aim
to directly duel this player inside of Control Hall. But he's gonna try to make it difficult to predict his positioning. He's gonna get that pick on Takiru, as now it's a 1 versus 2 for JJ.
Welcome back once again to the last promotion match before, I believe it's the playoffs of Blitz Season 3. As we've had the Unks and Cincinnati battling it out as they've each taken their opponent's map picks. Although the Unks have done it far more convincingly than Cincinnati did.
Yeah, an 8-7 win versus a 7-1 loss. Not feeling too good if you are Cincinnati. And one thing I do want to talk about is not only Cincinnati as a whole, but a lot of collegiate teams are teams that really need momentum in order to win games. So you usually either see a 2-0, and if it's a 2-1, they win the last 2 maps. But after a 1-7 loss going into Cafe, even if it was really close, a 7-5 victory for the Youngs last time, the very first time that both these teams fought each other in the very first round of this GSL phase, that momentum is going to be a very big contributing factor for Cincinnati going to this last map. And if you're the Youngs, you are definitely on a high right now.
We saw it in the all chat last game. The confidence for the Unks is going to be just riding an all-time high right now, as they kept Lair really close to the brink, and that last map showed a lot of the weaknesses that exist within the ranks of Cincinnati. And like we've mentioned a couple times, this is familiar territory for both of these teams, and when that match happened, the Unks won, so that precedent has already been set, not even just by the last map, but by the last time they played on this map, which is going to play into their favor as well.
And another thing I wanted to talk about is this permaban for Clash. Cincinnati, no joke, they've banned Clash every game in Blitz. And I understand that Clash is a very polarizing operator. The definition of broken, if you thought Blackbeard was broken, somehow it was upped with Clash. But at the same time, because you have that consistent ban, in a way you're also taking away the opportunity to add another ban and giving an opportunity for the Unks or whatever team that Cincinnati is playing against the ability to play other operators. You're not going to have to worry about another defender aside from that Clash, and then maybe, you know, a flex ban like Zombie being banned because it's Cafe. And that's something that the Youngs have read into quite a bit. And now banning both a Grim and the Deimos, 2 huge information ops in Cincinnati, a team that really relies on information, especially on the attack, to create a lot of opportunities. And this ban phase, I don't want to necessarily say that the Unks won it, but it is a lot more of a worrying sight if you're Cincinnati.
So I want to go back to the bans a little bit, just because look at what the Unks are banning. They're banning information. And that was something that we praised, especially on Lair during Cincinnati's attacks, was their ability to gather information and then utilize that information to create a coherent execute. But that is being immediately denied to them by the Unks, which is going to create a lot more pressure on other areas of this attack to be excellent in ways that they really just weren't on back.
It is a really difficult site. You're still going to have both Brava and that Jackal, even though Jackal has pretty much been nerfed, let's be honest here. Even though you added more tracks, you only get 1 ping and that's it. So again, not as much use there. You also have the Brava, but I mean, aside from the Valkyrie cams, which that could be huge in the default cams, you're not going to get a whole lot of use. There's not really a lot of BPs. There's no BPs being brought. There's no Maestro. So there's not a whole lot of use there from Duck, but again, I mean, it's kind of a situation where even that, information aside, there's still a lot of work for Cincinnati to do, especially roamers like Zoloris playing around, which honestly, if they are still holding that cut over by bottom white, this could be a really easy opportunity to shut down Zoloris very early in the round.
Ram is starting to make some quick work of those floors inside of the site, although an impact grenade's going to deal with one of those quite quickly, and the other one really just isn't going to have the impact that you want, and that is essentially 2 of those boogie drones that aren't going to find their mark, which is what really does have the potential to hurt Cincinnati as we go farther into this round.
Getting rid of a lot of this utility very early on, but it just, you could do all this work. We've seen Cincinnati do this work. I mean, time and time again, this early round, getting rid of the utility, clearing a lot of map space. That's not the problem, it's the execution.
That has to come within the next 60 seconds, as they've done all the pre-work they can for this execute. Now it comes time to physically get inside of the bomb site, take some gunfights, take some space, and get that diffuser down, as a couple players have made aggressive advances towards these Cincinnati players. But Zolaris is going to win his before Cheese Boss gets a refrag, and the Blackbeard's going to push into prep, taking more space aggressively, as Cheese needs to get in behind him and try to get this diffuser down. But the Unks are holding on to this space. They know how low the time is, but Pop is going to do his damnedest to alleviate that pressure. Less than 10 seconds left. That Nitro Cell is brutal, as Blackbeard now has to get the plant down. Pop doing all he can to cover, but another well-placed Nitro Cell almost does them in. As Pop gets farther into the bomb site, Hectic goes down. The Duck, it's all left up. No, actually, to Hectic, he's still up. 1 versus 3, only a sliver of HP left, and Duck with the super shorty blows in sky high. And finally, for what feels like the first time in forever, we see a solid, coherent execute come out of Cincinnati.
That nitro shot was actually insane. I mean, if that nitro goes off, that's the round over. Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to my overall ideology of CJX being just the game of small changes. There's a lot more small details being added. There's not really a big change to Siege. It's just the small little things that are changed, and small change like that C4 being essentially the only thing that could deny that plant. The crossfire over in Coat Closet being completely cut off. The vertical in control of Cincinnati, so the Unks couldn't play into that. The swing over by Freezer also completely cut off. A phenomenal setup there for Cincinnati to try and safely get that bomb down, something that they didn't consistently have on Lair or Bank. And if they can continue to replicate a safe crossfire, a safe hold to try and get that bomb down, and then successfully get the bomb down, then this Papa Cafe on the attack at least is going to be a lot more easier than last time they found themselves.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Was it 7-4, 7-5 last time we saw these two teams meet on this map? Is Arno, he's going to get a very good early pick on 2 Ions. Just, I don't even think he was trying to get a pick. I think he just wanted to open the window. And that is absolutely huge for Cincinnati, especially if they can just keep this body up for a little bit of time. Use that man advantage to try to pinch someone out, or even just keep that for when the execute comes out. Because their next task is to get in top floor and start clearing out this utility that the Unks have set up for themselves. But Zolaris, playing in that corner with the mirror windows, is gonna have a lot of power here, and he's in a position that, if properly reinforced, is very difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, no immediate follow-up for the Unks, or no immediate double-up on that pick from Cincinnati. To start off this early round, aside from that opening pick, Duck already getting a lot of utility, understanding where this utility, the Velt cams are. Engaged down below. Or at least now, doesn't look like they have any idea that there is going to be a player playing down below, but Hop is able to find Zoloris. This creates an opportunity Product to get a little bit active, but Engage right below him.
Creeping up the stairs. So close. Horror strings are creeping in. They didn't see if he could find Duck, and he does. That equalizes things. And that's a huge weight off of the shoulders of the rest of the Youngs. As Cincinnati have to try to push in towards dining, the Blackbeard goes down before the execute can even happen. And that means Cheese Boss and Pup are all alone. Cheese Boss is going to lurk in towards this red hall. Try to take out the cab. He doesn't know where Bless is. And that leaves everything up to Pup. Nowhere near the diffuser. And he has less than a minute left to make this 1 versus 3 work. And the avenue he's chosen is to go down White Stairs. Slowly make his way towards the rest of these defenders. But they're aware of this. They're holding a triple crossfire on this position. An unenviable position to be certain. And an undoable one most likely. So he's just gonna peek around, throw a flashbang, see if anyone will overexpose themselves. But no one's running until he's made his position clear. They're not giving him an inch to work with, as he's just rotating around the map, trying to find anything, any little gaps that might exist. As he's gonna walk towards Red Hall, he doesn't even get the first. As yet again, that phenomenal structure that we see the Ungs employ in their defenses reigns true.
Yeah, the Unks getting an answer back. And I mean, overall, a really good round. It's not a poor round from Cincinnati. They had a lot of information on the site in the extension upstairs, completely clearing that out. But when it came to the other points of the maps, like, for example, that roam down below from Engage, the player playing inside of that little corner by L hallway, they didn't have that. And that was a purposeful position. The Unks purposely and very consistently playing around the info that Cincinnati had, creating gaps and blind spots that, whether or not Cincinnati knew about, they never were able to get a grasp on, and that punished them. As those small individual players that they didn't have an idea on, and players like Engage in a very good position, but more importantly, he read that position and played it well. Didn't play it over-aggressive, played it just passively, got the timing down to a T, and that's what you're going to need consistently if the Unks want to start to stack up some rounds here. But again, a really good start for Cincinnati on this exact same bomb site, and they could potentially do it again.
5 seconds remaining.
I can imagine the Ungs want to prevent that from happening, but we'll see. The confidence after that last round. I mean, they lost Ions so early, and there was no immediate recourse, but then there were continued missteps afterwards that really do highlight so many of the ways that Cincinnati have been weak in this series. And that's going to be something that's going to feed into the play style of the Ungs. Give them that room they need to take this next round, reverse the loss they suffered on the site previously, get things going as quickly as they can to try to shut Cincinnati out of going further into Blitz.
Engage with a really big position here. If he's able to hear the swing in from Pup, he is! Blackbeard right in front of him. Arno has the potential to get the answer back, but it's going to be the other player who could potentially get it. Highest is able to eventually get the revenge, shut down Engage, but Ions and Bless, they go huge throughout that entire engagement on the top floor. Just a minute into the round, 4 players are dead, but Cincinnati in a 2-man disadvantage.
I mean, they have a lot of time left, but look at this. Bless is just playing upstairs. He knows what his team has got, and he can kind of play his life here a little bit, maybe be a little bit reckless. Because even if his position is found out, that's still time that's wasted, potentially even bodies that are wasted by Cincinnati that they just can't afford to spend right now. As Highest and Cheese Boss just have to make something work, anything work that they might possibly find. Going into this last minute, 10 seconds, as Bless is going to try to make the flank work. Utility goes out onto the whiskey bar. Highest gets a second kill. And he's trying to fish for a third, but look at this flank from Bless. It ends up being perfect. He nets the 2K, claims the last 2 bodies he needs. That is yet another round win, a convincing round win, going the way of the Unks.
Yeah, and that is a momentum changer for Cincinnati. That's a round where they have started to lose the grasp on the lead in this map. They don't necessarily have any control. That round, they had no idea absolutely. The entire first engagement, the Youngs perfectly knew where Cincinnati was pushing over in that piano position. BLITZ even getting a phenomenal early pick. And now you're able to take that Blackbeard off the board. The main spearhead, essentially, in the past 2 rounds, the only, I guess you could say, maybe advantage in space-taking ability that Cincinnati has had was with that Blackbeard. Now being banned off the board, you're going to need to rely on Cincinnati to bring something up. So that answer so far is going to be Arno and the Monty, but that's had mixed results so far.
Honestly, like it's a game that's a little bit difficult to do commentary on sometimes, because my tendency as a caster has been to try to uplift what's going well, and there is a lot to uplift, but there has also just been a very negative sense that I've gotten from so much of how this has gotten. Especially after that first map, it really set up this series that was so close, so equally matched, like the perfect brawl for the final qualifying team going into the next stage of Blitz. I believe the final stage of Blitz.
Yeah.
And thus far, that's really not what we've been getting.
No, I mean it really hasn't. The only team so far that has came from qualifiers that has qualified onto Phase 3's F5. Aside from that, not really anybody else. And one of the biggest contributing factors, BLITZ, yet again, going huge. I talked about how he is going into this matchup, he was the highest rated player, map 1. Struggled, you could even argue that he was completely shut down. But now going on from map 3, from map 2, he's all but shown up 7-1 now.
I don't even think you could say he's all but shown up. He's just shown up big. He's shown a spotlight on himself. It's taken away any potential energy that might be given towards the rest or towards anyone on Cincinnati. As they're just dead now. They're in the dirt. As he has shut down the own top fragger of Cincinnati, highest. As now, the rest of this team, they just have to, again, poke around, see if anyone from the Ungs will play their hand, overplay their hands. But no one's been doing that from the Ungs so far. They've gotten those early round advantages and then just sat and waited, played these crosses, and made Cincinnati make more mistakes before they make their move.
Yeah, and it's for Cincinnati, which is already a team that struggles in that mid to late round to create opportunities for themselves. There's not going to be any opportunities given to them. And on top of that, you have so much info that's just being tossed around this defense from these drones, from Engage. I mean, there's just so much information that as soon as Cincinnati takes that first step, if they just step a little bit too far, the Youngs, they're going to be prepared and fully aware.
Walking down White Stairs. Looking to get anything done. Gonna try to just open up anything they can here. Play off this Monty. But here's Boss. Gonna make things a little bit easier. Trying to get a pick onto the Mozzie. But they can't even do that. He gets the down onto Duck. And he is eventually refragged. But Zolaris has gotten the pick on the Cheese Boss. And now Arno and Duck are alone. There is the potential, nay, the success of a pickup on the White Stairs. And they have this diffuser. But any move is going to be telegraphed by the noise that Monty makes. And Duck is on such low HP that everything is going to be exponentially more difficult. Giving his position away, BLITZ gets that kill. As he's going to try to go for a 4. He doesn't get it. Arno, he's gotten 2 kills with the pistol. And he just has to get that third. Gonna go for it, but he misses the shots. Hectic gets it instead. And it almost is such a beautiful clutch. But in the end, the Ungs, they just remain too stalwart, too steadfast for Cincinnati to make any headway.
That's a heartbreaker of a round. And I was going to talk about the point. If you look at all chat, it's been silent. Not even highest has been typing. And that's a bad sign. I mean, that is a a glaring sign, a glaring red symbol that the mental game of Cincinnati is a little bit down. In a round where you almost had a huge clutch there from RNO that could have changed the entire momentum, tied up the round count for both Cincinnati and the Unks, but you just lose it at the tail end of that 1v1 engagement. That is something that really just takes the hearts of Cincinnati and sinks it down to your stomach. And there's nothing really in my mind that I can say that Cincinnati has to really change this momentum up, especially with that ban from the Blackbeard. It really does seem like that Cincinnati, their opportunities are going to continue to be cut off.
5 seconds to insertion.
The Unks know it too. You can tell they know it from the way they're playing this. Playing so aggressively, but so confidently aggressively. Like, they have the best aim in the world. Like, no one on Cincinnati has the capability to fire a bullet back. Because they haven't been so far. They haven't been for either of these previous maps. And on those attacks especially, there have been so many weaknesses from this team, from Cincinnati, that the Unks have managed to take advantage of in a myriad of ways, which has allowed them to get to the position that they are in, continuing to drive up their stocks on this defense. As yet again, the Monty wants to try to go in and find some early space, but Ions is getting aggressive over by this position, just trying to see what we can find, who we can catch off guard.
For now, it's going to be nobody. But that's not the main entry point. You still have to worry about Zoloris and the rest of the Unks playing on this extension. 3 players in total holding this vertical. And that's something for now that Cincinnati doesn't really have an answer for. They don't have anything to necessarily clear it. Nobody playing on those bar windows, so there's no back pressure. So you simply have to use your utility to set up dry swings. And that's something that the Unks want. And on top of that, you got some player playing below. It's just no opportunities here. For Cincinnati and for the Unks, there's so many opportunities here.
Less than half the round remains. Ions has been challenged. Grenade lands at his feet. There's a Twitch, or no, a guy Q looking for him that does find him. And that's a good opening pick that Cincinnati have secured for themselves. As the rest of the team just looks to poke at the site here. See if they can get an execute going, but Zolaris is going to take down highest. Diffuser is going to start to go down as Duck has coverage from that red hull, but Matt gets a pick back onto Pup. They open up that hatch above the planter, but that's just a kill for Cheese Boss. But Bless is going to keep that man advantage in the favor of his team as Zolaris has moved up top. Hectic has made this a 1 versus 3 for Cheese, as he has to find anything. But Hectic too good in that situation. The retake is perfect, and another round, a 4th round, goes the way of the Unks.
I had a Nomad. It is... There's been a lot of points. The first map I was very taken back because the Unks had troubles. Map 2, I mean, I was flabbergasted, to say the least. I mean, I was dropped. And now, here on map 3 of Cafe, I'm heartbroken. I mean, there are so many opportunities. They had such a great post plant, just didn't have anybody on the vertical. I talked about it. I mean, as soon as they saw that Mira, 3 players on that top floor, another example of Cincinnati not trying to do that dirty grunt work of clearing that extension, clearing the vertical, and because of it, it was the downfall of their plant. Had nobody on white stairs, hell, nobody in reading. Yet again, round after round on this attack, they tried to go for these very simple takes without a lot of prep work, building up these executions, aside from the very first round. Because of it, the Unks are going to continue to punish them, and there's, again, nothing the Cincinnati are throwing out that is really pushing back or challenging the Unks on this defense.
5 seconds to insertion.
No, the Unks have been given so much room to play with, actually.
Attackers are moving to
which has been a huge boost for them this entire time. And we saw them typing it in all chat after the previous round ended. There was no one in mining, but it took them so long to complete the steps necessary to take that space. And that is just a level of not only room that they're giving their opponents that is being taken advantage of, but it telegraphs exactly what your plan is. So by the time they go for it, the Unks are fully prepared for anything that might be happening.
Oh, I mean...
Oh, no.
Okay, there you go. Cheese Boss, he gets the cutoff. You're able to apply pressure. Ions, he's going to rotate over quickly, whether or not he knows that Prep is already in the control of RNO. Cheese Boss losing so much HP and health, though. C4 does miss the mark, but because it's taken them so long, the Youngs have started to claw back, but Highest, he shuts it down.
It's a 4 versus 2 now for this execute. Hectic still has a good position. Ions might be able to get some vertical play going here, but there's already a diffuser going down. Cheese Boss hits the floor, but the diffuser's gonna hit the floor in kind. As now Bless has to get in through this back area, through Freezer, and retake. Hectic's gotten himself a second. We're in man equality now, but Highest isn't gonna let that stand. Watching this diffuser with his life, he has a Monty up to feed him this information. As Bless has to be careful, watching every single angle like a hawk, and he's being shut out of the sight there with that Raura gadget. Running back into Freezer, he has such little time left harassing that Monty, but the Monty harasses him back in kind, and there's no time left, as finally there's been an answer found by Cincinnati.
I want to play devil's advocate here a little bit. I mean, a 2-4 half for what easily could have been a 5-1. Dunks not being able to consistently shut down that first floor bomb site inside a kitchen. Only 1 out of the 2 rounds, or 1 out of the 3 rounds they played it. Now you get to swap back to your defense. I mean, this is, a position that could have been a lot worse. Cincinnati, I don't necessarily think that they're out of this map or series. And honestly, pleasantly surprised. I think they got their foot in the door, needed a little bit more. But again, I think it's much better than what could have been.
I mean, things could always be worse, right? So you do kind of take the small victories as they come. And that last round was legitimately really, really good for Cincinnati. They did lose that opening kill, but they refragged it immediately, and then they utilized that space they had taken to then deal further damage to the ranks of the players within the site, which is exactly what you want to see your players doing. Which, I mean, it works, right? We see a round that does end up being close in the end, but they still played that 2v1 phenomenally, using that utility they had at their disposal, and the fact that Monty, I mean, he's named Mountain for Christ's sake. He's so good at standing tall.
Yeah.
They play that perfectly, and it's such a good sign for what we can see on this defense.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, it is really just beautiful here. I mean, I think consistently Cincinnati has been able to salvage halves and rounds. I think that was kind of the thing they did in overtime over on Lair. Bank, not so much. But again, you're allowed to put Ions onto that Deimos now. And you give Cincinnati the chance to play a clash, which they are going to absolutely eat up. It's going to be up to the Unks to try and find a counter to that.
See how things go here. Seeing a clash left up on the board and actually being taken by Arno. And if you've played ranked, then you know that clash is both unbannable and very, very annoying to deal with. That's going to give a lot of information and fragging potential over toward these players on Cincinnati. It's going to require the Unks to be a little bit more careful than they might like to be in situations like this.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I really like about the attacks from the Unks is they bring a lot of operator loadout, or I'd say loadouts, where they give themselves a lot of opportunities. You have the info with both Engage and Hectic, but you also have a lot of displacement utility with Ions, Zalora. You could argue Bless on that Nomad and displace a couple of people. First person they are trying to displace is Duck, but more focused on this top floor. Duck doing a really good job at playing this vertical from below, denying the easy entry on these windows. So whether or not they want to right now, that is eventually a position that they're going to have to worry about. Already finding Pup, though, is going to be a really good one, though.
Losing that opening pick and potentially getting no recourse is potentially the death nail for Cincinnati with how things have been going. As we see Arno holding aggressive over towards Pixel, using that Clash Shield as his weaponry. As they're trying to keep him locked in this position, or even potentially just ignore him and go somewhere else, but Cheese Boss has that read. He has the read on the next player walking in the door as well. A nasty 2K for him. With 50 seconds left, there's not a lot of time for a pause in the action by this point, as the attack has to get in and make something happen. That's going to be Hectic that does the first piece, killing off Highest, running down red stairs immediately after, as Duck might try to rotate over towards brown stairs to help Cheese Boss, who's currently alone in the site. Zalaris has entered with that diffuser in hand. They're nomading off their flanks, but the flank from the brown stairs is good. Arno as well playing Subvert. It's just left up to Hectic, trying to reclaim the diffuser. He has so little time, just has to stick it, has to get it on the ground. As Arno and Duck collapse on his position, and there's a trade in the end, but it's a trade that favors Cincinnati as they win their third round.
A really good hold from Cincinnati on that top floor. I talked about how that clash was going to be a problem that the Unks needed to figure out. Never did. Never had an answer for that clash. Never got full control of that top floor. And they were able to try and get that case down with Ying on Zaloris, but that was simply because Cincinnati had completely vacated at that point in time, that first floor. 2 players above, 1 player going down below, trying to play spoiler, walking his way up gold stairs. Cincinnati, they got more than a foot in the door. They got a knee in now. Just 1 round away from potentially evening it up. But again, I mean, bringing out that clash, that's something that Cincinnati's going to continue to push. And again, if the Unks don't find an answer for this clash, I talked about it before, she's a very polarizing operator. That could be the key to their success in starting to take a lead in this matchup.
Well, that is kind of a dangerous proposition for both sides, as given that this is not ranked, you can ban Clash right now. And if that continues to be an issue, that is something that the Unks are probably going to investigate doing. As I mean, there'd be no reason not to if that is the win con that's really allowing Cincinnati to have a way into these rounds. We're going to start things off with Duck Tolliver sitting down below inside a bakery. Just waiting to see what might come his way, who might walk around. As there's a lot of effort being put into getting players in this bottom floor by the Unks, which means his flank could potentially pay dividends, but that is also more sets of eyes that could potentially catch him.
Yeah, taking a lot of space that's just completely been given up. Not a whole lot of necessarily useful space. You're just trying to do your due diligence, trying to clear out the room, especially with Duck playing inside a bakery. For now, they don't have any information. I am a little bit worried that Zaloris droning so deep up in the bomb site, up those stairs, isn't suspecting a player to play around or even in bakery where Duck is playing. So this could be a little bit of a missed opportunity, or rather an opportunity for Cincinnati to get a fast one on the Unks. And with all of this info in the pocket of the Unks, I mean, allowing Duck to get a kill like that so early on, I mean, that's just really a miss. But again, it's just theory right now. It hasn't happened just yet. It's going to be up to whether or not Zoloris wants to jump into that window. As of right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be the case.
It's the 90 seconds left, less than half of this round to go, and we see what the plan looks like here for the Unks, as they've cleared out so much around this mining area. Now they just have to worry about the player that's inside a train, as well as anyone in an adjacent position. But Nomad is here to alleviate a little bit of that pressure, as is Ions to get in above the site. Potentially work some vertical play, but Bless gonna start things off just right, or Duck downs that diffuser on Hectic. That's so much execute utility gone. Up as well, tagging on with one of his own. And that's gonna force everyone on the Unks into a very awkward position as Duck continues to get aggressive flawlessly as he gets his second kill on that run out. Now the plant is gonna go down as there's just enough of a gap, but Pup isn't gonna let it be held, and neither is Cheese Boss. As Cincinnati, they've found their second round into this defensive half. They've equalized the round count, and they're slowly starting to crawl or claw things back.
Yet again, the Unks letting this slip. I mean, that's a round where they didn't fully clear that top floor. The only pressure they necessarily had deep into the round was Ions playing up there, but he didn't have a drone in front of him. Didn't have enough consistent information, so he lost his life to Pup that was still roaming up there, still uncontested, unbeknownst to the team. You also had Duck playing down below by Bakery, made his way up red stairs, got a kill from there, completely shut down the momentum in the plant that was the case carrier. Yet again, another roamer, unbeknownst to the Unks. It falls back down to the same problem of just not having enough consistent info in that late round, and Cincinnati doing not only a phenomenal job of punishing it, but now forcing the Unks to take a timeout.
I mean, this is exactly the momentum shift that you really want after the way the previous map went. And it's, I mean, just showing a lot of really good signs of life from Cincinnati, and I think a glimmer of hope, especially after I had kind of speculated that if they rely on that clash too much, that really could come back and bite them if the Unks just decide to ban it. But the thing that won them that previous round really didn't have a lot to do with Arno playing that clash, as it was a lot of solid positioning and teamwork from Cincinnati independent of that led to them winning that round. And that is a formula that you can transfer to any site and any operator composition going forward.
The Unks are going to be bringing out a lot more active utility. Ions placing himself onto that blitz, onto that shield play, understanding that they didn't really have enough shield play with that Blackbeard off the board. Haven't played a blitz. They haven't played that Monty just yet. Also going to be bringing Bless with a lot of that execution and line of sight cutoff utility. So again, I really like this play, this change up from the Unks to bring a lot more utility that is immediately effective that they can use to try and displace and clear out these extended positions from Cincinnati. It's a perfect read because there is a really heavy extension all the way into Christmas, a little bit of pressure on that second floor, and a really phenomenal read. Again, just comes down to whether or not they can efficiently execute.
Flash poking outside of this main doorway. Well, that's not really the area that the Unks want to go for. Ions is actually over towards Freezer instead. So it looks like they have a pretty typical rush lined up. Use that sense to cut things off as much as you can and then send that blitz in as fast as you possibly can to keep people from properly retaliating. Well, they've been a little bit slow with getting that going, but it looks like actually that's going to get going right now. As the smoke canister goes out, firebolts go out. Pup kills one, though. He kills the blitz. He kills off that rush. He gets a second as well. In what should be an unwinnable position, he somehow managed to find greatness as the rest of his team is working to hold off his flanks and make sure that he can't be challenged easily. Player to his left, player to his right, trying to barrel down on him. But it's being slowed down here because the rest of his team are playing so well around him. Pup with the triple kill. There's still more to find, but oh my gosh. If Cincinnati haven't gotten themselves off to a great start.
I mean, you can't clear this player out. You still have a clashes. I mean, this is an unwinnable round. I mean, all the momentum's been killed. You have no vertical. You have no way into the bomb site. Hectic doesn't even know that there's a player or not inside of Coat. Engage is able to get one. Pup does a little bit too much. All that momentum now gone. Stuck with a kill. It's just Hectic in the 1v3.
He's got nothing to really do to get him out of this either. He has 2 Twitch drones, but what's that gonna do in this position? With only 30 seconds left. Not even a good place to take gunfights from, as Duck is gonna take his instead. And starting with that phenomenal 3K from Pup, ending with that 1K from Duck, they do such a good job of halting any momentum that the Unks looked to build.
I did it in map 1, I'm gonna do it again. I feel like the Unks, I don't know, there's something in me that they're gonna ban a Clash. I have a slight feeling that they might ban the Clash. What a surprise. The Brava ban also comes out. Real shocker. I am astonished that Pup was able to get 3 kills right there.
Would have never foreseen this.
I mean, you had a Capital. I really built up in the prep phase. All of the displacement utility that was the one goal was to displace those extended positions, clear them out. And that's the one thing that lost them the round, was inability to use that utility. It's very simple things that the Unks seemingly just cannot do, not only in this series, but previous series, even going all the way back to the finale. Not entirely sure what has plagued this team, but it has consistently led on just enough to now put them 1 round down in an elimination/qualification match in yet another T3 league.
And again, I don't even think that Clash ban is going to be as impactful as they'd hoped, because it really was crazy impactful round 7, but I'd argue these last couple rounds didn't have much to do with that Clash. It had a lot more to do with Cincinnati just really doing a good job of identifying weaknesses in the attack and really looking to exploit that. And that isn't something that banning the Clash is really going to do a whole lot to solve. If anything, with that Brava ban, it just frees up Arno to play something like this Maestro that's going to feed a ton of information. Or even a gun if he's able to get some momentum going in the fragging department. Because there are so many options that Cincinnati could look to go for here that are truly viable.
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult. Cincinnati's also bringing and kind of changing up their playstyle, bringing that information on the Maestro, also putting in that Fenrir, 2 operators that, because you've banned out that Brava, it's going to be really difficult to play around. Luckily enough, though, they do have that Flores, a little bit of utility they can use to try and clear this from Cincinnati, but you also have the Azamis now that are on the board. I mean, these bans really have just fallen short for the Unks in Cincinnati. I mean, they just have a lot of utility that the Unks are just not prepared to clear whatsoever.
And we see Pup get out there pretty much scot-free, and it looks like they're still potentially worried about the position he might be holding, or even just someone trying to walk up Whitehall. But Cincinnati are, by this point in the round, just playing things quite close to the chest, waiting for Unks to try to make a move so they can just hold for that and make sure they have each other's crosses and refrags and prevent an opening.
Stalemate just for now. Cincinnati still having a really strong hold over inside of Bar. A little bit of split pressure from the windows and over by deep White hallway, but nothing to immediately push any of these extended players out. Duck jumps out, tries to get a quick one on Hectic, but he's going to punish him for it.
Yeah, the run-outs don't work quite like they used to, and Bless is going to get one into highest. It looked like it was going so well, but those 2 bodies being thrown in quick succession is going to be massive for the Unks, as they want to get here, try to plant inside of Reading if at all possible, and Papa isn't even going to be able to mount a successful flank because his position is known, and that's going to show that the side here, Reading especially, is going to be wide open. The Unks can get in here with little to no contest and just start planting that diffuser, and that's exactly what Zolaris is gonna look at doing. Pup is gonna try to get something going. Arno's gonna get a pick onto Hectic, and then try to get some more, but Pup and Arno, they actually tag on. The diffuser's down inside of the site, and now the attack has to go grab it. Players out of laundry, Cheese Boss gets one, and there's only a second left for Ions to do something. Bless, no, he falls. And it looked like such a good round, but then it's just map and match point going the way of Cincinnati.
I mean, you've already taken your time out. All the momentum. A 5-3 lead, not having the late round info. I mean, it is puzzling. It's the exact same problem, the exact same thorn in their back, round in and round out, that they just fall short. I mean, it didn't even really fall down to that utility. All that utility on top floor was very quickly handled. You had a 5v3 going in execution, but you just died to isolated players you just were not aware of. I mean, this is a team that has so much experience on this roster, that had all the preparation, and they're falling down to these very simple problems.
Now Cincinnati, they're riding so much momentum, such a high after these last 4 rounds.
5 seconds left.
And that's something that isn't just gonna stop, something that's not gonna be easily halted. Because no matter what the Ungs have tried to throw at them, no matter what operator they've taken off of the board for this defense, Cincinnati have had an answer. They've had another cheese strat that's worked. Just something to keep any comfortability out of the hands of the Ungs. And this Azami is gonna be the first stage of that. She is gonna be playing inside of that piano, holding players off as long as possible. Arno still on that Maestro that works so well. There's a lot going for this defense.
I mean, a lot of info gained just from that one default camera, understanding that there's a lurk. And here's Duck. This is going to fall off that position, so yet again, not going to give Duck that opportunity. But on this exact same bomb site, we saw what happened when they let Duck play below. Eventually roaming up those red stairs, shot the player who had the case and completely shut down all the momentum going into that execution of the round. I mean, again, and you don't have information on Cheese Boss. If you drop down the skylight, you're dead. Even a run out to draw away the attention, force the Unks to deal with this roam downstairs for Cincinnati, waste more time theoretically. Duck's just going to run away. He's not even going to try to play any spoiler. He's not going to try and get an opening kill. He's just going to try to waste time with that scan from the Deimos. They're going to have information that should have been known quite a little bit, and half the round's now gone, and the Unks haven't really done anything. They haven't even gotten into the damn building.
I mean, Cincinnati have just been trying to play ring around the rosy here as much as they possibly can. Just making sure that there has been no easy pick that can be ascertained by the Unks. There's been no easy map control, not even easy information that can be obtained. That's going to make everything extraordinarily uncomfortable, as Duck is in an incredibly forward position inside a piano. They might have an idea that he's there, but they can't sit and hold this forever. They can't waste a ton of time trying to get him out of this position, and he knows that. And it's going to give him the confidence to sit here. As Maestro is the one that's targeted by that Deimos, Duck continues to watch the same position. There's less than 40 seconds left for the Ungs to mount this attack. But highest is the one that falls first. So is Arno. That's massive for the attack. Duck has to get up here and get something going with the secondary shoddy, but he's not going to be able to, as the plant is going to go down. He doesn't even get another pick. Pup falls on the red stairs, and so does Duck. And now Cheese Boss is left in a 1 versus 4 post plants. And they know where he is. As Bless is going to do his best to try to get this pick. As he runs down the main stairs, but Bless has the better swing. And the Unks hold on, at least for one more round.
5 rounds in the second half, and the Unks are finally able to get a round on the board on their attack. Phenomenal simple game there from the Unks, not fully trying to take control and clear down below. Not trying to take full control on that vertical. Going into that late round execution, there was a player that tried to flank up top. There was a player that tried to flank down below. But the Unks had simple crosses. They had just enough map control to safely get that bomb down and punish those players. Sure, they didn't have all the information on where those players were playing, but they had enough information on and around the site to understand that all 5 players weren't there. Took a little bit of a guessing game, took It's a chance, hoping that they could guess where those players were, more than likely on the flanks. Those crossfires being set up, shut down those players perfectly, and put themselves just one round away from yet again going into overtime. Now going down onto Kitchen, a bomb set that he struggled quite a bit to start off.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion.
There's got to be some confidence from both teams going into this. For their own sakes.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Because obviously the Youngs, they need an overtime here. They need a second overtime. Want to take this over the edge. Deny another regulation match points that Cincinnati have secured. Keep themselves alive in this. Keep the dream alive. As they did so well in Challenger Series to the point where they got invited to Element 5. They haven't been able to do much outside of it since then. It's here where they can truly start rebranding their narrative so that they do belong here. At least for a little bit. They have one round left before they get overtime.
Last time around that the Youngs attacked this bomb site, they had difficulties clearing out those extended players on that first floor. Yet again, you got Duck inside of cafeteria. Or bakery, rather, and then you also, yet again, have Pup inside of Christmas. The Youngs not trying to address those positions early on, trying to clear this roam on the top 2 floors that does not exist. As of now, they just look like a schizophrenic patient in a 1960s mental hospital because there's nobody here doing a full roam for absolutely no players. Eventually, they'll get a ping on the bomb site, and with this info, they will say to themselves that, yes, these top 2 floors are clear, and they are playing a relatively bunkered and close play to the bomb site.
So I have to try to get this position going. They struggled to get up out of this position the last time. Got 3 kills from that. He got 3 kills last time just from that one hallway because they struggled to really coherently work together to get him out of there or deny the positions around him that enabled him to move with so much comfortability. So now there's only a minute left. Vertical's being worked. Hatches are being opened. Or at least attempted to be opened, but there are still 2 bro canisters to delay that. At least for a little bit. And that is increasingly viable as the seconds continue to tick away. As there's less and less time for the attack to work things. There's 35 seconds left. King Candela goes out. Hatch is still not open. And it won't be until there's about 25 seconds left in the round, and that could be crippling if there isn't efficient enough time usage from the Youngs here. It's now Ions is in at the bottom of White Stairs. Angle's being cut off. C4 goes out, but it doesn't catch anything. Zolaris is on the defuse. Bless gets the opener. They have everything they need to get this diffuser down, and they do it successfully. And now they're just gonna fall back, hold these positions. But Pup manages to find one. There's a retake being mounted onto Bunker, but Engage shuts it down. As now there's another player in Freezer, but they don't know he's there. Hectic. He eventually falls to highest. It's a 2 versus 2 now, but there's no good way for them to get onto this diffuser. Both these attackers are wasting so much time, and they have to kill this player on the vert, but it's a 2 versus 1. And that's gonna send us, with that kill, into overtime.
Going the distance, just like map 1. The Unks reading into it, and yet again, back-to-back rounds where they play into that simplistic play style, where they get just enough map control. They hold off those players, like the player playing over by the cutoff inside of Doorway by Bar, also cutting off the player inside of Christmas, and then nobody reading into the execute on the hatch drop, even though you threw a lot of Cuber out canisters. No pressure around for the map. A round where Cincinnati kind of were just Stevie Wonder and not fully realizing, even though they were giving every sign possible on where the bomb was going down. It didn't have that echo that RNO continuously brought that time around playing in the Maestro. So a little bit of a misread there in utility in where it was placed. But again, the Youngs playing into it perfectly.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of a resurgence these past couple of rounds, which was followed by the resurgence that Cincinnati had on the start of their defense. Now, all that matters for this whole best of 3 is now going to be boiled down to these next 3 rounds. Is Cincinnati going to start on that defense? There is some comfortability. But if these last couple rounds are any sort of an indication, that might not be the good luck charm that Cincinnati need.
Yeah. Cincinnati, though, luckily enough for them, they get the favor side. Both teams only winning 2 of their 6 possible attacking rounds. And the Youngs are going to need to win at least 1 attack. Even then, they'd have to go back-to-back. They'd have to win 2 if they go to max overtime. A lot of just utility. Nothing really being changed or brought out. Cincinnati, though, has brought both a Wamai and Duck bringing that Mozzie. Again, I mean, it's kind of it's both teams continuing to play into that play style. It just comes down to how the Youngs play around this extension. If they want to fully put pressure onto it. Rounds before, we've seen that they don't really want to. They want to try and take as minimalistic map control as possible to go for that execution. But I fear that's something that Cincinnati has read into and more than likely will not allow them to do, especially on a bomb site like Reading and Kitchen.
Fuse on the board, which is certainly an interesting pick for this site, although not necessarily a bad one, is if they can get vertical control, there's a lot that can be destroyed, especially if you can stay up after the plant has already gone down. That's a lot of spatial denial, which I'm sure that the Youngs will be appreciative of.
He's got a shield.
But there is still some space that has to be taken before that can happen.
I don't disagree with it, but Fuse shield, that's definitely a choice. I don't know if it's a good or bad one just yet. Duck playing in a little bit of a rat corner, trying to potentially play spoilers eventually when Unks drop down that heaven position into pillar. It's not a question of if it will happen. It will. It's just when it will happen. They're going to be able to read into this, but oh my god, Bless just shutting down Pup, but still has to be careful about the player inside Hell.
Still a great position being held by Duck, but Pup dying there puts so much pressure on the rest of the team. There's only 30 seconds left to make this work, get into the bomb site, and get that diffuser down. As Ions is going to track this Goyo, they're still woefully unaware of the positioning that Duck is holding. As Ions is going to get killed off by Arno. That's a good refrag. Duck is going to get one. Duck is going to get a second one as well. And it's a 2 versus 2 man up, but there's only 10 seconds left. Diffuser is not in hand of the attackers. And they have to try to find exactly where these defenders are playing, but they're not making their positions obvious, and there's no time left to find anything. As Cincinnati, yet again, put themselves on map and match points.
Younks now get to fall down onto their defense. And again, it's a round where they just didn't have info. They just didn't have info. They died to players where they didn't know where it is. Every round, it's the same problem. The exact same points of the round. I mean, these teams are just falling down to formulas, to a structure that they follow as close as a sergeant's orders in the Marines. And it is the downfall for both of them. We go back down to the exact same bomb site this time around, though. It is the Younks defending it. Relatively similar loadout or lineup from the Cincinnati. Again, the overall idea from both teams should be relatively the same, even though Cincinnati, we go back to the overtime over on Lair, they showed more of an effort to change things up when they were on their overtime attacking rounds, and I hope that it's going to be the same here.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
It's like 3 minutes to potentially decide the whole game.
Out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. As we've had so long since Cincinnati were last on an attack, and I'm interested to see, will that confidence they gathered on the defense transfer over? Is that going to be enough to break through everything that the Ungs have been going for? What made those original defenses excel in the first place? We see right now just a lot of movement from players on both sides, feeling each other out, trying to see where the gaps are, where the utility is, so they can start planning a move.
BLITZ and the rest of the players on this top floor moving very fluid. They're trying to give themselves as many opportunities, try and retake the position over inside of Piano. There goes BLITZ running his way over to Bathroom. A run out from Ions isn't going to have any effect. He'll still play there, potentially eyeing that position. Again, are they aware that Hectic is alone? BLITZ has pushed up really deep over into Bathroom, setting up a bit of a crossfire here. Incidentally enough, if they go for that hatch drop, get cut off, but it's actually Arno. The run out from Ions does find effect even on the second time around.
Util being dumped onto the top floor here, trying to get this
Again?
out, but again with the run out from Ions. Denying so much. Hectic as well gets one of his own. And the recourse has failed. It's only Highest left. Rappelling on that heaven window. Just hoping, praying that someone could overexpose themselves, overstay their welcome, just make some mistake. It allows them to get the kill, but Hectic is too good of a shot for that. And as is fitting, we're going to 7-7 maximum overtime.
I'm really curious to see what the Unks do here. They don't have a timeout in their pocket. Cincinnati, they're not taking their timeout. They're just not. They're not a team that really has a lot of use in that timeout. Pretty sure they don't have a coach. So it's just going to fall down to what the Unks make and what their adaptation is going to be. They're going to be falling down to this kitchen bomb site. And I really like this lineup. A lot of time denial backed up by information and information denial. You have the smoke and two brow, trying to more than likely waste as much time. But more importantly, Highest and Arno bringing out that information to not only give themselves, but Ali, something I talked about that last time that Cincinnati were lacking when it came down to that execution was an echo. Highest reading into that, bringing it out. And it could be the X factor if the Unks aren't aware. And with no IQ on the board, there's nothing that gives me the idea that they know about this switch up.
10 seconds left.
But they've also kept a lot of other aspects from those previous defenses that do have the potential to work quite well. I do still like the fact that they're leaning into the 2-bro. I do still like the smoke. I do still like that Maestro being brought out. There's a lot of potential here for Cincinnati to really close this out here. But Highest is going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders to not only keep himself alive, but keep those echo cams alive, and then use them once the moment comes within these next 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
You're going to need the Unks to move a lot faster this time around. You don't want this round to fall down to 30 seconds and allow players like Pup nor Duck to just use that utility in their pockets to just drain you down. I mean, last time we saw them go for the execution, it was like in 20 to 9 seconds when they were getting that bomb down. I mean, that's a round where if you just have one bad swing or a player not watching their cross, siege time comes into effect, then, I mean, this game's over. I mean, we wouldn't even be here in overtime. So the Youngs have to make sure that they watch their pace, understand that it's going to be yet again another bunkered defense. You can already see moving a lot faster this time around, playing into this vertical, applying pressure over by this bakery side of the bomb site, something that they didn't do the last time they came on here. Again, both teams really adapting quite well.
Tempted C4 into BLITZ, but he manages to dodge it. Is that Buck's going to do some precision vertical play, which is going to allow for much more focused efforts to dislodge these defenders from important positions, which could potentially nullify the effect of something like the Maestro or an Echo might have late round.
I mean, it's just gonna fall down to that execution. I'm not entirely sure where this bomb, or where they want to try to go the bomb down. Rotating engage over to these windows by dining gives me the idea they want to go for the same push down in freezer, but I just don't think that's the right idea.
Ions wants to try to fight Pup in this position. He's been good here so far. Will he continue to be good? Zolaris now effectively a walking corpse with how little HP he currently possesses. As there's so much pressure on Pup, but no one's managed to get him out yet. As Mac goes out and he gets picked off by Pup, that's the opener. And there's only 30 seconds left to fulfill every step left in this execute. As the Ying Candela goes out, but Zolaris ends up getting downed. Arno finishes it off. Pup's gonna get another. It's a 2 versus 4. As Pup continues to try to get aggressive. Find these last players. Bless is all that you have left to punch your ticket to the playoffs. Walking down white stairs into this crossfire, finding anything that he can, and Pup secures it for Cincinnati. Saying no to the naysayers, denying the Cinderella run that the Unks wanted, and bringing them further than Collegiate has dared to go before.
They said that the hatch... okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to take all the momentum away. Cincinnati, again, a phenomenal game. Really good reading into it that they were going for the exact same push. But if you can't get that hatch open and it was bugged... I mean, I don't think you can really replay the round. It's still the Unks falling short. And in my opinion, I mean, the game should not have been that close. I mean, it should not have fallen down to just one hatch being bugged that decides. I mean, this team, not only in this best of 3, but in Blitz, even going back to the finale, has been plagued by very simple issues that go to the structure they've been set up. They have a lot of work to do, especially going into Element that starts next week. And it's difficult sites, but at the end of the day, I mean, just a phenomenal play by this Collegiate team. I had a lot of faith in them. I thought they were going to go deep, and they continue to go deep, but they got to play Revelations.
Yeah.
Tough scenes.
I mean, it's tough straits to be in. That being said, from all of us at Blitz, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our production, which has been Gamma on the sticks, and Kai trolling us from the Observer booth. And thank you to Goose, as always, for putting up with my chicanery live on air. It's a pleasure, as always. And we'll be back later this week with the playoffs.
Inside of the bomb site, gonna try to make it a 1 versus 1 as soon as he can. He's gonna do it. Only has to kill Moses, and he's gonna get the map with a 1 versus 2 clutch.
Slight damage, or they do some slight pressure onto Unstoppable, who's still completely full HP, but now you've given up where the full brunt of your execute is coming from, and Hush have repositioned just to meet you there.
Here it comes. Zolaris swings, puts some damage down. Rival down to 17 HP. The big window's hot. He just walked down through and says, hey, how you doing? I live here, by the way. There comes the skeleton key. It's now a 1v2. Phantom Legion say not just yet. Rival with 2 kills. And now it's 6-5. This Phantom Legion
should get the kill.
Oh, the timing!
3v2 post plant. Yeah, Diffuser down, but they need the kills. Bryonyx now is upstairs alone. Nobody is on the second floor. Bryonyx can watch it from above, but he drops down. Logger dies. Bryonyx now in a 1v1
no way.
against Huzgetter. Inside of Taylor's shotgun is going to be preferable here for Bryonyx. Needs to get this kill on the castle, looking the wrong way. They're both so close together, both on full health. Let's get her around the side. Bryonyx now holding behind the shower stall. They are both
this is
just running in circles. He has to get on this diffuser. Bryonyx needs to kill. He'll get it. Invictus coming.
Retake. They've got sight. DD's gonna drop the diffuser. 3v2 now for Aerial Rise. It's all down to Snake. Can he show the moves with the charge? He's gotta make a lot happen here. He's gotta get the diffuser as well. He's kind of holding right now. I think he's trying to bait this player inside kitchen. Does so successfully, but there's still 2 players you got to watch out for. You got one above, you got one towards the staircase, and I think he's actually aware of what's happening here. 24 seconds now for Snake. Swings. That's 1. It's now 1v1. Snake versus Rival. 14 HP. The defuse begins. Does he get the sound cue? Yes, he does. Here comes the Chow. He doesn't see him. He's got to go.